Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us here at City Hall and in Council Chambers. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and our invocation will be given by Pastor Kevin Jennings from Southside Community Church. Pastor?
Let's pray together. Our Father and our God, we thank you so much for your great blessings on us. We thank you for the privilege of living in this beautiful city. We thank you for our police officers, firefighters, and other first responders. We ask that you would protect them today as they keep us safe. Father, we also thank you for our mayor and city council members. We pray that you would give them great wisdom today as they listen, as they deliberate, as they decide, that you would help them lead us in a way that pleases you. For we pray these things through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag and to the Texas state flag will be led by Ben Marsh, who is an A honor roll student. He's a senior at Annapolis Christian Academy, and he is a House Senator and Chaplain. Ben?
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Ben, and good luck in your studies. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos.
Here.
Gil Hernandez. He is here, but I'm not sure where he is. Michael Hunter.
Here.
Jim Klein.
Here.
Mike Pesley.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Here.
Dan Suckley. Here. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council, and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. We'll go to item E. That is our city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, and members of the council and the community. We do have two things on the city manager report, but I want to begin with a third item that recaps what we did yesterday, a few of us, which was the rededication of our Tex Villarreal Vector Services Center. And we have a couple slides we're going to show as I go through this. But yesterday, Councilwoman Campos, were in City Council District 2, and Councilman Hernandez, who will be joining us momentarily, had the opportunity to spend time with two of Tex's children, his son Mark and his daughter Maxine. You can see in the picture here. And Tex Villarreal, Augustine is his real name, but he is a Corpus Christian, and it was because of him that we have our vector control program, or mosquito control program. He was a pioneer working for this city for 41 years and helped to eradicate diseases borne by mosquitoes, which today we don't think much about, except when we hear some of these incidences that we have. But back 40, 50, 60 years ago was pretty significant worldwide, and including here. And our own local hero, Tex Villarreal, started our vector control program here. So the building, a building was named after him. That's the Animal Care Building on Holly. However, in this, prior to this budget, through this year, we moved the vector control operation from what was kind of an adjunct service that our animal care technicians did after they worked a full shift. Then they would go in the neighborhoods and spray, to a standalone unit in the health district, where now we have 4 full-time positions that work in the evening hours and in the daytime just on vector control. And so we moved the name of the building from what was the animal care facility to this building here. You can see in this picture at our health building. So I just want to remind the community today of this. Tex Villarreal, you can see, is the name of the center. It's called Tex Villarreal Vector Services Center, and inside is where the office is, and there's a little demonstration center as well for persons wanting to learn about mosquitoes. But if we advance these couple of slides there, you can see some great pictures from yesterday. There's some of our technicians with the equipment. Dr. Khan's there as well. And there's Dr. Dante looking at some of the mosquitoes in the laboratory there that's inside that facility. And there's Dr. Khan explaining that's Mark Villarreal, one of the sons, who was proud to talk about his dad yesterday. And Councilwoman Campos did a great job speaking yesterday. She was there in City Council District 2. Hernandez was the council member who helped us connect with the family and talk about the transition of the naming from Holly facility to this facility. And that's just another example of a mosquito. And that's me there at the end. So I think there may be one more picture. There we go, Dr. Khan, who spoke as well. So just to remind us, Tex Villarreal is a local, 41 years. And then talking with the daughter yesterday, I don't know how it came up, but his the city employee, Mr. Villarreal, his real name is Augustine, and he spent time in the military. And when he was away from Texas, his military compadre felt Augustine was too difficult of a name, so because he was from Texas, they named him Tex, and that name stuck in the military as well as when he came home. So that's the name sake there, Tex Villarreal. So we just want to highlight that for our council and community that didn't get a chance to make it yesterday. Okay, and Councilman? Yes.
May I also add that Mr. Villarreal, went out of his way to get trained and to get educated about this vector control. But as he was doing the training, and he was hands-on, he was actually putting the gadget together, welding and doing all this stuff, working, I think, with Dr. Metzger. And as they were doing, other people from other cities were coming and writing down what he was doing. And guess what happened? This is what Mark said, that they patented what he did.
Yeah.
And so, again, he was just thinking of us, thinking of how to prevent diseases, because, we don't think about these things because it's, being taken care of for years. And this is what actually prompted worldwide. I mean, this is a very significant contribution that Mr. Villarreal has done to not just Corpus Christi, but the entire world.
Agree. And just to put a conclusion on it, so he was the one that invented the fogging for, at the time they call it underground, but fogging that killed the mosquitoes in places like storm drainage systems where the mosquitoes would live and have more mosquitoes. So that was his device. The early foggers that we use today was his brainchild.
His invention, yes.
They also said, just one of the stories, that in the Panama Canal building, they almost had to stop the project because there was 20,000 persons that died from a mosquito-borne illness. And they sent Tex down to the Panama Canal and said, can you help us out down here? And he did with his formula, and the canal's done today because of him. So
yes.
Local hero. So it's important to point him out. There's some nice pictures at the building that's named after him now. So if anybody has a chance to go over there, there's some great pictures of him in the field, and so we just want to highlight it today.
Thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome. Okay, then our second item is a staff announcement, and this is one that the City Council has been long awaiting for, as has the organization. So we're happy to announce Elisa Olson, our new Director of Communication. I'm just going to do a quick summary of her background, and then she's going to speak this morning as well. And so effective yesterday, Elisa became our Director of Communications, and she has over 25 years of experience in the field of communications, marketing, and public relations. Elisa comes to us from Houston, where in her most recent role, she served as the Chief Marketing Officer for Lone Star College System, which is their community college. They serve the Lone Star College System 80,000 students. 80,000 in 20 campus settings in 2 different counties, so it's a pretty big organization. Elisa's notable accomplishments include spearheading an integrated marketing campaign which led to 2 consecutive years of enrollment growth at the community college, and she collaborated with Lone Star College System's police department to streamline emergency and crisis communications. So Elisa holds a Bachelor's of Science from the University of Houston and a Master's of Arts from Sam Houston University. And at this time, I'd like Elisa to say a few words here at the podium.
Good morning. It's really nice to be here. Mayor, Council, Mr. Zanoni, thank you for giving me a chance to introduce myself. I'll be brief. My name is Elisa Olson, and I am very happy to be here as your new Director of Communications. I have a few slides for you today. Thought I'd tell you just a little bit about myself. My dad worked in the oil and gas industry, and we kind of landed in Houston in the early 1980s, and I lived in Houston until last week, where I moved here to Corpus Christi. So I'm a proud Texan, and I'm very excited to be beginning this new chapter here in this beautiful city. As Mr. Zanoni mentioned, I have over 25 years of marketing and communications experience. Predominantly, that's been in higher education, working at community colleges and four-year universities. Most recently, I served as Chief Marketing Officer at Lone Star College, which is the biggest college in the state of Texas with over 80,000 students. Lone Star College's service area spans over 2,700 square miles in 2 counties, and it is led by a chancellor and a board of trustees comprised of 9 elected officials, each representing a single-member district. Which brings me to my next slide. Before working at Lone Star College, I worked at 3 regional universities, 4-year universities, at the University of Houston Downtown, which is a standalone university in the UH system, and Sam Houston State University. Working for state colleges and universities in many ways is like a form of public administration, as they are state of Texas agencies funded by a combination of property taxes, state appropriations, and tuition and fees. So as you all know, it's imperative in an environment like that to build really strong brand recognition in the community and to gain public support among community members, taxpayers, elected officials, local businesses, and by doing that, establish the institution as a trusted agency of the people. I was asked to share just a few accomplishments with you, so I have just a couple of slides, just some high-level things. I did manage emergency communications for over 15 years at different institutions through multiple hurricanes, flooding events, and the COVID-19 pandemic. And I worked hard to overcome old reputational issues from previous administrations. We had our fair share of that at some places where I worked. Boosted public support and generated awareness for the organization and its important priorities and initiatives, and improved media relations to better tell the stories, right? To better promote the really good news and events that are positive and important in the community. Also strengthened brand identity to help reduce confusion about what the institution was and who it served, and fostered strong relationships, of course, with senior leaders, helping them with their communications and materials and making sure that our office was there for support. And I did successfully grow enrollment at 2 different institutions during difficult times. COVID was a difficult time for higher education. And how that translates, I think, to the city is that it is more like, it translates to increasing engagement and participation in events. It's the same kind of marketing tactics that you would use. So before I got here, I watched you guys a lot, observing all of your budget workshops and your questions, and watching some city council meetings and ribbon cutting events. I also signed up to receive all City of Corpus Christi news back in July, so I've been reading all of that and familiarizing myself with local media and local news as well, just to kind of hit the ground running and make sure that I'm aware of current issues. And I've heard some of your concerns, right? And I look forward to meeting with every one of you to hear those concerns more deeply and learn about ways that the communications team can support you in your roles as council members and as ambassadors to the city. I think the first 90 days will be imperative, and it will all be about immersion and assessment, right? So continuing to meet with people and watch and learn and read all of the data and materials that are available and get feedback from all of you and input about different things on how the city provides education and messaging in the community, assessing the 311 call center operations. I believe that a good leader comes in and spends some time on a listening tour, really listening to people and understanding why, because that's not to imply I'm not a change agent. I certainly am, but I think context is everything and very meaningful and helps us make the right decisions. So that's what I'll be doing in my first 90 days to really make sure that I can help to develop some recommendations and strategies that will improve communications and messaging for both internal and external stakeholders. And that's it. I'll quit talking, and I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have for me right now.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
I don't see any questions or comments, but Ms. Olson, thank you for that great introduction and little bio. We are really looking forward to you being on the team and, progressing our communications department.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Elisa. Okay, Mayor and Council, one final item is just to remind us that tomorrow does mark the 23rd anniversary of the 9/11 attacks, September 11, 2001 attacks. There's three events that are almost happening simultaneously tomorrow, and we did provide this to the community and the council, but we thought we'd go over it again this morning. So in observance, our police and fire departments, the city council and city staff will be participating in several of the events that'll be tomorrow. And each of these three events honor the lives of the first responders lost during this attack in New York. So the first event on the screen here is the 9/11 Memorial Walk. This is hosted by the Refinery Terminal Fire Company, and it will begin at the Art Center parking lot in front of the American Bank Center. And beginning at 8:46 a.m. or 8:46 Eastern Standard Time, that's when the North Tower was hit. The memorial will take place. So at 7:46 our time, it'll take place there. Then at 8:03 a.m., which would be 9:03 in New York, when the second plane hit the South Tower, the folks that are in attendance will do a 9.11 kilometer walk to Water's Edge Park and back. So that will be part of this event here. If anybody wants to participate in this, it's open to anybody in the community. The second event is the 5th annual Memorial Workout at Whataburger Field, and we're going to put that graphic up. And so this one here is, while it's at Whataburger Field, it is hosted by the U.S. Coast Guard, our Corpus Christi sector. And this has there's two events in this one. One is for certain individuals, and then it opens up to the public. So the event will open up at 7:30 for first responders, for military and JROTC members at 7:30. Then the event will begin at 8 with the presentation of colors and the national anthem, and then following the anthem, there'll be a stair climb with moments of silence as individuals climb the stairs of the Whataburger Field. And those moments of silence will be at 8:59 and then 9:28. Last year, Neiman Young, Assistant City Manager, and I participated in this event, and it's pretty moving. There's a lot of folks there, a lot of firefighters wearing their full gear, their bunker gear. And it was real hot last year, so I think it's going to be a little cooler this year. So they endured the entire walk, and there's a certain number of loops that you have to take to complete the event in memory of those public safety officers who lost their lives. So once the private part is over at 10 o'clock, the doors will open at Whataburger Field for any public that wants to come in and do the same march as well. There'll be police presence there, fire presence, so it's a good way to connect with our local public safety officials and dedicated frontline persons, even if you don't do the full walk up and down the stairs of the bleachers or the stadium. It would be good to go just to show our support for our local public safety folks, but also those in New York. So that's the second event. And then the third event shown on the graphic here, this will take place tomorrow as well. This event will be at Water's Edge, will be at Sherrill Veterans Memorial Park. So this is what we're calling the 9/11 Remembrance Ceremony. It'll be at Sherrill Veterans Memorial Park beginning at 9 a.m. tomorrow. And at this event will be the mayor, most of the council probably will be there, the city council members, the police chief, Markle, and fire chief Wade will be there. I'll be there. Probably many of the executives and other staff members will be at this event at 9 o'clock tomorrow at the Sherrill Veterans Memorial Park. On all three occasions, it looks like the weather will be cooperative. So we were worried earlier over the weekend about possible rain delays or whatever, but it looks like we'll be good weather-wise. And so all three events are still scheduled, and we hope to see folks out there at any one of these or all three of them if you can make it. And again, these are remembrance ceremonies to remember public safety officials and persons who lost their lives in the 9/11 attacks, and at the same time to celebrate and acknowledge and pay tribute to our local public safety folks, including the ones that work for our police department and our Fire Department, and other public safety officials, including the RFTC Fire Company, our airport officials, and so on. So that concludes the summary, Mayor and Council, of tomorrow's events, and we'll see you there. That concludes the City Manager's report, Mayor.
Great, thank you, Peter. Okay, we'll move on to item F, and that's public comment. I'd like to take a moment to emphasize the importance of this business meeting. We handle significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standards of decorum and adherence to our policies. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our City Council policy, which has been in place for over 30 years. Public comment serves as one avenue for communication, but it's not the sole method. You can also reach out to council members by way of phone call, emails, or even scheduling an in-person meeting. With that said, let's proceed with public comment, keeping in mind the importance of decorum and adherence to the policy. And before I begin, I'd like to ask City Attorney Miles Risley to review the council meeting rules of decorum. The rules will also be displayed on the television screens above for your reference. Mr. Risley.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in the order they signed up electronically. We will first hear in-person comments, followed by virtual public comments. Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority over non-residents. Please state your name and your address before beginning your comments. Or you have 2 opportunities to make public comment on an agenda item or city-related business. The first one is at this present time, and the second is when the item is actually heard. So please select one option. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. And there will be a visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk, which will assist in managing the allotted time. If you have a petition or relevant information, please present it to her first. She'll disperse it to us, and then you can start your comments. So with that, we are going to start with Mr. Sean Flanagan.
Hi, my name's Sean Flanagan. I live at 4218 Herndon Street. I'm here to speak on agenda item 26, which is a citizen's petition to fully inform the people of Corpus Christi of all the side effects of COVID-19 shots to decide if they're going to get one or not. As council members, you frequently informing your opinions on how to vote have to depend upon the opinions of experts on the city staff. Meaning no personal disparagement, they're wonderful people, but events have caused me to question the professional objectivity of certain members of this staff. To wit, on this issue or a related issue, this spring, Dr. Khan presented to you a study for how to get more minority people to take more vaccinations. You voted in favor of that. 2 weeks later, you rescinded that vote when you became aware that Dr. Khan had not properly informed you that this grant violated Texas state requirements that no state funds be used to promote COVID-19. That mistake, I believe, cost us about $30,000, I was told. I do not believe, in reference to agenda item 26, Dr. Khan has informed you that the state of Texas in June of this year joined 5 other states in a lawsuit against the pharmaceutical makers making the COVID-19 vaccinations because they've covered up, according to the lawsuit, the side effects of these COVID-19 vaccinations. Further, we have an issue concerning the legal experts. What happened was we presented the citizen's petition. The city attorney cleared it, vetted it, says it's all good to go. We got our attorneys at the Citizens Defending Freedom to provide a legal brief which supported the city attorney's position on this matter, that this petition is perfectly legal for the city to do. However, a special interest group, a person in a special interest group, provided an alternate legal opinion that was forwarded to the city and all the city members. Citizens Defending Freedom lawyers looked at this legal opinion by the doctor and filed another brief with y'all, which clearly showed that the doctor's legal opinion was off base. There was a 2-hour meeting, went back and forth a lot with no real resolution. We asked the city attorney assistant to put in writing what came out of that meeting. We were told it would take several weeks or months for that to happen. I don't think that's satisfactory. I really think what we need is an opinion from the Texas Attorney General whether or not the city can legally do what we are asking to do in the petition prior to moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. Next, we have Aaron Richmond.
Hi, my name is Erin Richmond. I'm at 7222 Citrus Valley Drive. Thank you so much, Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to provide testimony, and thank you for your service to our community. I'm speaking also on topic 26. I know that the resolution being discussed today comes from a place of concern for people's health and well-being, and it's well-intentioned. As a registered nurse, I often participate in the informed consent process to support patient comprehension, facilitate documentation of consent, and address patient anxiety. Promoting patient autonomy and understanding and safety is a responsibility shared by all healthcare professionals. When nurses provide patient education materials, especially anything that would be used to help a patient weigh the risks and benefits and make decisions about their healthcare, those materials must be evidence-based and meet high standards for readability, accuracy, and relevance. We are careful to use information from vetted sources. The most current vaccine information statements from the CDC are an example of a trusted source. Those sheets summarize the benefits and risks of vaccination that have been identified through clinical trials and other controlled studies and post-approval monitoring. You may have heard of other adverse events not listed on the VIS that were reported through VAERS, the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. VAERS is designed to receive reports of any adverse event that occurs chronologically after vaccination. That system is not designed to determine relatedness to vaccination, but rather to detect trends of concern that warrant further investigation. Many of the reported events have nothing to do with vaccination and occur at the same frequency in the unvaccinated population. The new document proposed in this resolution does not meet the standards for patient education materials for use in weighing the risks and benefits of vaccination. Although I don't work for the health department, I do offer my perspective as a nurse. I could not, in good conscience, read that document to a patient or ask them to sign it. In addition to the ethical and safety concerns, a nurse's license could also be in jeopardy for providing incorrect information to patients. I urge the council to protect the rights and safety of people seeking immunizations and the integrity of the healthcare providers who provide the best possible care to them. Please do not change the current process for vaccination consent or make the proposed form part of any health department processes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Richmond. Allison Larkin.
Good morning. I live at 3261 Austin Street in Corpus Christi, and I'm speaking on the same item. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak with you today as president of the Nueces County Medical Society. I want to acknowledge the COVID pandemic has been very scary and stressful for everyone. And while I'm sure the council members sponsoring this proposal believe they are protecting the community, we have significant concerns. I want to be clear. I care deeply about the health and safety of the people of Corpus Christi. I grew up here and returned here after medical school and residency to practice. Pretty much my whole family lives here. And I am not alone. Thousands of licensed health professionals, doctors, nurses, PAs, pharmacists, emergency medical technicians, and many others worked tirelessly during the COVID pandemic to care for our sick patients. And these people continue to work hard supporting the health of our community today. The Medical Society is also strongly committed to the principles of informed consent and making sure that patients have the information that they need to be able to make good health choices for themselves and their families. But the proposed form from the city raises significant concerns. It contains multiple spelling errors, does not have a place for a parent or guardian to sign for a minor. It is provided only in English. It does not specify where data to support its claims can be found. And importantly, it does not specify who will be responsible for reviewing and updating the form as new evidence arises, and at what intervals the evidence reviews will be undertaken. These might seem like minor issues, but they are not. If a licensed medical provider presents a form for signature, which is subsequently found to contain inaccurate or outdated information, that provider, not the city, could face disciplinary action by their licensing board. If a medical provider loses their license, they can no longer practice. Also, we're concerned that if a patient declines vaccination based on a flawed consent form and subsequently becomes ill or dies of COVID, the provider who presented the flawed form could face medical malpractice liability. Based on these issues, I personally would be unwilling to sign the proposed form for signature. I would present the proposed form for signature or to any patients. Corpus Christi is already struggling with a shortage of licensed medical professionals. I'm concerned that forcing people to present the proposed form could drive them away from our community and will make it harder to recruit new medical providers to the area. I worry that if this resolution passes, it could set a precedent for further city, local, personal consents that are not properly vetted, and that this could provide a patchwork of regulations which would make practicing medicine a mess. In closing, I want to reassure the Council that we all say the same goals of helping our citizens to be safe and achieve the best possible health. However, we feel that the city should not rely on well-intentioned but untrained, non-medical individuals to set their health policy. The Medical Society looks forward to partnering with you on this and other health-related issues in the future. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you, Dr. Larkin. John Weber.
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. I want to give the Chief of Police a big shout out today for always attending the council meetings. I will read parts of a statement written about desal that was found on the internet. The city's current plan to bring desal to our area has several problems, but these are the main ones. Number one, they plan to borrow the money for construction. Number two, who will pay that cost? Industry, property owners? Number three, they're planning a facility that will dump excess brine stripped from the seawater into our harbor. Number four, the unknown cost to own and operate a desal facility. As we are all aware, governments never operate anything very efficiently and effectively, and certainly not cost effectively. For 30 years, our city has struggled to fix a pothole properly. How do we expect they can operate a complex desal facility? All we have to do is provide the take or pay contracts for the raw water they provide. This has the potential to allow our city to provide local industry with a reliable, uninterrupted raw water source through a negotiated long-term contract. At the same time, rate-paying water users will not be saddled with paying for the $220 million loan and for yearly operating costs. As to the brine disposal, there are far too many environmental issues associated with disposal in the inner harbor or coastal bays. The better solution is to go offshore. The Gulf Coast Aquifer is a prolific, drought-proof, sustainable water source of water, which in some locations is drinking water quality right out of the ground. The name under these statements was Councilmember Mike Pusley when he was a candidate for City Council at large. I think many people agree with these statements. Maybe that is why he was elected. His voting record goes against the statements he made to voters before the election. As can be seen by this picture of the Farfield model comparing the port's suspended La Quinta project to the city's Inner Harbor plant. The Councilmember Pusley was correct in saying, quote, "There are far too many environmental issues associated with disposal in the Inner Harbor or the coastal bays." I couldn't agree more. As always, have a nice day.
Sorry about that. I'd like to make a statement of fact, please.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Councilman.
Yeah, Mr. Weber, that's about the fourth or fifth time he's read that statement. I wrote that document over 4 years ago. Many things have changed since then, and he, as usual, takes pieces of that he wants to take and categorizes them incorrectly. So I just wanted to say he, as usual, takes everything out of context.
Okay, our next speaker is Carrie Meyer.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Carrie Meyer, 4401 Gulf Breeze Boulevard. Well, we have seen several white coats today, all whose livelihoods are directly related to people coming in to get vaccinations. I wore my t-shirt today that says legalize freedom because to me, that's exactly what the proposed informed consent ordinance on your agenda today will do. Freedom has a lot of meanings, but Merriam-Webster defines it as the absence of coercion or the absence of constraint in choice or action. Any medical procedure should be a choice and not be coerced or mandated. Did you notice that the white coats did not deny that the side effects are real? The ordinance you will be voting on simply requires that consent be granted by patients who have been informed about the benefits and about the dangers of the COVID shots before any public health district official can give them that injection. In addition to listing the 29 side effects, the ordinance also says that the official must read out loud to the patient and provide a printed copy of a statement that says, "You voluntarily choose to receive this injection, and you understand it is not mandatory, and that there are safe and effective treatments for COVID-19. Yesterday, September 19th, was the third anniversary of President Biden's speech mandating the COVID vaccine for many workers and for the brave men and women of our military. His workforce mandate was struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court for being unconstitutional. During that nationally televised speech, he repeatedly attempted to incite hatred against the unvaccinated. He justified his mandates by saying that the vaccines prevent transmission, which went against known science at the time by the CDC. As we all know, the shots don't stop infection and they don't stop transmission. So why does it matter if I don't get vaccinated and you do? How is that helping you or me? He has never to this day admitted that that was misinformation. He never acknowledged that his beliefs were incorrect. So here we are 3 years later, and efforts like today's informed consent ordinance are one little step towards correcting the record and coming clean about all the misinformation the public was told by the federal government, by the national media, and even by our own health district director. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Dara Ridgers.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Dara Rickers, and I reside at 5918 South Oso Parkway. I ask that all of you please give me your full attention while I share a few very sad truths with you. My friend's nephew Aaron was a healthy young man with a desire to come to America. All he dreamed of was studying and perhaps joining the U.S. military. During his preparation to attend Del Mar, he was required to have the COVID vaccine. Aaron took the first COVID shot and had some minor depression as a side effect. About 6 months later, Aaron took the second vaccine because he was told for the first vaccine to work and in order to travel, he needed the second. About 2 weeks later, Aaron's depression became more of a disruption to his daily activities, so the doctor gave him a prescription of Zoloft to help with that. Aaron still was not feeling well, so he went to the hospital. He was admitted, and during his hospital stay, his legs became very blue and painful to the touch. The doctors ignored the symptoms. After 4 days in the hospital, Aaron had a severe seizure and within 20 minutes was dead. Aaron was a very healthy young man prior to the vaccines. He was my friend's sister's only child, whom she raised as a single mom. My friend's father also took the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. 6 months later, he got COVID and passed away. My friend's husband never suffered from nosebleeds, but since the vaccine has struggled with him a lot. These three tragedies are just a few of many tragic incidents related to these dangerous mRNA vaccines. Perhaps if these individuals had been given the opportunity to read about all the potential side effects, they would have had the opportunity to make a fully informed decision whether to get the shot or not. Everyone deserves to have informed consent presented to them when deciding whether they want to receive an mRNA vaccine. Please do the right thing today and make this letter part of the information each patient receives. You all advocate for the protection of the health of our community, then I ask that you be willing to present all the facts to individuals about these vaccines. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ridgers. Patricia Anderson.
My name is Gail Anderson. I live in District 2. Thank you for this opportunity to address item 26. This is my 7th time to appear before City Council to inform as well as warn about the dangers of the COVID-19 vax. Councilman Barrera asked a good question a while back. He asked, when you have two sets of opinions being presented, which do you believe? It's obvious to me when you have one set of doctors that toe the line, do exactly what the CDC and medical boards tell them to do. Did you know that the doctors and hospitals were paid bonuses for every patient that was diagnosed with COVID? Every vaccine they gave, every patient they admitted to the hospital, every patient they put on a ventilator. And then we have a second set of doctors who were censored and threatened censored in their medical license and hospital privileges for trying to do the best they could for their patients. They recommended age-old, tried and true, inexpensive treatments. Viruses have been around as long as man has been, but we couldn't use those treatments. Why is that? We'll follow the money. Why is the CDC still recommended the COVID-19 vaccine? It doesn't stop transmission. It has enormous side effects. Follow the money. Why does the CDC vaccine information sheet still recommend vaccines for 6-month-old babies? The vaccine does not help children or babies. It has zero efficacy, but there is a huge risk for permanent heart damage and even death. Follow the money. Why is the CDC vaccine information sheet only lists 2 of the 29 adverse effects? Follow the money. At the end of the day, it comes to choices. Jesus made the choices very clear. His way, which is truth and light, or Satan's way, which is to steal, kill, and destroy. When have we ever chosen to hide side effects? Never. Not until the COVID-19 vax came along. Let's not play God. Put informed consent back in the hands of the patient. Let them choose. Corpus Christi not only has the legal right as a home rule city to enact ordinances for public welfare, but it has the moral, ethical, and fiduciary responsibility as well. Can you imagine what will happen if you go on record as being against informed consent and then somebody becomes ill and dies from the vaccine? It won't take long to follow the money after that. We couldn't all come today, but I gave each of you a petition with the signatures of 225 people that signed the petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Ginger Sparks.
Good afternoon. My name is Ginger Sparks. I live in District 1 on Karankawa Street. I support Agenda Item 26. It requires a more fully informed consent be provided to people before they receive the COVID-19 injection and any other vaccine that lists all the potential severe side effects from the CDC's own VAERS website. Currently, the CDC vaccine information sheet for the COVID-19 injections does not provide a current list of reported adverse effects. Only 2 are listed. I urge you to vote yes for this ordinance. During the pandemic, my father decided to take the so-called safe and effective COVID-19 vaccine. He lined up with thousands of others to get it. Under emergency use authorization, none were given fully informed consent. Why did Pfizer, one of the vaccine manufacturers, and the FDA want 75 years to release the data Pfizer gave to the FDA to receive emergency use authorization? Once they were court ordered to release it, it was found in the first 3 months of the injections, there were 42,086 adverse events reported, and that included 1,223 deaths. They knew what was in the data. Why didn't they want us to know? 1 month after taking the second booster, my father suffered an extremely painful aortic dissection. His aorta bled, and the onset of atrial fibrillation. There is no prognosis for an aortic dissection. Most people die suddenly when it occurs. The treatments for his 2 conditions were opposing. What was good for one was bad for the other. Before this, my father took no medicine, had no family or personal history of heart disease. Aortic dissection is a reported adverse event associated with the COVID-19 injections. For the next 2.5 years, he suffered through a gamut of doctors, medical teams, emergency room visits, cutting-edge procedures, daily medications, expensive medical testing, all trying to figure out the best medical treatment for him. One night in the emergency room, my dad looked up to me and said, "If this is going to be my life, I don't think I want it." On July 9th of this year, he suffered a massive hemorrhagic stroke. He died a week later, 5 days before his 83rd birthday, and just weeks before his 60th wedding anniversary. Stroke is one of the reported adverse events because of the COVID-19 injections. Health officials are now even recommending this vaccine for babies as young as 6 months and pregnant women. Well over 1 million adverse events have been reported on the VAERS website after receiving the COVID-19 injections. I firmly believe if he had been given fully informed consent, my dad might have made a different decision. I sincerely ask you to vote to pass this item. Why would you not want the people of this city to be more fully informed of the potential risks? Texas state court law states consent must be informed before taking a vaccine. We have a right to a fully informed consent about what we put in our bodies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sparks. Jansen, Abraham?
Respected Mayor, Council members, city staff, and fellow citizens. I'm Jansen Abraham, a common citizen. I reside at 1213 Cambridge Drive, Corpus Christi. I support the topic 26, the ordinance that Corpus Christi citizens must be fully informed before given any vaccines, including the COVID-19 mRNA injection. I want to present few reasons for common sense before this council. The first thing is the importance of informed consent. Fundamental rights, first one is the fundamental right. Informed consent is a fundamental in medical ethics and patient rights. It ensures that individuals are fully aware of potential risks, benefits, and alternatives before making medical decisions. Second is legal and ethical standards. According to global ethics standards like Nuremberg Code and the Declaration of Helsinki, patients must be fully informed before receiving medical treatments. Constitutional and human rights. Right to bodily autonomy. Informed consent upholds the principle of bodily autonomy, ensuring individuals retain control over medical decisions and that affect their health. Balance of rights and public health. While the city is obligated to protect the public health, there must be a balance with individuals' rights to make informed decisions about their health care. Third is transparency in information, availability of data. The public should have access to complete, transparent data about the safety, efficacy, and the potential side effects of the COVID-19 mRNA vaccines. Long-term data limitations highlights that due to the expedited rollout, long-term data on the potential side effects of mRNA vaccine is still being collected, making transparency and updates, very confidential and very limiting. That is emerging data crisis. Affect awareness. While some side effects are mild, such as simple things, and we try to walk away from it, but there are 29 adverse effects which are life-changing, debilitating illness and diseases caused by the injection. Side effects like myocarditis or blood clotting issues should be committed. And I have a personal experience on that. My mother-in-law took the vaccine, and she had a blood clot actually, and she had brain hemorrhage, and she has to be admitted, and she was in a life-threatening situation. And this all happened and there are so many experiences people had due to that. Right to make an informed choice. The balanced information gives us individuals should receive balanced information about the potential benefits of vaccination. Reduce, and also the risk of severe disease or death from COVID alongside potential risk. The right to decline or accept the medical intervention should remain a personal decision free from coercion or discrimination. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you, Mr. Abraham. Dr. Carl Serrao, sorry, messing up your name here.
Serrao, thank you. You did very well, Mayor. Hi, my name is Dr. Carl Serrao. I reside at 220 Indiana Avenue. I'm in District 2. And good afternoon, honorable council members and fellow citizens. I am here against item 26, which is the proposed informed consent resolution for the mRNA COVID vaccine. I am a pediatric ICU physician, and I have trained and lived in Corpus Christi for the last 30 years. I also chair our hospital medical ethics committee. And as physicians, we take an oath. First, do no harm, and informed consent plays a critical role in upholding that oath. It's our responsibility to ensure they are informed before consenting to any medical procedure. It is crucial that each patient understands the benefits and risks through open and informed discussions with their physician or healthcare provider. While today's debate is centered largely on COVID-19 vaccine, I believe the real debate regarding the legal and ethical concerns associated with the proposed form and whether it truly represents informed consent and whether it meets medical standard of care. The current proposed immunization consent is misleading, it misrepresents the data, is medically inaccurate, and is biased as it focuses only on risks and not on benefits. It does not meet the standard of care to constitute true informed consent. Currently, there are federal and state medical safeguards and legal processes to ensure that patients are protected and informed consent meets legal and medical standards. In Texas, the long-established Texas Medical Disclosure Panel convenes legal and medical experts to draft informed consent requirements, posts them on the Texas Register, and seeks public comment. I urge City Council to follow a similar type of process. That will mean that you are responsible for transparency, accountability, and a process that's not just in this ordinance, but to maintain it, to keep it accurate, and to meet current medical standards. Finally, the courts held in Canterbury versus Spence that informed consent should cover risks, benefits, and alternatives in a clear way to respect patient autonomy and decision-making. This current form does not do it. For instance, it lumps both mRNA COVID vaccines with non-mRNA COVID vaccines. Not accurate. It lumps all mRNA vaccines together. Again, not accurate. Vaccines for RSV versus COVID, for instance, have different risks. The current informed consent only lists potential risks without mentioning any benefits. So finally, I'd like to end this by saying that although the intent here is well-meaning, the resolution places healthcare professionals in the health district and the city in a precarious legal position. We must exercise caution when enacting ordinances that will lead to unintended consequences, places the health of patients in harm's way, and the livelihoods of health professionals at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sorrell. Joan Carrillo.
Good afternoon. I'm Joan Carrillo from District 3, Calumet Street. According to the Texas Supreme Court law, it is crucial that patients be informed of the risks associated with any medical procedure, including vaccines, before they provide their consent. Individuals have the right to make knowledgeable decisions about their health. It is imperative that healthcare providers thoroughly communicate potential side effects, benefits, or other relevant information prior to vaccinations. This will ensure patients can weigh the information and make choices that align with their health needs. Informed consent is not merely a formality, it's a cornerstone of ethical medical practice. By adhering to this state law, we foster trust between patients and healthcare professionals, promoting a more informed and engaged community. Let's remember that empowering individuals with knowledge is essential. Our vaccine information sheet does not have updated information on all the adverse effects according to the CDC. If you don't vote to update our list of adverse effects, you're responsible for hiding information from the public, and that's not something we would want to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carrillo. Connie Goddard. Bless you.
Hi, Mayor and City Council members. Sorry. My name is Connie Goddard, and I'm in District 5 at 7810 Sarah Lynn Parkway. My story is the one that's referenced in the petition. Sorry. Before I got the shot, I was 67 years old and very healthy. When I got my first shot, everything was okay. But after the second shot, things got changed drastically. I had the first of many attacks of tachycardia. The attacks were so bad that I couldn't catch my breath. The bouts lasted several minutes, which was very frightening. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Because I didn't know what was going on, the panic in me made the breathing even harder. I finally got in to see a cardiologist, and what he found was even more concerning than the tachycardia. He found that my blood pressure was in the dangerous zone during these tachycardia events. Like I said, I was 67 and healthy. I had to go on heart medication at that point. At the same time, I had massive swelling in my glands at the right side of my face. The swelling was so bad, the doctors could only see the edge of my ear. The pain was unbearable. I went to the doctor and they did blood tests and found nothing, but they did a CT scan and found crystals in my glands. The doctor told me that an autoimmune disease called Sjogren's syndrome was the cause of the crystals. I had 8 of the 9 common symptoms of autoimmune disease: fatigue, weight gain, swollen glands, nervousness and rapid heartbeat, extreme dry eyes and mouth. And for the first time in my life, I had dental health issues. It's been almost 3 years and I am in better health. The tachycardia and the high blood pressure is under control. Unfortunately, the swelling in my glands comes back quite frequently, and it's spread to the left side of my face and ear. I've been told that after this much time, it probably will never get better. I thank our Lord and Savior that I'm healthy. We all know it could have ended very differently. As a consumer, we have the right to know what we're putting into our bodies. Had I had informed consent, I may have made a different decision about the shot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goddard. Chad McGill.
Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I certainly respect the rules of decorum. As former Mayor Pro Tem and even Chairman of the Council one day when the Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem were out of town, we had to vote for a chairman. I've held the gavel many times and I have a lot of respect for those who preside over the meeting, but also preside over the rules of decorum. I speak to you today on item 26.
Mr. McGill, I'm sorry, can you say your name and address?
115 Oleander, sorry about that.
Thank you.
District 2. Thank you, Rebecca. By voting yes for fully informed consent, you simply support what we all would expect in healthcare, the facts before deciding whether or not to accept any medical procedure. By voting no against fully informed consent, you, on record, could be violating 38 U.S. Code subsection 731, informed consent, also known as Title 38 U.S. Code subchapter 3, more commonly known as protection of patient rights. Quote unquote, all patient care furnished under this title shall be carried out only with the full and informed consent of the patient. By voting no, you place the health of the people of Corpus Christi at risk, but I'm going to take a different angle. But as fiduciaries of the city of Corpus Christi, and your no vote is placed on record in writing in the minutes, you could be complicit and responsible for all adverse reactions and health complications you did not inform patients of from this day forward. By voting no, you place the city of Corpus Christi at great moral, ethical, and financial risk. This is not a political win or loss. This is doing the right thing on behalf of the people you serve, and for these and many other reasons, we respectfully ask you to do the right thing and vote yes on item 26. And I'll save you some time, but I would like to say for those in the technical field who are picking apart what's been presented, I would ask them to please help make this what would technically pass and protect the city. But think about the fiduciary element of this. By a no vote, you're on record stating that you're against fully informed consent. I think that puts the city at great risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGill. George Palakis?
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. Thank you all for all your hard work. My name is George Palakis. I live on Deepdale Drive, District 3, and I'm here to change the topic a little bit.
Thank you.
I'm here to ask you to consider voting against the proposed fee increase for restaurants and food vendors. The restaurant business is tough even in the best of times. The food service industry is barely coming out of the most difficult time we've had to experience, which is the pandemic. The pandemic and its aftermath have hit the industry with a series of highs and lows, including widespread closures, a rapid return of customers, supply chain challenges, inflation and soaring wage rates, change in consumers, higher prices, and consumers' reaction to those prices. In the past, restaurants have always managed to deal with and absorb price increases. I'm here to tell you this industry is really tired. After 4 years of food price increases of 30% or more, labor wages upward of 40% or more, insurance increases, property tax and windstorm rate increases, most restaurant operators are operating in the red month after month. It is no longer sustainable. In the past, restaurant owners could deal with one or two of these challenges and manage cost increases, but we in the restaurant industry have been dealing with a perfect storm for 4 years, and it's not getting any better for many of us. It's easy to assume a restaurant is doing well because you happen to frequent that establishment during a lunch or a dinner rush, but that is not the whole picture. Even during good times, Corpus Christi has a very challenging economy. Another price increase will only exacerbate the difficult times. Our industry has had a very difficult summer, as many of you know, with below average sales. The hospitality industry as a whole provides many jobs to our local economy. This is the time to vote against any fee increases, as that would only serve to jeopardize the slim margins that we operate under. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Palakis. May Mendoza?
Get my little notes here. Good morning. Hi, my name is May Mendoza, 15121 SPID. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak with you today, and also want to thank you for all your hard work and everything you do for our community and your constituents. I'm here as chair on behalf of the Coastal Bend, Texas Restaurant Association. I want to also address the increases for the fees affecting the restaurant industry. We have over 2,200 restaurant type of businesses in our city being affected. Restaurants across the country are the second largest private sector employer. That accounts for over 50,000 employees in our city alone. These are your constituents that you represent and support you. We are now asking you to support us. Increases, though they may seem small, affect a small operator's bottom line. Right now, every penny counts, as Mr. Palakis just pointed out. The proposed fee hikes range from 9.8% to 12.8%, adding substantial new costs to restaurants already struggling with rising operational expenses. There's a 40% increase that's being proposed for mobile food units alone. Wholesale food prices are up 30% above the pre-pandemic levels, with sharp increases in key ingredients such as eggs that are up 90.7% and butter up 26.8%. Adding there's additional fee increases that only adds more financial burden. 55% of restaurants in Texas report a decline in customer traffic when compared to Q2, both in 2024 and 2023, making it harder for businesses to absorb new costs while maintaining profitability. On the island alone, we are seeing sales in decrease of 24 to 40% over last year. Summer months are crucial to us to survive the winter season, and we're really concerned about surviving now going into these slower winter months. 60% of restaurants in Texas report a decline in profitability when comparing Q2 of 24 and 23 due to rising expenses, not only due to food costs, but labor costs have gone up, decreased traffic, extreme weather events, and increased commercial windstorm premiums that we have to pay here. I alone pay $85,000 a year just for windstorm. It's crazy. Smaller establishments like myself, especially those with fewer employees under 50, will be hit harder by increases with fees rising up 12.5%. Many of these businesses already operate on small margins. We're also concerned that charging these additional fees for local food handler certification violates the Texas Health and Safety Code, Section 438.046C, which prohibits local jurisdictions from charging fees for workers with accredited certification. Some quick proposed solutions: rather than implementing these fees increases all at once, could you maybe phase them out over a 2 to 3 year period? This would give restaurants more time to adjust in their budgets to accommodate these increases, and maybe lower fees for operators who consistently pass their health inspections. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Mendoza. Miguel Briceño.
Good afternoon, Mayor Guajardo, honorable council members, and good fellow citizens of Corpus Christi. I'm Dr. Miguel Briceño, 314 Caribbean Drive in Flower Bluff. I'm a physician from Mexico, naturalized U.S. citizen in 1987. I served 20 years in the United States Navy, honorable, now retired. A resident of Nueces County, and my two sons are United States Marines, and Corpus Christi is their hometown. And I'm here to support the item 26 to fully inform all Nueces County recipients of any injectables, including COVID-19, in compliance with Texas Supreme Court law. By this law, every physician in Texas must disclose the risks that influence a person's decision. We don't even have to debate this common sense, age-old practice. It's always been the rule. I don't understand why it was withdrawn, silenced, or restricted during the recent pandemic. I meet with my colleagues in Mexico every month since the pandemic, and we talk about all this. They all agreed on giving patients the right to fully to have full informed consent. We can fall behind a third world country, and you all have the power to do it. All patients have the right to know what kind of biological, especially those who have the potential to modify their own RNA structure, may cause them physical, emotional, neurological harm, or even death. One of my good friends, Hector Pizaña, he's a local resident too. He deeply regrets having taken the 3 doses of COVID injection, although he was coerced so he could keep his federal job. His grave skin reactions started immediately after the first dose. right on the hairline. After the second dose, it spread through the rest of the face and neck. On the third dose, it was full body. He was hospitalized for 8 days. I was there. He deeply regrets taking them. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here to tell you all about it because of his job. So I encourage every one of you leaders to say yes to this resolution. It is the right thing to do, the human thing to do. It is mandatory and it is ethical. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Dr. Briceño. Melinda de los Santos.
I have slides, and just make sure. I'm not very technologically. Okay. Good morning. My name is Melinda de los Santos. I support the 611 Gulf Shore. I support the ordinance in which Corpus Christi citizens must be fully informed before being vaccinated. July 30th, City Council meeting, you were told, quote, "Yes, sir, but we already give them the vaccine information that has all the side effects listed." Yes, this statement is true. On the left are all the side effects listed on the vaccine information statement. These side effects portray minimal risk. On the right are the updated side effects we're asking to add. These portray a very different warning of risks. Another comparison is with VAERS, the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. These also portray a very different warning of risk to include miscarriages, heart attacks, and permanent disability, and certainly not a remote chance of death. At the same City Council meeting, you were told, quote, "All the COVID shots today are either federally or state funded, and we have to follow the federal government rules and what we tell the people about the side effects or the state rules, and we can't deviate from that. However, Texas Supreme Law dictates consent must be informed, which is after being properly advised of the relevant medical facts and the risks involved. And the physicians must disclose risks that would influence a reasonable person's decision. So I ask, would decisions have been influenced if they had been properly informed of a risk of cancer other than pain, swelling, or redness? Bell's palsy, other than muscle pain, joint pain, or nausea. Brain tumor resulting in wheelchair confinement, other than headache, fever, or fatigue. Brain tumor resulting in death, other than swollen lymph nodes. And death itself, young children dying when they had a 99.9% survival rate from COVID without the vax. A vote to pass this ordinance will shed more light on the truth. The COVID-19 vaccine information statement is substandard compared to other resources. It does not provide the updated adverse effects which is required by law. Corpus Christi does has the legal right as a home rule city to enact ordinances for public welfare. If the council wants to disregard this advice, then we recommend there be a moratorium on all COVID-19 and mRNA vaccines until the city obtains a ruling from the Attorney General's office. Government funding has its rules. Follow the truth, not the money. Thank you.
Samuel Andre Fryer.
Good afternoon, Samuel Andre Fryer. I reside in District 4. Plato made a statement. He said, "The price good men pay for indifference to public affairs is to be ruled by evil men." Yes, evil men who coerce the public, evil men who withhold information, evil men who threaten people's jobs, evil men who do not let doctors do what they know needs to be done to treat patients, evil men who make mandates. I hope those of you who have never voted for us to support what we're saying about the mRNA gene therapy shots don't fall in the category of evil men or women. So you've had these doctors come up and make these statements. Well, I'll give you 3 analogies. First of all, the one analogy is dealing with the umbrella. Let's suppose it's raining cats and dogs. I have an umbrella on me, over me. You all don't have an umbrella. What's the likelihood of me getting you wet? What's the likelihood of you getting me wet? Well, I'll tell you one thing. This umbrella has a hole in it. It's called adverse effects. And not only do I get sick over and over and over again, but I get wet, even to the point of dying when it completely collapses. This information comes from the Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, the CDC's own information. These vaccines hurt these so-called vaccines. They're really not, because they changed the definition twice to fit the mandate. But these, in 3 years, have caused more damage to anyone, to all vaccines together, since 1990. So what about the accomplice analysis, accomplice to a crime? You know that the driver of the getaway car takes someone to the bank robber to rob the bank and help them get away? They're called an accomplice. For those of you who want to continue to stand and not actually inform the public, you're an accomplice to a crime. The other analogy that I want to give you is Judas Iscariot. He was a thief. He was hungry for money. He betrayed Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus the Messiah. But he even had enough sense when he realized he had betrayed a good man to give the money back. They, of course, bought a field. It was called the Field of Blood afterwards. This is blood money. And it's a shame we have doctors stand up here. I would not spend 1 cent to get treated by these doctors. It is harming people. It's dangerous and it's shameful. There is no justification for taking away individuals' freedom under the guise of public safety. Thomas Jefferson, the writer of the Declaration of Independence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fryer. Ida Alva. Is Ida here today? Okay, we'll move on. Anthony Falcone.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Appreciate being here. My name is Anthony Falcone. I live at 5114 Creekmont. I'm an enrolled member of the Lipan Apache Tribe of Texas, and I am Kune Sa Ende, which means the big water people. Our tribe's history in Texas stretches far back, having fought for Texas independence with Sam Houston against Mexico long ago. I am also the liaison to Corpus Christi for the Lipan Apache Tribe of Texas. I would like to formally announce a great event that will happen September 21st at the American Bank Center, the Lipan Apache Tribe of Texas Veterans Powwow. A powwow is a gathering of Native American people from different tribes who come together to dance, sing, and put our culture in the public eye for the purpose of cultural exchange. There has not been a competition-style powwow in Corpus Christi for almost 25 years. When the powwow was here, it was one of the biggest in Texas, and it took place at the old Memorial Coliseum. My mother took us there as children so we could have a connection to where we come from. And now, coming full circle, we are bringing the powwow back and honoring our veterans, as veterans and service members hold a place of honor amongst our tribal communities. A veterans powwow will include cultural honor songs and dances which focus on veterans. As in our culture, powwows can be therapeutic for our Native warriors. This event will also bring suicide health and diabetes awareness through our cultural music and dance. A veterans powwow is inclusive of all veterans, Native and non-Native alike. We will also have an American Indian market with Native American vendors selling authentic cultural items. We have been able to secure amazing support for our powwow through many local businesses such as the Port of Corpus Christi, Rally Credit Union, AEP, WellMed, RTA, Del Cielo Home Health, TAM-UCC, the Museum of Science and History, Star Financial Credit Union, LNG, and many more. Because of these sponsors, we were able to put this powwow on free and open to the public. We do currently still have sponsorships available. We also have the support from the Director of Veteran Affairs for Nueces County, Jay de la Cerda, as well as the Mayor's Committee on Veteran Affairs, the VA from Washington, D.C., and County Commissioner Judge Joe A. Gonzalez. So on behalf of the Lipan Apache Tribe of Texas, I would like to formally invite the City Council, the citizens of Corpus Christi, and all of the citizens from the Coastal Bend to come to the American Bank Center Saturday, September 21st at 10 a.m. and celebrate the powwow coming back to Corpus Christi, our veterans, and our beautiful traditions and culture. Come and hear our songs, see our dances, and learn about who we are as a people. I know you will have an amazing experience with us. In closing, our creation story tells of the Lipan Apache emerging from the ground and coming to this world. Bravely, we emerge to be seen by the sun and the earth. I feel that by bringing the powwow back to Corpus Christi once again, we are emerging to be seen and let everybody know we exist and that we are still here. So come out and powwow with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Falcon. Susie Saldana? Yes. Oh, yes.
Mr. Falcon, would you be sure and get the information about your powwow to Rebecca so she can get it sent to all the council members? Thank you.
Susie Luna Saldana, 4710 Hackle. I come before you with 2 items today. One, I am tired of the insults. Okay, you're saying that people have to read item 26 to people as an intimidation tactic to keep them from getting the shot. With all due respect to all the people that have spoken, that's their opinion. You have a petition with 200 people, you have thousands and thousands of us out there. So don't insult us by putting down that we have to be read. This problems, read the description of what happens. Majority of our citizens in Corpus Christi, can read. How dare you all put something like this together that insults the community? I'm tired of the insults to the community. You know, starting with the state of the district, and let me tell you, Clotilde Garcia, our library, how can you possibly forget that name? How can you possibly let that go? And another thing is, you know, I hear everything about the wonderful things that go on in the city. And when we have a city and we provide the key to that city, it's for people that have done great things, like the employee you provided it for, that had been here, that had been in Corpus Christi, that had done things for the city, not for a local promoter that comes by. How dare. I am tired of the insults. I am tired of the citizens of Corpus Christi being told what to do, when to do it. You are playing government. What you say you're against, you're playing government. You're deciding who's going to do what for what. We are intelligent enough to make our own decisions. We don't need a group of people telling us whether we can take the shot or we cannot take the shot. You are not capable of telling us what to do in our own personal lives, but that's exactly what you're trying to do. You're trying to tell us what to do. Give us the information, yeah, put it in writing. Guess what? We can read. We don't need to be read to. You leave that for the 6 years old. So please do not insult us anymore. Have the courage to say it, whether you're for it or you're against it. Have the courage to accept that the people of Corpus Christi are intelligent enough to make decisions. So don't come over here and tell us what to do. The doctors know what they're saying, and I believe in them. You talk about the shot and how bad it is. It actually saved my life. And I'm sorry that some people had adverse effects to it, but not everybody did. So please, take the time not to insult us anymore.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. And for the record, I want to make certain that the public know this was not an item put forth by the council. It was 3 council members who put this particular item on this agenda. And that is a process. Council members are able to do that. So we have Councilman Pusley, Councilman Hunter, and Councilman Hernandez who asked and signed a memo to put this on the agenda. It was not a council effort. Just for the record, I just want to make that a record. That wasn't a misstatement, Ms. Saldana, but I want to make sure it's clarified. It says it in the agenda. That's how that got put on council. on the agenda. Mark Minster.
Mark Minster, 1013 Barracuda. Today I'm talking about item 8 on the agenda. I understand that industry, that they're buying water in bulk and that you get discount when you pay in bulk, but it's not fair that residents pay increases as their usage goes up, while these are the same entities using extreme amounts of water and that can afford it. And it doesn't make sense where they're the one putting us in the water shortage, and they're also affecting our air quality in our bay. I'm really not satisfied, and I don't accept the reasons given of why we need desalination due to the impact to residents, environmental questions, and location of the site, which are just some of the reasons, especially because I don't see tangible numbers or anything that shows that this is going to benefit residents and the community. And that's the same for the industrial tax agreements. I just don't see the benefit of how it's going to help or value people trying to affordably live here and enjoy the nice parts of being in Corpus. And when we're in drought restrictions and residents are limited on watering, we should have significant surcharges imposed on industry that are using significant amounts per day while our water records are at record lows. And I would like to read excerpts from city water staff regarding the desalination modeling obtained via public information request. 1 second. The port has this is regarding the modeling. The port has highly credible scientific information indicating that the city's proposed inner harbor location will not comply with TCEQ standards and thus not be protective of marine life. Modeling may be disparaging and a roadblock to the city's project. The city has not accomplished any far-field modeling. The scientific information in the possession of the port shows the city's proposed desal discharge will cause saline accumulations and not just within the inner harbor. So, those are modeling that's been requested by experts and community members. These are real concerns that residents have about multiple things that are going on with this plant. It's not fear-mongering or anything like that. I know that this council was not the one that sold away water in prior years, but that does not mean that you should make another decision that's not in the residents' favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minster. Ashton Hablitzel? Am I saying that wrong? Is Ashton here? No? Okay, oh, you are here. I'm so sorry. I was looking back there. I'm sorry, I mispronounced your name, I'm sure.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ashton Hablitzel. I was born and raised here in Corpus, and I'm in the accounting grad program at TMUCC right now. I stand before you today as a concerned resident of downtown Corpus Christi. As everyone knows, they're in the middle of having a desalination plant built here in the Corpus Christi Channel. As an avid fisherman of the coastal bend waters, I've witnessed firsthand the delicate balance of our marine ecosystem, and I'm deeply concerned that the increased salt levels from the nearby desalination plant could jeopardize not only our local fish populations, but also the livelihoods of those who depend on sustainable fishing in this beautiful area. It is no secret that desalination plants produce a toxic waste which is called brine, and that damages the local fish population where it's dumped. Brine also raises the saltwater levels in the seawater, making it impossible for fish to survive. With the proposed desalination plant, concentrated salt brine is to be dumped right here in the channel, rather than be transported farther away from our homes to be disposed of. Andrew Molly, the director of the Corpus Christi Water, has said in an email that was found from a public information request, as quoted, "The port has highly credible scientific information, EFDC plus model results that indicate that the city's proposed location will not comply with the TCEQ standards at 2 parts per million limit at the 100 meters and thus not be protective of marine life," unquote. So he said that it would not be protective of marine life. That's the Corpus Christi Director of Water right there. He also mentioned that the ramifications would not only impact the channel, but also the surrounding bodies of water. So this will not just be confined to the channel. This is the surrounding bodies of water too. I think that dumping restrictions need to be put in place so that our water can be pure. Thank you.
Ashton, I'm sorry. Can you state your address, please? We didn't hear it.
317 People Street.
Thank you so
District
much.
1. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Hablitzel. Tom Taglaboo?
Good afternoon, Tom Taglabue, 6025 Ocean. First, I want to strongly advocate for the reappointment, I thought was going to be next week, but apparently is pushed back till next year, of the 4 dedicated, competent, and thoughtful library board members, Jennifer Anderson from Friends of the Library, Carol Matthews from the Lauritama Club, Alice Upshaw Hawkins, and Dora Wilburn. They've demonstrated a commitment to listening to the public and acting in the best interest of library patrons. Next, I want to encourage the council to explicitly require all council-appointed boards and commissions, including advisory boards and any future subcommittees and working groups of those bodies, to be required to comply with the Texas Open Meetings Act. All of them need to publish advance notice of meetings, hold meetings in public facilities, welcome public input and participation, take minutes, and document their activities. Transparency in government is important to build trust. I want to warn you about the unprincipled actions taken by 5 extremist board members of the library board. 1 month after the Collections Development Policy Subcommittee failed to make unanimous recommendations, the subcommittee was disbanded. Board members Melinda De Los Santos and Joan Carrillo joined board chair Pat Craig to bring the recommendations immediately back the next month. 2 more extremist board members, Carrie Moore and Dolores Rabone, crammed the same rejected recommendations through for city staff review. Several proposals are flat out unconstitutional. Several violate city charter. Most are simply offensive, wrong-headed, misguided, and hateful. And we won't stop fighting against those extreme positions. I want to remind you that not a single time before or since you appointed those extremist board members has there been an incidence of pornographic or sexually inappropriate materials in the children's section of the city libraries. City librarians are doing their jobs, protecting children, ensuring parental rights, and providing quality material for all library patrons, despite being chronically underfunded. The accusations against the librarians are unconscionable, and to have their advisory board not support their own staff is ridiculous. The proposal from your appointed board members are not designed to address a problem that exists. They're creating a problem where none exists. They're simply pushing a political agenda. These 5 board members should resign immediately, as they are an embarrassment to this community and are making a mockery of the necessary board and commission system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tagliabue. Julie Rogers.
Mayor?
Yes, who's calling me?
Mayor, Mr. Hublitzel made some clearly false statements. We have a staff member who would like to make a statement of fact in response to those clearly false statements.
Hoping he was coming down. Thank you.
Thank you, Miles. I just wanted to make a clarification. So there's been some comments that have been made about quotes that I have apparently made, and these quotes are just, I want to be crystal clear, they're flat out not true. The quotes that you have been hearing have been quotes that have been made by a former attorney for the Port of Corpus Christi. I have tried to communicate that to the folks that have been perpetrating these quotes. I just want to be clear for the record, that is not my belief. Those quotes are not factual. So I just want to.
I want to make sure that's understood.
Yeah.
Is that understood? Well, no. But we don't need to. I mean, we don't need. I understand you have a stance, but I just want to make sure it's understood because, yes, when there is a statement of, I'm sorry, Ms. Caballero. I'm sorry, Ms. Caballero. When there needs to be a statement of fact made, that's what we do. I don't care what the topic is, doesn't matter. And so that's what we wanted to do. Now, the other thing I'd like to offer, which I offer many other people, is if you are wanting to speak with Mr. Molly about some of your concerns, we always have that door open, gentlemen, and I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to say as well, I have no issue in talking to anybody that wants to talk about this topic. Right. I certainly understand that folks have different opinion. I've met with a number of folks that don't necessarily see this through the same lens that we do. Right. So just for the record.
I appreciate that. Councilman Hernandez.
And maybe I get this from the attorney here. Mr. Tagliabue made some disparaging remarks against our board members. I don't think, or library board members, I don't think we actually stated that they can't say that. They said they can't make disparaging remarks against council members and the mayor or city staff, but does that also apply?
A person has a First Amendment right to make whatever statements they wish up there as long as they comply with the rules. The they have a First Amendment right to make statements that are false. However, there is a right of, if recognized by the mayor, to make a rebuttal statement of fact that is clearly simply a statement of fact in rebuttal to that false statement. No, I was talking about the previous statement.
That wasn't my question. I was asking about disparaging against library board members, disparaging remarks made by Mr. Tagliabue.
The person has a First Amendment right to make a disparaging remark. However, if there's a statement of fact that's made in response, it can be made in response to that.
Right. Okay.
So you can make disparaging remarks against council members as well?
The state of Texas removed, when it approved the latest changes to the Texas Open Meetings Act, it removed the power to eliminate the right to criticize public officials. So therefore, as a consequence of that removal, people in the public at public communication have a right to criticize public officials.
So is that going to change our pre-comments that we make during the public comment? I mean, it seems like we try to make this as professional as possible.
As Miles states, I hate to explain it this way, but it's a mix. It's a First Amendment right, but you can't say the mayor or you can't say Councilman Hernandez. So there's a balance in how you can express yourself, in abiding with the rules of decorum.
Well, the reason I say that is he called out specific board members.
Right, but we're talking about council. The rules of decorum apply to council members.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it only applies to council members. I get it.
If I'm incorrect, correct me, but, okay.
Good, that's a
Councilwoman
good question
Campos.
from
Thank
Councilman
you, Mayor.
Hernandez. We just need to know what the speakers can say and can't say. So good question.
Okay, well, back to Mr., I'm sorry, how do you say, H-A-B, Hablitzel?
Hablitzel.
Okay. To his statements, he was referring to, I believe, comments that he stated were obtained through public records, and that it was statements made by an attorney where Drew did make those statements. So how would it not be true then? I mean, Drew just came and said that it wasn't, but can you explain how that is possible?
I'll be the first to tell you. So I received some information, and the information was information from a former attorney at the Port of Corpus Christi, and that information is public information. And so some folks that have been up here in the past essentially used those quotes from a former attorney as if it was my quotes. Those were not my quotes. I did not write that information. That was information that I had been forwarded to me. And so they are taking information that was written by a former attorney at the Port of Corpus Christi as if I am the one that's saying it, and that is not true.
Really? Okay, well, all right. Wow. Thank you.
Okay. Julie Rogers.
Ooh, hello. That's a hard circus act to follow. My name is Julie Rogers. I live in District 1. I'm here today, and my circus ring is the library. I try to not show up too much because I often feel like I'm not being listened to. But that happens in other areas too, and it recently happened at library board meetings. There was a subcommittee, it's been referred to. I'm not going to go any further into it. I could lose some of my minutes. But the subcommittee was disbanded, and then miraculously, a new and improved collection development policy appeared on the next agenda. I didn't know what to do. There were lots of people talking to me about it. And so we launched a petition, which council has right now. It's been signed by 676 people. That petition to put the ordinance for item 26, 50 people. You just heard a reference to a petition. What was it, about 200? Would y'all please try to listen to the 666 people that signed this? If not that, I guess you'll be listening to our votes in November. The petition, we said, we demand that the Corpus Christi Public Library Advisory Board cease their attempts to restrict books and censor information in our Corpus Christi public libraries and leave the collection development policy alone, since it is up for review next year. Trust and allow professional public library staff to do the job for which they were hired and trained. Advocate, Library Board, please advocate for Corpus Christi Public Library to be funded in a manner comparable to communities in size to Corpus Christi, since our public library system is chronically underfunded. And the Library Board stated it as a goal and objective for 2024 in the Advisory Library Board's annual report to the City Council. I haven't heard this topic be discussed at a Library Board meeting yet. I'm wearing a Library Board shirt today. You know what this is? This is how they raise money for the library. You know how else they raise money? Copies. Come on, fund that library right. And why is this important? Why did we run this petition? It was important because we believe that public libraries are for everyone, and censorship is anti-American. Censorship is not just banning books, it's relocating and rating books. We also believe in and trust our professional librarians and city staff. Library operations and collection development should be left in their hands. This unfairly appointed Advisory Library Board is sowing seeds of mistrust and hate. We want to put love over hate, respect over mistrust. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Travis. Pat Craig.
Good afternoon, I'm Pat Craig. I live in District 5, 78414. I am here to address...
I'm sorry, Ms. Craig, could you state your address?
District 5, 78414.
No, I mean the...
They have the address.
Pardon?
Everybody else, other people are saying, do you need it? Do you have it? Okay, she has it.
I'm sorry, what's the problem? I thought we had to state, I just didn't catch.
Yes,
I mean, I caught that she didn't state her actually address.
Yes, ma'am, she didn't state it.
Okay. Just state your address, sorry.
She said she had it.
Ms. Huerta, does she need to state, when people
Our policy
come up-
says to state the address. There are some people who have come up and just provided their district, though.
Okay, so we need to follow a procedure. If that's what we do, then that's what we do. And that has to start, I mean, it's not, I'm not picking on you.
5925 Tapestry Drive.
Yeah, and I didn't,
That's
I mean,
okay.
Okay, we need to pay closer attention. Thank you, Ms. Craig.
Pat Craig, 5925 Tapestry Drive. I'm here to address item 26 regarding the informed consent. I know that there's a lot of cognitive dissonance when it comes to, hey, taking shots. I was in the military, took all that was offered, realized some of them weren't good, but please give this consideration, some that have grown up. We just did what the doctor said. The doctors include Anthony Fauci, Robert F. Kennedy, wrote a book about him. Chapter 7 is entitled Barbaric and Illegal Experiments on Children. It's horrific. We need to be careful who we trust. You don't want to get this one wrong. This will go on in history. You want to inform people. We should be figuring out how together to get that information out. We should be talking with the folks that are finding problems with this and say, how do we get the information out? It's true. These are 29 things the CDC put out. We didn't make those up. Had the anthrax shot, one of them while I was in the military. Thankfully, I didn't get any more. One of my classmates from the Air Force Academy, class of '87, Another one perished in 9/11. Wrote this book. It just came out. He took 10 years to point out with him and his flight lead that there were problems with the anthrax shot. Who were they fighting? The government and the doctors. They were right. They were pilots. But they're also smart men. You have some smart people giving you some good information. Please take that into account. You should be demanding, how do we make this work? Not how do we not have it work? People are dying. My son was injured. He was in the Navy. He's out now. Immediately injured upon getting the shot. I have family members that are dead. They were fine. I have friends that are dead. They were fine. Others that have gotten some serious side effects. I think if you all think about it very closely, somebody you know had a shot and there's a question there. You've had years of information. We've been talking to you for almost 2 years. I sent you a video of 37 minutes of straight on people falling over on athletic fields, dying or injured from these shots. Nobody wants to watch that. Keep in mind, it took 45 years for the whistleblowers to tell you that tobacco industry was lying to you. 45 years. They knew, and they withheld it from you. Get ahead of this now. It will be a legacy for you. We can overcome spending too much money. There's lots of disagreements there. We can overcome books in libraries, but this is people's health, and these are your constituents, and a lot of those people don't know how to get this information. Please pass it on to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Craig. Victoria Holland.
She's going to speak when the agenda item comes up.
Okay. Adam Rios.
Skateboard design, weird. Adam Rios, 7301 Tangled Ridge Court. Here to just share some information with you on behalf of the skateboard community, who tend to be outsiders, seeking a sense of belonging, but a sense of belonging on our own terms. We take these ideas and these tricks and we contribute back to the community in a way that edifies the community itself. The greater the contribution, the more we express and form our own individuality, which means even more if you somehow feel like an outsider. To begin with, the summation of that is that it gives the kids in this community something that they cannot achieve as individuals. There's a beautiful symmetry here, that the degree to which we connect to a community is in proportion to our individuality. If there is anything I can give you that can transcend what I've gotten from it, in terms of its meaning, of its permanence, is that there is an intrinsic value in creating something just for the sake of creating it. I'm in my 50s, which is kind of pathetically funny, but I still skate, and there's just a beauty of dropping into a community of your own making and seeing it dispersed, and seeing a younger generation take it to new levels, because that is what lives on. Which leads me to why I'm really here today. I am working in connection with Makeshift Skate Company and the Skateboard Foundation of Texas to ask the city to consider starting a summer camp for skateboarders. We are looking to implement a 5-year program that will educate and harness the development and the talent of those who are eager to participate. We're also hoping to create skate clubs through CCISD and its high schools, one of which already exists at Ray High School, and they're allowed to skate there after school. This will allow kids to be a part of something bigger, to be a part of a community outside of the skateboard community, even possibly compete and expand their own sense of belonging. The next phase is about to happen. I'll start bringing statistics and of what it is that these kids are asking for. It was the second highest requested sport that they would like a summer camp to start for, with 12 to 18-year-olds. 6 out of 10 young men were requesting it. 7 out of 10 young women were requesting it. Nothing like this has happened in the city. We have the facilities now to do it. We will share our numbers from what we've put together. We're talking at a cost of less than $10,000, just under it, to start an 8-week program where professionals and other athletes will come in and coach these kids, provide skateboards for these kids, provide helmet and pads for these kids. I love that I grew up playing baseball and soccer in the fields all over Corpus Christi. Now we have all these parks. I'd really like to see the city get behind a city skate camp. And I think we could start it in summer of 2025. Again, I'll be coming with more statistics. I hope the city reaches out to me. We've worked together on quite a few things, and I think this could be the next great one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Rachel Caballero.
Okay, Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock. First of all, not everybody gives their address, so we need some consistency on this dais. Second of all, it feels like freedom seems to be the theme today, so I'm going to go in that regard. We are all fighting these increases that you guys are going to pass through today. We know you don't listen to us, so we're just going to come up here and keep telling the community that you guys say that you support locally owned small businesses. All of these fees do not prove that. They do not prove that. These water rates that you guys are proposing today, all these residents going up. Industry going down. The sheet that I gave you guys are using Peters and the city manager's water company billing system out of San Antonio. $1 million with the potential for up to $4.6 million for a billing system that is broken. Last year, the billing system charged one of my clients for 376 billable days. There are 365 days in the year. I'm not sure if you guys know that. There are 3 times in March where we were billed for 32 days, in July for 33 days, and in October for 35 days. I don't know about y'all, but I've never heard of a 32, 33, or 35 month day. So the billing system is flawed, and I'll wait for you to bring somebody from the water department. That is unprecedented, that you guys bring a city staffer in here to call out a public, it is inappropriate. It is 100% inappropriate to bring out a city staffer when people are airing their grievances and using their First Amendment rights. This is starting to get ridiculous. November cannot get here soon enough. And I'm just trying to let you guys know that this is unacceptable. This is not showing support of local. You can smile and smirk back there all you want, Mr. Pusley. Okay. Throw me kisses. It's inappropriate.
Ms. Caballero,
put him in control. Mayor?
No, ma'am.
Put him in control.
Mr. Risley, go ahead.
So, and here's the other thing. I'm surprised that our restaurants are failing with so much industry here that brings so much economic development.
We're out.
Thank you for your time.
Ms. Caballero. You're out of line, Ms. Caballero.
No, I'm not, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
How?
Mr. Risley?
By addressing a city council member directly.
He is smirking back there.
Addressing the council as a whole, you violated the rules of decorum.
He is smirking back there and making faces like a petulant child. How does one not call that out?
Ms. Caballero.
Now I'm out of time.
You're out of, the rules are the rules, Ms. Caballero. That's all. And both of them.
And Mayor, there's another statement that I believe the city manager would like to correct, statement that was made falsely by Ms. Caballero.
Yeah, thank you, Miles. Yeah, Ms. Caballero said I owned a billing company in San Antonio.
Yeah, no, Ms. Caballero, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Listen, please. There are rules, and we have to abide by them both on this dais and on that side. You're on that side. So let's abide, okay? Your 3 minutes are up. We are letting you know, and we're being cordial about it. We're letting you know, that's it. And they're explaining it to you. So go ahead.
Right, yeah. The statement was made that I, Peter Zanoni, owned a billing company in San Antonio, and I don't. I don't own a billing company anywhere in America or anywhere.
Right, and I also want to explain to the audience, it is absolutely precedented. If you, ma'am, who's shaking your head, you have a question, you say something here, anyone in this room, and it's not clear. If it's not clear, something's not clear to them, it is a courtesy that I say, Chief Markle, Drew Molly, David, our solid waste department, whatever the department is, hey, let's get some clarity, because the last thing we want is for you to walk out of these chambers thinking that Drew Molly made those statements, and he didn't, in fact. Okay, that's not always called for. That's not always called for. But we do. Ms. Campos is very good at making certain that someone gets clarification. So that's our staff. And Ms. Caballero, you are very good at talking about how you pay for that staff, because we all pay. Our tax dollars pay for every staff member. So it is incumbent on us to say, hey, you know what? There's a clarity we need to make. Now, that discussion could go all over the map, but that's okay. But at least there's clarity being brought to the person's issue. So it is not unprecedented. I have done it many, many times, and it's supposed to be done. I feel like it's my job to do that, to make sure you have clarity, or at least you have an explanation on something that you're talking about. Okay, so we're going to move on. Jason Hale. Is Jason Hale here? I know he was here. Okay. Marilena Garza.
Marilena Garza, 702 Furman Avenue. I'd like to first start my comment with a moment of silence for my friend William. He was 33 years old. He was the gentleman that was brutally killed on Agnes, so I'd like to take a moment of silence for him. Okay, so I'm going to hope that the roping off of the Crosstown Expressway was just poor timing and not retaliation to my comments to you and the news. The Crosstown Expressway, if you guys don't know, has been sectioned off. I'm hoping it's for the regular maintenance and cleaning, and trusting you guys in good faith, but nobody can use it. I regularly sit underneath that Crosstown Expressway and eat meals there. I have a lot of history when it comes to the Galvan Ballroom. My grandfather, who's a Tejano roots legend, often went to go buy instruments there, so my grandfather is gone. I like to sit there and reminisce that my grandfather was there playing at one time, and you've taken that away from me. Are y'all really supporting service providers? I have a bunch of service providers hitting me up, private citizens hitting me up saying they can't find people. Where do we go? Unfortunately, the Crosstown Expressway is one of our logistical points, and you took that away from us. And because of that, people are not congregating, and that's how things like William happen. Mr. Hernandez, I wish you would just wait until I'm done with my public comment, but the 11th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that feeding the homeless is a protected right here in America, but instead we are...
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Ms. Garza. Mr. Risley.
There was another violation of the rules in addressing Councilman Hernandez directly. The council as a whole should be directed in accordance with the rules.
I should be able to make my public comments here without any kind of distraction, or council members already, having their flashing light. Now my comment has been interrupted, and I request that I get to start over again.
That's not a remedy.
All right. right, well anyways, we're entertaining a circus by the CDF members trying to take over the city library. They want to put stuff in this policy agreement. You know, they're fear-mongering with the COVID vaccine. They're trying to put things like actual and simulated sexual intercourse, including genital, oral, anal, or oral anal, whether between persons of the same or opposite sex, masturbation, ejaculation, or orgasm. They're trying to put those kinds of words in there while removing words like democracy and freedom. And the three councilmen that you have pointed out, they're the people that are behind that kind of stuff. So you'll support that kind of stuff. You support sweeping people. You support these COVID deniers, these COVID fearmongers, and you're allowing them to fearmonger into the library. What kind of circus is this? Do I have clowns as councilman? I don't think so. I voted for some of you guys, and you guys just continue to ignore the people here and catering to private interest groups that have a dangerous agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. Tina Butler.
Want to interrupt me?
Okay, Ms. Garza. Ms. Garza.
Mayor, I just wanted a statement of fact.
What? Your statement of fact, Mr.
I don't believe it was us that closed off that area underneath the 286. I think that is TxDOT. So I just want to make sure it wasn't us. And I apologize. I didn't think my light would affect your comment. I apologize for that. It was simply just to say it's not us, that we didn't do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. Tina Butler.
Good afternoon. My name is Tina Butler. I live at 1450 Cambridge Drive. I'm a taxpaying citizen, been here all my life. I am in here today in opposition to the changes being made to the Corpus Christi Public Library Collection Development Policy, proposed revisions. Last week was my first time attending the Library Board actual meeting. And being a person in higher ed for over 35 years, I was an advisor of our Student Government Association and on several state organizations, as well as boards throughout Austin. Robert Rules of Order is one of my things that I make sure that I pay attention to. That meeting right there, I don't know what was going on, but Robert Rules of Order, which is part of the Open Meetings Act, was not being followed. Just to say that. As a taxpayer, I believe that no other group has the authority to come and put their personal belief on me, my family, or the public when it comes to public library. Being in higher ed, one of the things that we've been encountering is Senate Bill 17, which is taking DEI out of colleges and universities. So I'm here regarding the removal of the language about DEI, as well as them trying to insert or delete actually the word democracy. DEI is important for a number of reasons. One is a fair environment, it's beneficial, it's company culture, it provides new perspectives, it's a better decision making, and it includes everyone. And I mean everyone. That is one of the reasons why most of them have DEI. So to delete or propose to delete DEI, I think is ludicrous. The original text in the policy state that it does not operate in place of the parent, which is perfect. So for someone or some group to come in and try to put these language in to act in place of me and what I want my child or my grandchild or the public to view, is also ludicrous. It struck out the information about American Library Association Bill of Rights, and part of that Bill of Rights is the freedom to read and the freedom to view. They talk about freedom here. You want to insert the First Amendment of the Constitution, but you want to strike out democracy, and you want to strike out the freedom to read and the freedom to view. There were steps in place, as I said before, regarding the complaint process, contesting books and things of that nature. If it ain't broken, then don't fix it, you know? There was nothing wrong with it in the beginning, and as I heard someone say, it's coming up again in August in 2025. So again, as a taxpayer, I don't think that anyone should come and be able to tell me what I can and cannot read. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. And I believe that I'm sorry, we have some more in person. These are non-residents. Cecilia Castellano? Is Cecilia Castellano with us? No? Okay. Tisha Jones?
My name is Tisha Jones, 343 Anthony. I'm here just to say that the well-meaning doctors in Corpus Christi have failed us. This is why I'm in support of CDF's efforts. This is why I actually withdrew my kids from the Corpus Christi School District. Do you guys remember putting the vaccination clinics on the school district? I mean, it was oh gosh, it just is really infuriating to me because my daughter now has an autoimmune disease. Her and her husband have miscarried. I have an 18-year-old graduate that died from a heart attack. And these are all Corpus Christi residents. I have a 14-year-old, one of my kids' 14-year-old friends. He now has myocarditis. He was running track with my twins. I have a set of twin boys, and he was running track with my twins, and guess what? He's got a problem. And all of these, I just urge you to please be on the right side of history, because it took a while for Nuremberg to take effect, but they were all held to account. So I just urge you to please help us, because the doctors failed us. Have a great day, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Cherie Garcia?
Hello, Cherie Garcia, 928 West Alice Avenue, Kingsville, Texas. In June of 2021, my father and his cousin both got a COVID vaccine. They were uninformed, and I was informed. His cousin died 2 days of acute stage 4 lymphoma cancer. My father was diagnosed a month later with lymphoma. He's still dealing with issues since then. Close friend of ours, he's 32. He is now waiting for a heart transplant after taking the shot. It's not about fear. I think people should have a right to take a shot, but they should be informed of the consequences. We already know what the benefit is. It's supposed to stop COVID, but it didn't. So we don't need to put that in paperwork. We can always change wording, but people need to be informed. And that's all I have to say. Thank you. And I pray wisdom cries out and you guys listen today. Have a great day, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. The next 3 people are on WebEx.
That's correct, Mayor. We have Carrie Orrell. Oh, excuse me. Hello. Mayor, my understanding is Catherine Barnes is on WebEx. The other individuals on the list are not anymore. So I'd like to call Catherine Barnes, please.
This is Catherine Barnes, 520 South Chaparral, Corpus Christi, Texas, 78401, District 1. I support the ordinance that Corpus Christi citizens must be fully informed before given any vaccines, including the COVID-19 mRNA injection. There are 29 adverse effects which are life-changing, have caused debilitating illness and diseases caused by the injection. This list comes from the CDC's own vaccine adverse effect reporting system for the COVID-19 injections. Only 2 of those adverse effects are listed on the CDC's VIS. The CDC's VIS is woefully inadequate for providing patients with informed consent and associated risks. The residents of Corpus Christi, frankly, deserve better. Our health department only lists 2 of these adverse effects on their current form and downplay the life-threatening risks. The residents of Corpus Christi deserve better. Texas Supreme Court law states that patients must be informed of the risks before they can accept a vaccine. I recommend replacing the city's consent form and use the CDC's own data from the list of adverse effects. Please vote in favor of the ordinance for Corpus Christi citizens to be fully informed before giving any vaccines, including the COVID-19 mRNA injections. Thank you all very much and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Mayor, that concludes the public comment period.
Maggie Peacock is not on?
No, ma'am, she is not.
Okay. Okay, great. So So we are going to break, it's 1:46, we're going to break for lunch, and I do not believe we have...
No, ma'am, we don't have
We
an
do not, right?
executive session.
Okay, we do not have an executive session, so we're going to break for lunch and we'll reconvene in about an hour. Thank you. Okay, we are back in session. We're going to reconvene our meeting and start with section item I. It's the second reading of budget-related items number 3 through 14. So we have item number 3, ordinance adopting the Corpus Christi operating budget for fiscal year 24-25.
Mayor, I move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
We have a second. I'm going to go ahead and open. Is there any public comment? Any public comment for item number 3? Okay, there being none. Councilman Pusley.
Okay. Peter, we had talked about the travel budget for the city council.
Yes, sir, Councilman.
And can you bring me up to date on where we are on that?
I sure can. So in the current year, in FY24, each council member has $10,000 for travel. And we have seen through this year that that's probably too high of a budget. Most council members haven't used that amount. So working with Rebecca in the proposed budget, the new travel budget recommended is $3,600 per council member. So about two-thirds less than what currently is in the budget. So it goes from $10,000 per council member to $3,600. And then Rebecca recommended, and we agreed, that in addition to that, times 9, there's a small reserve of $15,000 in case any one or several of the council members might take an extra business-related trip that they could apply to that $15,000 reserve for additional revenue. What's that?
It's 8 council members, correct? The mayor.
Okay, I'm sorry. 8 council members could apply to that reserve in case they do more business than maybe another council member.
And the mayor's travel budget is treated separately?
I think it's the same amount Eddie was saying. He's on his way here. The travel budget, Heather, I'm not sure if you're familiar. The mayor's, it's a different. The mayor does have a separate budget, but I think it's the same amount, the $3,600.
I think it is. I'd have to check, but I don't really use it that much.
So, yeah.
Well, it was $3,500 or $3,600 when I first came to council in 2020.
You're correct, $3,600.
And I know, and I remember Rebecca giving us a 3-ring notebook that had instructions on how you use that and the things you could use it for. And I know there's a few other things besides travel that you can use it for. They're appropriate, but I still think $3,600 per council member, or $3,500, whatever it is too much.
Yeah.
I absolutely do. And it's just, council members are not required to get CE credits. And if there's some special event like support of the Armed Services Committee or something of that nature, I think it's okay to have a general fund of $15,000 or so that you can, you're not obviously going to send the whole council, but so I'm going to make an amendment to the budget vote that we reduce that travel budget to $1,000 per council member.
Okay, so what, if more is needed for a council member?
Well, you still have the $15,000, isn't that what you said?
Yes, sir. Yeah, there's a $15,000 reserve for travel.
But we haven't, no one's shown any evidence that we've ever used that.
Some of the council members who do a little more travel for the city.
Well, I'm going to talk about,
not the international travel. Yeah, I'm talking about local. Like the TML, as an example, is going.
But that's typically the mayor.
No, well, this
council members go.
Yeah, most council members this time is
drive to Austin. That's going to take $3,500.
No, TML, and then this. If you look at this past year, there was some trips taken for city business to do best practice reviews. So Carlsbad, California, a few council members went there with some of the city staff members. So the travel budgets were used in that case. So it's not consistent. I mean, another one is Oklahoma City when we went to tour their convention center. That came out of the council members' travel budgets. So it's not prescribed a plan necessarily. We don't know exactly when we're going to travel. But any big project that the city's working on, we encourage council members to go see, another city and so if the money's not used, Councilman, it does revert back to the general fund. It can't be used for other things. In fact, some of the council members this year asked, can I use my savings in the travel budget for other purposes? And the answer is no, because it's just for travel. So if you don't use it, then it stays in the general fund. And,
yeah, but we still have to fund it.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
So, and what about the Sister City program?
So the Sister City program has a $20,000 budget, and that's a general fund allocation that's still in the budget for FY25. We recommended in this budget that it be transferred from the Intergovernmental Relations Department to the city secretary. And working with Rebecca, she was agreeable to take on that responsibility. There's an option later on, or at some point, if the council wants to exercise it, to move the entire operation to the Greater Chamber. They've agreed conceptually to oversee that program. So, but right now for fiscal year 25, the
but
money.
I don't see that. What difference it makes moving it from intergovernmental to Rebecca's office is still the same program.
You're correct. It's still the same program and still funded at $20,000.
Yeah. And again, I don't see the need in that. I don't see what the purpose is, other than for, I'm going to say it like it is, council members to go on vacations over in other countries at taxpayer expense. I just don't understand why we're doing that. If it's, we're not involved in world peace, and it doesn't, I haven't seen any evidence that we have utilized that for increasing business or commerce or anything. It's just a trip. And so the taxpayers fund, and I just don't see, so you've got the travel budget on top of going to that, and I just don't see the purpose.
Right.
We got a couple of lights on. Let's hear from council members
Okay,
regarding
well, I reserve my right to rebut.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, I would normally agree with that. However, since this is a legislative year, I know we make multiple trips up to Austin. Sometimes you stay, sometimes you don't. It just depends on what's happening. I think for legislative years, we should keep that fund in place in case we do need to go and advocate for ourselves as a city or community. In non-legislative years, maybe we can look at reducing that to a lower amount.
Yeah, and Mayor, if you don't mind, if either Eddie or Heather, the travel budget is not only for airfare, or does it also include things like lodging?
Yes.
Right, so it's lodging. If there's a conference, does it include conference dues, registration?
I think they play
Yes, okay, so it's not just trip travel. It includes transportation. That could be mileage, flights, but it also includes hotel and any type of conference, registration fee. So $1,000 could go pretty quick just on one trip. It's probably not even enough based on travel rates and that type of thing, and lodging, so. But it's up to the council. I mean, 3,600 councilmen was the budget from FY23. So in FY23, it was 3,600. At the request of several council members, we increased it in the current year budget to that 10,000. And then when we saw the year go by, it was probably a little too high. So Rebecca recommended going back down to the 3,600 level, but having a 15,000 reserve in case there's a trip or two additional that a council member or members might take.
Okay, Councilman Barrera.
Eddie, thank you.
Yes, Councilman, I understand your reservations. I would state that I think every year I've pretty much almost blown my budget. One of the reasons, and particularly during the legislative session, as a former PAC chair for the state of Texas for a trade association, I have relationships other than our local delegation, of which city staff has requested that I come along because I may have relationships either in other communities, whether they be in the Valley or Dallas or in Austin, that from some of those lawmakers. So that's one where I have, and I think sometimes when I get close to my budget, I've never, up until recently, asked for per diem. And sometimes I didn't ask for mileage because I was trying to be cognizant of the budget. And I was the one that recommended to go ahead and reduce it. When I said we needed to increase it, I didn't think we needed to increase it to 10,000. I think we went way overboard there. And that's when I suggested that we have a pool. And then it was asked of me to attend to tour the facility in Oklahoma. And because when I was told, I said, I don't have any more money in my budget. And so that was calculated at that time. So, and I admit, as I tell my wife often, yes, I do have fun at these events. But, you know, just like anything, being in sales, it's for the purpose of business. So I get the consternation. I understand. I think there's just sometimes that we need to be conscientious, and I think that's a thing. And I also went to Paris, or France, I should say, Agen, and what is it? As I think I saw somebody from the media here that posted on as an article. What is it? That was somewhat embellished, but anyway. When there was a particular evening where it just happened to be that the European Cup was there that same weekend. So the evening at the airport Marriott was like $1,200. I didn't expense that at all. I went ahead and paid for that out of my pocket. So I agree. And this was right after the pandemic. Mayor couldn't attend. In fact, she had contracted she had tested positive shortly before that. So, at the time, I just felt it pertinent. But I get you. I just wanted to point out that information. That's all. Yeah. Not trying to create any whatever.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. As one of those persons that did take advantage of going to the Oklahoma City for the what was it?
The convention center tour. The convention center.
The convention center tour. I found it very educational to go. As a matter of fact, that's how I ended up, supporting the first bond, packet, just so that I could see what other cities were doing with their how they had used their tax dollars and very successfully. So and then the Agen trip, as far as Sister City, I didn't use a lot of my money, my travel money, and I was trying to see, or my other budget money, and I was trying to see if I could transfer it over to the Sister City, because I do believe in that program. I do believe that it does promote peace. That's why it was created. It's not always about money, just like the libraries and the police department and fire department and all these other departments that the city oversees. It's not always about making money, okay? It's about using the money wisely. And so I am grateful that Rebecca is going to be able to oversee that Sister City program, because I think it's something that most cities see value. Most, just progressive cities see value in Sister Cities programs. Again, back to travel, and before I came into council, I was also kind of astonished that two positions, even though I do appreciate the two positions, the liaisons that the council members have. I don't know how much that budget is. What is it, 100,000?
It's probably 120,000 or so.
120,000. Here we are, talking about maybe 28,000 for all of us. So I was just calculating the 3,600 times 8. So for me, if there was something that we needed to change, or it would be probably those two. I know maybe my other council members may not agree, because they do most of them have full-time jobs. I am a organizer, and part of what I do is just that, is I go and go out into the public, so I don't have that kind of demanding job that maybe some of my other council members do. The point is that we all have varying kinds of interests, and I still believe that the Sister City and the $3,600 that we have now is just fair. Fair for this council, because I don't have a lot of money. I really don't. And people like myself that are, basically on Social Security don't have the extra kind of expenses, monies to go out and see how other cities are are operating or what ideas they have. It's good to have exchange of ideas. I also got to go to the TML, which was wonderful. I got to experience a lot of conferences that I would not have normally have been exposed to. So again, I think travel is valued, and we should be taking advantage of that. So anyway, I would not support this at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gumpels. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And Councilman, I sincerely appreciate the things that, and I know you've gone up and testified on the city's behalf during the legislative session, and to Councilman Hernandez's comment, I know this is a legislative year, and I know those things are important. But as far as the trip to Oklahoma, part of my problem with all of this is the process. The Oklahoma trip was circulated to everybody on this dais. We were all invited. The trips overseas, there was no formal invitation to anybody to do that, and so I don't even to this day understand exactly how that process works. So it's like I said last week, Peter. We keep telling people in government that we're cutting your taxes, and at the same time, we don't tell them that we're going to increase all their fees and that we're going to increase their valuations on their property. And it's these things like this that government gets involved in, and no matter how wonderful it looks on the surface, doing these great things is good, but at some point we have to draw a line in the sand and say, this is not a government function. This is not what we are constitutionally supposed to be here doing. And it sounds like, well, and the councilwoman mentions, well, it's just a small amount of money. Well, you do 15 or 20 of those small amount of monies, and now you're talking about real money. So anyway, I obviously am the only one on this council who feels this way, but I just think that we've got to draw a line in the sand at some point and say, you know what, we're hearing what we need to hear what people are saying out there. We need to be cognizant of the fact that people our economy is in a tough situation right now, and we need to be cognizant of that. And so I don't mind us having a central budget of 15,000 or 20,000, whatever we think the number is. If we have to have a council member like Councilman Barrera or whichever council person wants to go up and testify on behalf of this city with respect to legislative issues that will impact this city, those are perfectly logical things to do. But just to go over to France or to Rome or to wherever in the name of world peace, I just don't get that. I'm sorry, I just don't. If we were going over there to hustle business or to go over to convince some company to move over here and build a factory or whatever it is, I could understand that. Yeah. But anyway, I'm done.
Okay, Councilman, did you turn your light on? No, Councilman Klein, did you turn your light?
Yeah, I turned it back on.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mayor. So I'm going to parse things just a little bit. I think there's two different issues here. One is the individual travel budget for council members, and the cheapskate in me says that we should reduce it down to $1,000 for council members. I'm willing to get behind that, but I really strongly support the Sister Cities program. I really think that has benefits to our community here and to the other communities as well that we're sister or partnered with as well. Some of those are financial, some of those are cultural instead. I think it gives a chance for high school students to see a different part of the world, even if only for just a couple of weeks before coming back once again as well. The mayor's office, I guess back in May it was, the mayor's office informed me that the mayor's not going to be able to attend the events over in Ajan back in late May, early June. So they asked me to lead the delegation over there, and I agreed to do that because I really support the program. I want that to continue the exchange program between us and the city in France to continue, and really hopefully maybe to expand as well. We're looking at some possibilities in education, higher education, but also in the K-12 system as well, or there could be some additional connections there also. I decided to fund that out of my own pocket, my trip over there and back once again as well. And as I said, I think it really does provide benefits. There were ideas that conversations we had over there that helped to have informed what we're doing here on the council, what I'm doing on the council now since then as well. Ideas we hopefully can maybe kind of learn from each other. They plan to come here. The folks from Ajan, the delegation from Ajan plans to come here. I believe they're still looking at Buck Days next year, late April, early May. I think that could be very productive for us as well. Perhaps even financially, certainly culturally, a good exchange as well. So I certainly support the Sister Cities program very strongly. I would be in favor of reducing individual council members' travel budget down to $1,000. I know that might put a strain on those who are going up to Austin. I don't know. I've been lobbying in Austin for 15 years on behalf of faculty issues, and I do it always on my own dime. I've never asked for anybody else to pay for that for me. And so I think that certainly is doable. But anyway, that's all I have. Thanks.
Councilman Hunter.
I was just going to say I'm willing to second it, but you haven't made a motion yet.
Yeah, I did. I made an amendment to the budget to reduce the travel budget. That's
so there is a motion to amend on the table?
He had one to reduce the budget to $1,000,
Second.
the travel budget.
Councilwoman Campos, did you have another comment? Because we still have Councilman Barrera. Oh, sorry.
Okay, well, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilman Klein, only to reiterate what the other part of the sister city is for, which is the actual exchange of students, you know. How could I have missed that? But thank you, Councilman Klein. But again, back to the travel and for the members that are in this council. Right now, I'm on the minority as far as, you know, I would say, you know, most of them have real full-time jobs. I do not, okay? And it also disqualifies or discriminates against people like myself that don't have a lot of means, that still want to provide some kind of different perspective. And, you know, I'm the only one here that is actually, you know, not full-time, working full-time, I don't think. And I can say that I think we need to have just different perspectives. And I think I'm still talking, Councilman. But anyway, I just want to make sure that the people know that if we were to reduce it to $1,000, let me tell you what it costs to go to Agen. $1,500. The rest was paid by the city of Agen. They provided the food, the lodging. They were very, very generous. So it wasn't, you know, like thousands of dollars. So I'm just saying it wasn't that much. And you know, Councilman Klein, he ended up paying on his own because he didn't, you know, want to accept the money from the city. I, on the other end, had no other choice. But the reason that I also wanted to say, how do you get on this trip is the mayor, you know, you were asked to go, and like Councilman Klein said, you weren't able to go. While we were talking, I said, well, if anybody wants, you know, anybody else backs down, I'll be glad to step in. And that's how it happened. So just wanted to provide some history there, that it wasn't just because it was me. I just happened to just say, hey, if there's somebody that's not able to go, I'll be happy to go. But again, I think it would be a disservice to other people that are coming into the council, not having that option to be able to educate themselves and travel. So I hope they'll consider that.
Thank you, Ms. Campos. Councilman Barrera.
Eddie, how much, it's not just for travel also, it's used for business cards, like
yeah, I have a
logo shirt.
I can read the policy.
Yeah.
So there's the council policy number 2, and it outlines what the travel budget can be used for. So in addition to travel registrations, some of the things that we've mentioned, it can also be used for luncheon, banquet, or similar type ticket charges where the council members will be representing the city, subscriptions to periodicals, individual memberships due to associations or leagues that will benefit the member in the conduct of city business, and other business-related meeting expenses. So business cards is something that we've charged before. Council members have charged just various things. So it's not just a travel account, it's also for business expenses.
And I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to eliminating it. I think you just put it in every department of where they need somebody. You know, if, you know, the city manager, whatever, I mean, I think maybe that's what we look at in the future if there's consternation regarding it. I mean, you know, Councilmember Campos, you almost making the argument for individuals or public officials that can't afford to provide legal representation with regard to if there was a statement with regard to the I mean, if there was with the Ethics Commission issue that we came up with. So I mean, I just know that there's expenses that need to be covered, and I think the TML, the rooms are like $300 an evening, and what is it? And in addition, the conference registration is $1,200.
I don't remember that off. I don't think it's that much. It's like, but maybe several hundred. 600. Yeah, several hundred.
I mean, you know, there's needs for people to educate. I mean, when I was on the RTA board, of course, this was 2 decades ago. What is it? It was $1,000 then, and then when I became chair, we changed it to $3,500, and you know, and like I said, I just feel that it's important that, number one, new council members have the opportunity to be educated. If they would rather pay for it on their own, they have that right. Dare I say I agree with Councilmember Campos, just like what is it? That sometimes that, as I indicated too on the legal representation, it shouldn't be in a position just for the affluent. And I think if we put the money into the budget for legislative support, then that's another thing to consider for next year. I mean, I know we're right there, so I get it. I just think there are some needs.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm sorry, Mayor. TML registration is $400.
$400.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so Councilman, but I think you're just saying keep the reserve fund, so to speak, for travel, or we keep saying TML because that's kind of a more popular one. But are you saying to continue, just do away with the $3,600 per person and just keep the fund as a whole?
Yeah, I think it's more appropriate for us to carry a fund of travel for the whole council.
Right.
And to address Councilwoman Campos's comment about not having the money of her own, I understand that. I'm not doing this because I'm trying to keep somebody from traveling who doesn't have the money to do that travel. If there is a reason for a council member to go, and I don't care which council member it is, or if it's the whole council, if we have a fund set up for travel, then we ought to be able to use it for doing that. But my problem has been, we haven't, in the past, since I've only been here 4 years, almost 4 years, that shows me, other than these trips overseas and to Austin occasionally, I don't see where we're using the money. I mean, I've not used one red dime of that travel budget. Now, I didn't get to go to the Oklahoma trip, and I didn't go to the trip in California to look at the desal plants, but I thought both of those were very worthwhile. And so, and should have been paid for by the city.
Right. And Councilman, another trip is the annual advocacy trip to Washington, D.C. that's sponsored by the Chamber.
And I mentioned that, whether it's for the military task force or, whatever those things are, I realize those are important. We need to do those.
Yeah, but essentially you're saying make it whoever needs to go somewhere, you would come to, I don't know, whoever, and say, okay, I want to go to TML. And so you would take from the fund as opposed to, the $3,600 per person.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah, you could. I would
understand
increase it
my
from
second.
15,000
That's what he's
to something
talking
I'm
different.
not doing that.
Okay, pardon?
If I would recommend if you did that route of not having 8 individual budgets, that you would increase the 15,000 to something a little higher. Because if 3 of you went to DC for the advocacy trip, which we need you to go to,
Right.
15,000 won't be enough for, for airfare, hotel stay, plus a TML trip,
I thought
Okay.
we were doing 1,000, reducing the 3,600 to 1,000, and then we were keeping the same 15,000.
That's what my motion.
Okay.
Okay, it was 1,000.
Then that is what I said.
But are you able to use the 15 if you need
Yeah,
it?
that's
Yeah.
what it's supposed to be for, is any
Right.
member of the council
you
that has
still
to
use-
travel, if their $1,000 doesn't cover it, they can use
You use part of the
part of the
15.
15,000.
Right.
2,600
Yeah,
won't
so-
be budgeted. It'll be
Right.
Mayor, I still have can I just ask a question about how much money have we actually spent? Can you answer that?
I have to look for each individual.
I mean, because, no, as a whole, how much have we actually spent? on
Including the mayor, or just the council members?
Including the
have
mayor,
it.
let's see, what is that
Just do the
budget?
8, just, Rebecca, do you have the 8, just the 8?
I can look it up and let you know
Okay.
shortly.
Because it can't be,
We don't really know. I mean, we don't know
Why
right
would
how
you not
much.
include all 9? Why would you just do 8? That's, what? Yes, everybody. Because I know mine's 0, I know Pusley.
She's saying because mine,
Yeah, the mayor's is a different
answering
budget.
Why would we have that as an answer? That's ridiculous.
no, I'm going to answer that for you. And you,
This is separate, and Rebecca watches over the 8 of us, yes.
no, because it's a separate budget. The mayor's office is a separate budget. Is that right? The mayor, I mean, is that why you're saying that?
So
Yeah.
why would we not include the mayor's separate travel budget?
Because it doesn't, I mean, you
When we're
can,
referring to everybody on this item.
because it doesn't, if mine doesn't affect what we're talking about, then it wouldn't be fair to include that, because it would be less for what you're talking about as a whole. In other words, my budget is completely separate, isn't it, Rebecca?
It is separate.
Okay, so I don't have a problem with you knowing what that is, but I don't know that you would include it in this particular.
In my opinion, I think that we would need it,
Sure.
all 9.
Okay.
We're all a team.
well,
Yeah, that's fine. But the problem is we're voting on this item.
I know.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
So we have an amended motion, an amendment to the motion. And that is, Councilman Pusley, to bring down the fund from $3,600 per person to $1,000. But we still have the $15,000 reserves for that travel fund.
Yes, that's my motion.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Did you have something, Councilman Roy?
No, I just want to vote.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
This is just on the amendment.
Right. Okay, the motion passes 7-2.
And Mayor, before we move on to the final vote that Councilman Barrera made to pass, I have a couple other questions if I can. Is that appropriate?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sorry. I was asked to provide the total that the council has spent, right?
Yes.
The council members, because that's what I have.
Right.
And it's $12,745
That's in what time frame?
for this fiscal year.
$12,745.
Okay, and we approve, right now, the motion was 9 plus the 24,000, so it seems like you might have enough. We have double the amount of budget compared to the actual expenditures, so it should be good, yeah.
Okay,
Okay, thank you,
Councilman
Rebecca.
Presley.
Good information.
yeah, thank you, Rebecca.
Huh?
Come get your budget, council.
Yeah.
That's right.
Councilman, you had
Pusley's cutting
some,
all our stuff before he leaves.
Okay, Peter, I want to go to page 7 of the handout that just was given to us, which is our annual operating budget. And I want to go to page 7, I'm sorry, and talk about the fund balances just for a moment, please.
Okay.
The first column there, you show the fiscal year 2024 projected ending fund balance. So let me make sure, Eddie, I'm clear on this. Is that this past year's budget, or is this the amount for the new budget we're voting on today?
No, that's this year, 24.
So, okay.
That's an estimate of what we expect the fund balance to be at year end of it.
Okay.
9/30/24.
And I did the math myself. That 2024 would add up to about $189 million if you total all those numbers up, correct?
Okay.
Okay. So what is the total projected for fiscal year 2025 ending fund balance?
Well, this is only a select few. It's not every fund, but
Not every what?
this is not every fund here on page 7. It's the major funds, the areas where we're.
So this doesn't reflect all of our fund balances we're carrying?
I don't have it on this sheet, no.
These are only the ones that changed. I'd ask for the ones that changed as a part of this budget.
Okay.
That we were using.
Okay. Well, that's even worse. I thought this included all of our fund balances.
Yeah, at the end of fiscal year 25, we expect all fund, 354 million.
You're not talking to Mike, Eddie, I can't hear you.
At the end of fiscal year 25,
Right.
this coming year, we expect the fund balance to be 354 million for all funds.
All funds, 354 million.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how much of that are we going to use to offset expenses in the budget? So is that going to be after?
That's after we use 78 million.
Okay, what are we required to carry?
The general fund has 20%, about, what's that number, Eddie? 70 million?
67 million.
And then all the other funds have other 25% reserves for the enterprise funds, Eddie, right? A couple of them?
I don't have the exact number, but yeah, all the enterprise are 25%.
Okay, well, I'm headed in the same direction I've always headed since I got here, is how much excess fund balance are we carrying in our budget? Total.
Eddie's going to get numbers, Councilman, but I would say 78 million less. And so what's left in these funds is pretty much the amount required by council policy for reserves. So it's either the 25% or the 20%.
Okay.
And there's very little left. We've really utilized this 78 million. You can see on this slide here, slide 7,
okay.
For production, meaning for services or, in this case, mostly one-time expenditures.
Okay.
Remember, in the equipment replacement alone, we got like 40 million because we're building up a fund balance to get away from any kind of fund, borrowing money to purchase equipment eventually.
Okay, so we're using those fund balances to make one-time purchases of equipment instead of budgeting for those?
We would use that fund to make equipment purchases instead of borrowing money to buy things.
Instead of a line item in the budget.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, we put the slide up here, Councilman. So the explanation on the right, the far right, capital outlay of things like vehicles, equipment. You can see we're using money to do streets from fund balance. We have additional contributions to employees for healthcare savings accounts. So Councilman Suckley asked for this report, which was, are we using fund balances for any recurring expenditures? And I think there were just 1 or 2 areas where that was happening, in the SHOT fund in particular, kind of midway through. But we'll have to assess that operation as we go into next year's budget, is paying for lifeguards.
Okay.
So we'll have to scale back on some of the other expenditures in there to pay for the recurring. The thing with fund balances, they're one-time in nature, so you don't want to use them for recurring expenditures like police officers and librarians, that type of thing.
I understand that.
Yeah. But we did, based on your challenge and the council's direction, to look at not carrying excessive fund balances. That's why this year we have that 1, 2, 3, the fourth column from the left, we're using $78 million almost in fund balances. And as we've gone through all the funds this summer to prepare the budget, there's really very little left in the fund balance except for the city council policy reserve for, carrying some funds in case something happens with revenues or an unforeseen situation.
Okay. All right. And then I wanted to ask about the amount of money that we are, if you look at the tax rate that we're going to, or that we have, was proposed last meeting, the 0.599774, which is a 6.03 increase, would generate 170, a little over $170 million in tax revenue. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Okay.
About 103 million general.
60 million of that is going to be utilized for INS, our house payment, and then we're going to move 110 million of that over to the general fund for maintenance and operation, and then about almost $11 million to the street fund, which is about the same as the $5 and whatever it was.
4 cents, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then there was an amount that we were going to transfer over, and Heather, maybe you can help, to the tax reinvestment zones. And I'm sorry, I left my page at home.
252,000 was for the TERSs. All the TERSs is 252,000 approximately.
I thought it was higher than that.
Yeah, there's seven. So out of the amount, the $110 million under the maintenance and operations, we allocate $10.9 million of that to streets. It gets transferred over to the streets,
right.
And then $7.1 million is for the tax for the TERS funds.
Okay. So that's how much we're funding over and above what the tax reinvestment zones.
Not over and above. That is the amounts that are being, because technically that the money quote comes into the general fund and then we transfer it out
over
to the tax increment financing zones.
Okay.
Or not actually comes into the general fund. It's part of that M&O, part of the tax rate, and then it gets dedicated to the tax increment financing zone as revenue.
All right. And so what we are adopting, or what we proposed to do last week, was to adopt our current tax rate of the 0.599. The no new revenue rate is 0.565672, which is a, if you do the math on that, it's a little over 3 cents above the no new revenue rate. So Eddie, explain to all of us what the voter-approved tax rate, which is 0.621255.
So the voter approval rate is the debt service portion, and it's the plus the maintenance and operation portion increased by 3.5%. So that per the truth in taxation calculation, the maintenance and operation side of the tax rate can only increase by 3.5%. And so that.
So if we chose to, we could go to the voter approved rate.
Yes.
Of 0.62, but we have chosen not to do that.
Exactly. What the budget was built off of was maintaining the same tax rate that was approved in fiscal year 24, which is the 0.599774.
Okay.
So yes.
Okay. All right, well, I just wanted to make sure that we were doing what we had said we were going to do with respect to the fund balance accounts.
I mean, last year we didn't do that, so we're using 78 million, which is a lot. We're a little worried about it, but we're going to monitor the budget like we do every month.
Yeah.
And we're going to present to City Council quarterly reports, and so we'll advise if things aren't looking good. As you said, the economy is not looking the best.
Yep.
And that can have an impact on things like sales tax revenue, people paying their property tax payments on time. So if revenues don't come in, then we can't run the business. So and with less in the fund balance, that means we have to be even more mindful of on a monthly basis about how our revenues are looking and expenditures. so we can stay within our budgeted means.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, and I had asked at our last meeting, Peter, I had made a point of, for example, our capital improvement budget, our capital budget for this year is
right.
A little over $1 billion.
That's correct.
But we're not going to spend $1 billion next year.
We're going to develop a new, in fact, we're working on it now, but a new way of presenting that to the public. That was a great breakthrough from last week. So we're going to show a couple of different iterations of a number. We're not going to spend $1 billion. We're going to say of that amount, how much would be encumbered, and then how much would actually be spent, and then how much debt will issue for that expenditure. So there's several kind of variations that we need to start talking when we talk to you and the community about this capital improvement plan, because you're right, the community may think we're spending $1 billion.
Well, they do think. I mean, when we go around telling everybody we have a $1.8 billion budget, they think we're going to spend $1.8 billion next year.
That's why we're already working on that. Right. That's why we're working on a different way of presenting that. We don't have it today, but we will. Before
when
you
will
leave.
you have that?
Before you leave. When are you leaving?
Today? Before I leave? It depends on what you mean by leave.
We'll have it probably by November, December timeframe, maybe November.
Okay.
Because we want to make sure it's a good model to use. I don't think cities, I know the city I worked in before, we didn't do that, but it would be good to have that tool to help to interpret what does this budget mean anyway.
Well, I would highly recommend for the benefit of the people who have chosen to stay here, or attempt to stay here, that you get that done before November.
Okay.
Because it's very important for people to understand.
Okay. Well, probably, I think we can do it before. And we're already beginning to work on it. So probably October then, before the November election. So for the new bond program, it'll help with that as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm done right now.
Very good. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Eddie, I just want to make sure that the fund balances per our policy are based on the revenues that are coming in or the expenditures?
Expenditures.
So that would necessarily give you a higher number on your balance.
We voted on the amendment, but we haven't voted on it.
You understand what I'm asking?
Expenditures without one time.
Okay, no. What I'm asking is that the 20%, the 17 to 20% requirement on the general fund, is that based on our revenues, a percentage of our revenues, or a percentage of our expenditures?
Expenditures.
So our expenditures exceed our revenues by several $1 million.
Which we don't, all that $7 million below the line, we don't include that.
That's one-time spending.
Okay, I understand that, but you're basing that percentage on the expenditure, so it gives you a requirement for a higher, well, okay. You answered my question. Okay, so you have a general fund balance of 20%, but our policy is 17 to 20%. So you do have a little bit of a cushion there if you need be, about $10 million.
Okay, yeah, you're probably right. I haven't run the numbers, but there's a little bit.
Nope,
right?
I am right.
Yeah, okay. We haven't run the numbers, but yeah.
Okay, so there is a little bit of a cushion there and still be within policy in order to maintain that fund balance. So you have kind of I won't call it a slush fund. I'll call it just a balance, an excess. You have some play here in terms of what you can do with that fund.
Right, based on the forecast, so anything could change, right? On that, the revenues could come in less, expenditures could come in higher.
Okay, so and then also what we actually collect in taxes versus what the proposal is.
Right.
Okay, I think that's about it. Just want to make sure on that. Thank you.
That's good, Councilman. Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
So I want to kind of piggyback onto what Mike was saying, because I think that what I hear almost every day is that people are confused because they go, well, wait a minute, if the tax rate last year was 59 cents and we're at 59 cents this year, how are you stating that there's an increase? You know what I mean? So if I tell you, last year I spent 12% of my household income on food, and this year I'm spending 12% of my household income on food. I think the difference is, people get confused because they're going, oh my God, but you increased taxes. So can you explain that? And I know we're going to work on that, but can you explain that right now so that anybody that's listening kind of understands how we look at that as far as the no new tax rate?
Well, the tax rate can, like you said, the tax rate can stay the same, But your individual household, you may pay more because your values went up a little bit. The 3.5% is across the board. It doesn't mean individually that somebody's house didn't go up 8%, somebody's went down 2%.
Right.
But if your value goes up, even if the rate stays the same, you pay more taxes. If you don't have more exemptions or something else, you're going to pay more in taxes.
Right. So what happens is people, state on a regular basis, oh my God, my taxes increased. Well, your asset increased. Or it could have decreased depending on where you're at.
Right.
So I just want to continue to give that mantra out so that as many people can understand it in layman terms as possible. The other thing is I wanted to also talk a little bit about in terms of the budget and the $1.8 billion. You said that you're going to have a campaign out. I think October is not soon enough because, again, I want to reiterate that we get that question every day. People think automatically we're going right up to the $1.8 billion and we're going to spend every penny of that. And we've committed that right off the bat in terms of spending that money in 2025. So as much as we can reiterate and continue to remind people that that's not the way it works, I think it would be a good thing because I think it's sticker shock. And I think it's unfortunately the way that we do present the budget, it scares a lot of people and it shouldn't. We got a lot of things we got to do this year and we've got to make sure that we can pay for it and we got to make sure that we don't go bankrupt. And so I just kind of wanted to piggyback onto Mike for that. Yeah. Thank you.
There is a slide in the capital presentation based on what was discussed last week about kind of an example in there of $100 million example. And in year one, we typically don't spend any of that $100 million. We go and do a reimbursement resolution and use the cash that the city has. And in year two, we expend about 30% of that. And then in year three, we make the debt payment on that 30%. And then in year three, we also go ahead and let debt for the other 70%. So it is we don't spend the whole capital budget in 1 year, but you have past years that are accumulating. And
yeah. And so I think, Peter, maybe, Ms. Olson, she's here now. She can help put this message out. Meanwhile, you guys get everything ready to go.
Agreed. This is the work I was talking about where we started it already, but this is a little,
It's of urgency.
It's a little confusing to look at. So this is the concept, but we'll lay it out with actual numbers with this budget to help explain it.
Okay. Okay, so let's see. Is there a motion we just passed the amended. Is there a motion to approve as amended? Or wait.
I made the motion to approve the budget, so.
I second it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
As amended.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Pessley.
Correct,
So
as
we're
amended.
approving the budget as amended.
Motion carries. Okay. Item number 4 is an ordinance adopting the Corpus Christi fiscal year 2024-2025 capital budget. Okay.
Okay.
I move for approval.
No, sir, not for the passage of the budget. It requires just a majority of 5 votes. It's setting the tax rate. That requires 6.
Okay. So we have a motion. Did we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Okay. Is there any public comment on item number 4? Okay, there being no public comment, please submit your vote.
Failed.
Oh, it failed, yeah, it sure did. Okay, so the capital budget failed. Okay, so,
Okay, Mayor, we're going to get Miles's legal opinion on this because the charter requires a budget to be passed, so we have to see what the options are. Yeah.
can we have the screen back up, Rebecca? Does that not show up on our screens? I guess not. Okay. Thank you.
All right, Miles is going to do some legal research, but without passing the capital budget, that means we don't have a authority to do any of the projects, including road projects, water, wastewater, airport. So, but if we keep going, Miles will get us a.
Okay, let's, that's item number 4. So we're going to come back to item number 4, the capital budget.
You'll have the.
Yeah, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, since this is a capital budget and is primarily, there are some projects that are still in place with the existing capital budget. So, I mean, even if we extended this thing, it doesn't necessarily affect our operating budget or individual departments. And we do have an existing capital budget that it can still be continue as it goes along. So I'm assuming that Miles will come with that same determination, but I think we can, it doesn't have to be today because it doesn't affect the tax rate. It doesn't affect anything since it's all future spending.
Doesn't affect the tax rate, the debt service tax rate? It's not, okay. Okay, just the projects that have been approved by council will continue, but things like new road projects, any new water project, the desalinization plant, if we have to come and make an appropriation, we don't have an approved budget. So Miles is going to check the legal.
Okay. We'll come back to it. Okay. Item number 5 is an ordinance setting a property tax rate of 0.599774 per $100 valuation, which is effectively a 6.08, or is that a 3 or an 8? I'm sorry.
3. 6.03.
Okay, effectively a 6.03% increase over the no new revenue tax rate and approving the tax roll as calculated.
Your Mayor, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.599774 per $100 valuation, which is effectively a 6.03% increase in the tax rate.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second to set the property tax rate?
Second.
We have a second. Please submit your vote.
What, I have a question, Mayor, before we vote.
Yes, Councilman, go ahead.
Okay. So, Peter, as was just stated, this represents a 6% increase. No new revenue rate would be 3 cents less than that, right?
Right, that's that number you talked about. Yes, sir, Councilman.
Be a little over 3 cents.
Yeah, it'd be 56.5 cents.
Yeah. Okay. And we know at that tax rate, our revenues, increase in revenue, according to my calculation, would be $531 million in increased revenue. Well, that's just for the operating budget.
So are you referring to the difference between the no new revenue rate and the 5.9?
Well, what I'm looking for is if we said we were going to only do a 3% increase instead of a 6% increase, what would that rate be? And I'm sorry I didn't calculate that before, but I didn't have the tax rolls till this morning.
So the difference, the dollar amount, just air math really quickly, the difference between the no new revenue rate and the proposed tax rate, which is a 6%, is about a $10 million difference. You would have to, if you wanted to adopt the no new revenue rate, it'd be about a $10 million reduction. So if you weren't looking at a 3%, like I said, just high level air math would be about $5 million. Exactly.
Okay. But the no new revenue rate would require an additional $10 million in cuts.
Yes.
In the
general fund operating.
General fund operating budget. Okay. And where would we find $10 million?
That would be, we'd have to walk through to identify additional reductions across the general fund.
Okay.
Since I think we've pretty much adopted everything that we had proposed to reach the current number that we're at.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the list that we had of 10 million was the easier thing. So you're talking, you probably would have to look at some of the bigger departments like our police, fire, streets, because that's over 60-70% of the budget. Unless we wanted to eliminate whole departments like the economic development department's about 3 million, the library's 5 million. We don't recommend the across the board cuts because then a department is constrained in being able to operate. Right now we have all of our positions, with the exception of 3, placed. So we'd be talking about, we'd have to go through another reduction in force exercise. We've made sure that no employee is impacted by the reductions that we've had. And so any employee that was in a position is being placed in another position.
And I'm not proposing that we do that necessarily, Peter, but I think it's important for us to show that what we have looked at and what it would require for us to get to that point. So I asked this question in all seriousness.
I know, and so the answers to that is that if we put it in context, $5 million, that's the cost of the entire library department, $5 million.
Okay.
That's the entire cost of all the code compliance. That's about half the cost of economic development department. And so it's real numbers. So it's 5 million is, I think it's 50 police officers at 100,000 a police officer. Does that sound right?
It's 100.
So it's real impacts. 5 million is the monies that we have for streets that would be miles of neighborhood streets, that we'd have to cut.
Okay. And so you're talking about you'd have to select a department. Do we have any departments that we think are basically frivolous departments that we no longer need?
Yeah, no, we don't. We don't. He just hasn't questioned. Yeah, we understand. We don't. I mean, you heard when we tried to make a small change in one library that we're going to eventually move to another location, you saw the council chambers were packed full of people, and that was just a minor change. So imagine we close every library down.
Yeah.
People want, everybody, like you said, everybody has their kind of pet calf or whatever we call it.
Golden calf.
Golden calf. Golden
pet project.
Right. And
born from the story of Moses.
Yeah. So this city, I will say this city organization is running pretty lean, and we're focused on, which is a good thing, in this budget exercise by doubling the homestead exemption and foregoing $10 million. We really looked at what are the core services that Corpus Christi should provide. Yeah. So we don't have a lot of excess departments. In fact, we're scaling back. We'll have 28 lines of business instead of 29. Yeah. We eliminated one whole department, which did business reviews on our operations.
And no, I'm asking these questions for a reason. And the mayor was about to have a heart attack, but I was smirking again, which I've been accused of already today. But I think it's important we talk about this. And I know we've talked about it in the past, But between last week and this week, I heard a whole bunch of comments from people about, well, you guys are just out of control down there. You're just spending money like drunken sailors, and you're doing this and doing that, and so it's important for us to talk about. And I'm so happy we finally have a communications director now that I'm leaving.
Right. Well, you have a few
that
months.
I've asked for 4 years.
Yeah.
Only takes 3 or 4 years to get anything done here.
Yeah.
But we would, to get to where we would cut $5 or $10 million out of this budget.
Right.
And so that's why I say, again, it's important for us to represent the budget as it really is, rather than say it's a $1.8 billion budget, because people say, well, what's 10 million compared to 1.8 billion?
Yeah, right.
It's a rounding error.
And 10 million came out of the general fund, which is 343 million. So when we start, we really have to do a better job at describing the budget. The general fund, where our property taxes and sales taxes go, that's 343 million. So 10 million out of that is a bigger impact than the 1.8.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't want to sound like I'm beating a dead horse, but I just want to reiterate how important this is for people to understand.
Right. And that's what we're going to do a better job at, to help communicate.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's all I have.
No, you're good. Thank you.
Good point.
Yeah.
Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Hate to put you on the spot, Heather. You probably can pull this number out pretty quick, though. I emailed you a little bit ago asking this question, but since it's kind of top of mind right now, is assuming we did approve the 6.03%, just as a baseline, how many of our taxpayers would have a net city property tax increase versus a decrease with the exemptions and assuming a 6.03% increase?
So really, no one with a homestead exemption, unless there's additional improvements made to their house, should have an increase in their property tax, total property taxes from the city, because by state law, a homestead exemption, a home with a homestead exemption can only increase up to 10%. Even if their appraised value comes in 20% higher, the tax value is capped at only a 10% increase. That would be offset by the additional 10% in the homestead exemption. So unless there's some type of extenuating circumstances, your average homeowner with a homestead exemption should pay approximately the same property taxes based off this same property tax rate as they did in the prior year.
Okay, so what does that quantify to? What are the number of taxpayers that have a homestead exemption versus none? Is it more than 50%? But the taxpayers have a homestead exemption?
So the way that the taxes are, I can't tell because they aren't always, so there's a large number that do have homestead exemptions. Based off of the way that the properties are classified, it's hard to say what are single family homes versus which ones have homestead exemptions. So we've got, so right now we have 63,770 properties that have a homestead exemption against them. And then if I look at, it doesn't provide us with how many of those are, quote, single, how many across the city lots do I have that are single family homes that are eligible for homestead exemptions. That's the challenge.
But of that 63,000, are there more that are not homesteaded?
There could be, yes. There could be other single-family houses that people have not filed for homestead exemptions.
Okay.
I don't know. There's not a way for me to tell you how many lots across the city are eligible for homestead exemptions versus not eligible for homestead exemptions.
Okay. Is that data that we can get? Can Kevin Kieschnick or someone provide us that?
It would actually come from the appraisal district. I'll try to find out. I don't think so, because you don't know if it may be a single family home, but we don't know if that person just hasn't filed for a homestead exemption or are not eligible for a homestead exemption because they may be an investment property or they may have a homestead somewhere else. I don't believe that's something that is tracked because it's up to the property owner to file that exemption.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just talking about the people that have actually filed.
Yeah.
That are eligible for the exemption.
We have 63,000.
Okay, so is that, to my point, is that more or less than are not homestead exempted?
I don't have a
just to know whether the majority of the people are actually going to have a tax decrease or not. So thank you.
I'm sorry, I don't have a way to tell that because we don't have that stat.
Okay,
so
thank you.
I apologize.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I was going to talk to Eddie.
Okay. Eddie.
Eddie.
Over here.
Mr. Houlihan.
Excuse me.
Okay, I'm over here.
I was still looking for his answer.
Okay.
Councilman Suckley's answer.
Okay.
All right, so Mr. Houlihan, if you remember our conversation we just had like a few minutes ago about our fund balance.
Yes.
And that we were at 20% and our policy, our budget policy is a 17 to 20%, right?
Yeah, up to 20.
So the difference is between a $66 million, I believe you have it in our budget at 66.2 million as our fund balance at the on this budget. At 17%, it would be 56 million. And the difference is somewhat, I believe, 56.8. So just shy of $10 million that we have. In addition, that we could modify and still be in accordance with our policy. Is that correct? Okay, the question again is that we have a fund balance at the end of this budget where it says 66.2 million, which is 20%, which is in accordance with our budget policy. However, our budget policy says that we can have anywhere from 17 to 20%. So in that range, at 17%, if we maintained a budget balance of 17%, that would be 56.8 million. So we have just about 9.6 million of cushion in the budget and still be within our budget policy. Are you catching where I'm going with this? So we have some leeway if we want to make some adjustments to the tax rate. If 6% equals to $10 million, is that correct?
So there's 3%, right? You say you go from 20 to 17?
Our budget policy states that we have to maintain a general fund balance of 17 to 20%, right? You proposed a budget that's 20%.
Right.
We have some leeway if we maintain and still be within budget policy of 17%. So we do have some cushion, should I say. So if you're interested in where that 10 million would come from, there you go. Thank you.
Well, you have some cushion. Remember that those are based on estimates. They're not, that's an estimate that's 15.
So he was saying 5 million, right?
Okay. Okay.
So if you reduce it by 5 million, you still have your cushion.
And you're above 8.
And you're still above 17%. You're within your policy that we all approved.
Yeah, can I just add to that, though? We're talking two different types of revenue streams. So the fund balance, is rainy day or not, is a one-time revenue. The property tax rate is recurring. So already for 26, we're going to have to figure out how to fund the streets at this current level. And we're doing it a lot with one-time monies that won't be available next year in 26. So if we reduce the tax rate by some, to result in 5 million less, it has a recurring impact, and I would almost say that it's going to be real tough unless we eliminate whole departments to fund streets at the level we're doing today. I'm telling you that right now without doing much analysis, because the property tax is a recurring revenue stream. It'd have an impact this year and in 26. And we have some pretty significant recurring expenditures coming online, like police officers that we have to migrate from the police crime control fund to the general fund. We're also opening things like the Billwit Aquatic Center that we can't even open a full year, So just to put it in perspective that we're talking fund balances, one-time monies.
I'm getting what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying if you're looking at this particular year,
that's true.
You do have some options. Now, reduce it, once you reduce that rate, that becomes your new baseline.
That's right. Yeah.
And then you're limited to 3.5% after that on maintenance and operation.
Right.
But when you say 6%, how much of that is INS?
How much is what?
How much of that is INS, is that portion of that increase? If you're limited to 3.5% on your increase for maintenance and operation, how much of that 6% is M&O and how much of it is INS?
I mean, the tax rate for the INS stayed the same, so it'd still be the 6, overall is the 6%.
So
because we didn't change, the INS rate's the same as it was last year too.
Okay, so it is the 6%. So this is the entire increase we're talking about is based on INS increases.
It's on the total tax rate, yes.
Which goes back to my original complaint about the capital improvement plan and how much it's requiring us to have to put in interest and sinking, right? Our interest, our debt service in this budget went from 55 million to 70 million, right?
And some of that, though, it was the way that we structured the debt. That wasn't, I mean, we structured some of the debt more upfront in this year and next year because of the way we had the availability to do that.
Still paying on interest, right? So and whatever that strategy was, we still have to pay it. Right?
Exactly, but what I'm saying is that though it increased by 20 million, that was not a normal, I mean, we could have smoothed that out a little bit more. We chose to go ahead and front load some of that debt. And so it's not that just because we issued debt in this past year, it was a $20 million increase. It was because of the way we did the amortization of that debt.
Okay, last year was 55 million, and this year is 70 million. That's a...
Yes, but it was because of the way we structured the amortization tables on it.
Okay, but it's still something we have to cover.
Yes.
Okay, well, I gave us our option there. Thank you.
And Councilmember Suckley, going back to your question, it is about 2/3 of the eligible, from what we can tell, the eligible single-family home properties, about 2/3 of those do have homestead exemptions on them.
Okay, so the 2/3 of 63?
Yes. So there's about 90-something thousand classified as single-family homes. And of that, about 63,000 of them do have homestead exemptions. So.
Can you provide us the data later on that kind of shows everything, residential, commercial, all city taxpayers, whether they're going to benefit from?
We can't hear you. You're off mic.
Yeah, if you can please follow up from my email to provide that data. Thank you.
Sure.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you. You know, there's been some comments made today and in layman's terms and justifying positions. In layman's terms, if someone pays more in taxes, that's a tax increase, period. Now, I also want to ask a couple questions to some of my fellow council members up here. We have cities that are 5, 10, 15 times our size with 5,500 employees. We have 400 employees budgeted, unless there's been some changes made, with $46.7 million set aside for that.
4,000.
4,000.
400 of the 4,000, correct.
Is that right? Is that what you said? Okay.
We are aiming to get 4,000 employees. We don't have them yet. We have 3,600.
Right.
So why do we need all 4,000 employees?
I think that you're speaking to the vacancy rate of about 400 employees, which is about a 10% vacancy rate. I think we had talked about that. That is, I mean, at any time you've got the turnover.
But now we have a different vote. So shouldn't we be looking at that again?
I'm sorry, a different vote on?
We just had a 5-4 no on the capital improvement plan.
Exactly.
So maybe we should be looking at this again. I mean, how many employees does San Antonio have?
I couldn't speak to that.
Does anybody know? About half this room came from San Antonio, and y'all don't know?
What was the question?
How many employees does San Antonio
It's
have?
about 3 times as many, so about it's about 12,000. Yeah,
They have 12,000?
Probably 14 by now, but yeah, 12 to 14,000.
And does that include that doesn't include saws, right? So it doesn't include the water?
I don't have, that's not.
Why did we get a report in here saying they had 5,500 2 years ago?
Who said that?
Well,
5,500 in San Antonio?
Yeah.
No, that would, no.
Good. Well, that does make me feel better, but
Yeah, they have
still.
at least, when I left there 5 years ago, they had 12,000.
And how many people do they have?
There's over almost 2 million.
About almost 2 or almost 3?
In the city, that's about a population of 2 million.
2 million.
Yeah, 1.8 in Bexar County.
So they have 6 times as many people with 4 times as many employees, and that's a conservative viewpoint in favor of your positioning?
And that does not include those. So their water and wastewater utilities are separate from the city.
Right, yeah, San Antonio Water Systems, a standalone operation. I don't know the number.
So these 400 employees, how many of them are public safety? About 170?
I wouldn't say that many, but there's a number of vacancies in police officer positions and in civilians and police
Chief
and fire.
Markle's
Because we're looking to get about 100
Yeah.
police officers, and then if we look at the state, the grants that we approached recently with our finance office, there's about 73 potential firefighters in the future, so that's where I got my 173 from.
That grant, we withdrew that application.
So
the SAFER grant, we withdrew it.
So then we have more than 227 employees to find funding for. All I'm saying is there's 4,000 employees for 350,000 people if we go by the census is a lot. That's a lot. It's $46.7 million according to your budget that we could find $5 million for very quickly. Thank you.
Councilman Pusley. Councilman Barrera, actually. Councilman Barrera, I think, was first. I'm
go
sorry.
ahead. He was first.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
So how much does $5 million save a resident, a taxpayer? If we reduce
The
it,
$5 million?
yeah, if we reduce it to
About $50 a year. Because the 10%, the doubling of the homestead exemption was 10 million. And that saved the average homeowner about, how much was it, $200 or $100?
So for a $250,000 home is $150 a year.
Okay, so $75 then is what it would save them a year.
$75, so.
Yeah,
we're looking at
$75 a
saving
year, or $7 a month.
I guess, of course, I know Chairman Hunter, oh, Mayor. I'm just used to doing that, I'm sorry. So we've had this discussion in the past, and I've always looked at it as an appreciation and wealth because most individuals, their home is their greatest source of wealth. And they have an appreciation and wealth when their values go up. And I think, thanks to Councilmember Pusley and his idea with increasing the homestead exemption and the mayor's suggestion that we reduce the street fee, that, we've been able to provide that. And I just think that we just need to have a commitment because, we've had situations where, there's always the idea of we control what we spend just like anybody else, but inflation goes up for everybody, regardless of whether it's a public agency or not. And, what challenges is then we run into neglect of, $100 million worth of required capital improvements to the convention center arena, a significant neglect to streets that even though we've doubled the amount of appropriation money for streets, and I know there's inflation, but we've significantly added to our capital improvement or commitment to streets, and yet we're still getting beat up. And, in addition to how much is the improvements for the consent decree?
750 million.
750 million as a result of neglect of the maintenance. So I understand the consternation, I understand that, but, we just have a responsibility to the future of the community to invest in these assets when, when was the last time that we updated a fire station? Prior to this one right now?
It's been about 50 years.
50 years.
50.
50 years.
Right.
Of which I would say, I've toured a couple of them, particularly the older ones, and, God bless the firefighters that are out there, that are working under those conditions.
All right.
The police academy, once again, of which we're all going to be out there when it's time to cut the ribbon.
We're going to be there in about a month or two, but the current police academy, the cadets use porta potties for the facilities.
Yeah.
That's no lie. That's what they use.
So I just want to say, and I know I'm a lot more bold when it comes to, I'm a dare I say, a tax and spend Democrat, even though a lot of Democrats don't care for me. What is it? But which was proven back in March.
That's recorded.
Yeah.
I know, and that's what I was going to say. I don't need to talk.
So, but, once again, just like anything else, we improve our homes, we put aside money for our children's education, no matter what the situation is. We make prudent decisions to improve the assets that we have. And that's the thing, with regard to the capital budget that we have, that's another deal, but I just exercise caution of what we're trying to accomplish and the savings that it amounts to any individual. We increase the exemption to give a little bit of relief. I talked to a gentleman yesterday at the Fraternal Order of Police, and he said, do you consider what it does to those in the fixed income? And I gave Councilman Pusley all the accolades. And I said, I went kicking and screaming, but, I supported it, and because I thought it was a good thing to do, And so I know right now everybody's sharpening their pencil trying to figure out where we're going. We've met on this for quite some time, so I just exercise caution, and once again, I made my motion, so we'll see where that goes. Thank you.
And then a second.
Okay, Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, and Heather, thank you very much for getting these numbers for me. I asked Heather this morning for the summary sheet on our appraised values for tax year 2023 and 2024. It's really good information. And if you look at our total assessed value for 2024 was $41 billion, which was an increase of about 1.7 billion over 2023. But you look at the list of exemptions, and they're significant. The total exemptions given, and this includes tax exempt. The largest exemption is for tax exempt property, which is over $6 billion. The next is homestead exemptions, which is $3 billion. So the total exemptions given to taxpayers is 11.9 or $12 billion that comes off the top, and then you've got your net taxable, which is about 29.4 billion, and then you've got your freeze amount, which the appraisal district is going to freeze because those are under protest, of 2.9 billion.
Actually, that freeze is the over 65 freeze. So
Is that the over 65?
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's the portion that is frozen. So, yeah.
And
That's
we
what that is.
increased that, besides the homestead exemption, we increased that also.
So we didn't increase the freeze. So actually, if you look year over year, the freeze decreased slightly because what happened is those over 65, because we granted additional exemptions, some of those freezes reset because, and they actually went down just a little bit because then the exemption pulled them back up over it.
Okay.
So.
All right, got it. So that was about 911 million. Let's see, no, 750 million reduction in those. So anyway, I just was making a point where that exemptions is an important thing we look at and how important it is. But so the homestead exemption for 2024, which is this year, right?
Yes, that is correct. Tax year 2024, yes.
It'll be higher because we've increased that.
No, this does include that, because
That
remember,
does include that?
it's tax year 2024, which feeds into fiscal year 25. So this reflects the full 20% exemption for the homestead.
For the homestead, okay,
Yes.
all right. Okay, good. Thank you, that's all I had.
So yeah, so the homestead exemption jumped from 1.3 billion to 2.9, almost $3 billion. So a total of $1.6 billion was in additional exemptions that were granted in fiscal year, or tax year 24, fiscal year 25.
Which is a big number.
That is a big number, yes.
Okay, Councilwoman Campos, and then we're going to vote on
Well,
what's
thank you, Mayor. This is interesting. Okay, so I'm looking at the summary of appraised values. L1, commercial personal property, L2, industrial and manufacturing personal property. Is that $2 billion?
Yes.
Of personal property. Again, when I was asking about the IDAs, I was saying, well, how much money are we leaving on the table? We're actually not collecting any personal property, are we?
No,
from?
this is
not, doesn't include, yeah.
So this is everything is within the city limits.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, commercial personal property is not just for an industry. That is for all of your businesses, no matter what type of business they are, any type of personal property they use within their daily operations, furniture, vehicles, fixtures, equipment, that is all considered commercial personal property.
Right, but this is inside the city limits,
Yes,
right?
exactly. This is everything.
Right, so we never did get that number for the outside, the industrial, what I kept asking, which it looks like you can get, but you never provided that. Again, I'm just reiterating, we're talking about, a lot of money here. I don't know how we're going to vote here, but, we could have, again, seen a lot more money for our taxpayers had we just, annexed them. So anyway, I'm glad we've got this. Better late than never. Thank you for asking for that. But anyway, I guess we're going to get ready to vote and see how it goes.
Okay. Yeah, Councilman Roy.
So I want to understand again, two things. I want to explain something. When I use the term layman, I'm just asking for you to make it simple so that everybody can explain.
Sure.
I'm not asking you to change the definition or hide the definition or anything like that. I just think as a banker, sometimes we use terms that people don't understand in acronyms. So, but I want to go back to Gil's suggestion, and I'm really trying to understand if we have to be within a margin of, we said 17 to 20?
17 to 20, yes.
And what is our hesitancy in terms of if the threshold is 17 and we can meet that threshold with very little variance in terms of what we're doing, what's our hesitancy of looking at that?
So I think part of the challenge we went through, and as a budget team and executive team talking about it, is one of the things of why we went towards the 20% is that we are going into some unsure economic times. And so instead of pulling the fund balance down to 17%, yes.
Yeah, but you don't know that.
No, we don't know that.
You're
no.
speculating.
Yes, we are speculating.
That's the problem. You're speculating, and so we're really sitting here when we speculate. There's a lot of employees, there's lives at stake here, and so I'm trying to get away from that.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Because the bottom line is that if somebody tells me we need X amount in reserves, if our debt service coverage ratio needs to be 1.25, it needs to be 1.25.
Yes.
I'm not going to sit there and say, okay, it needs to be 1.25, but really what I mean, it needs to be 1.5. Why? Because I'm worried in the future what's going to happen. So I really think, and I think you can tell that this council probably has the sentiment on this council right now in terms of where overall we're at and what's at stake here. So I think what we need to do is really sit there and I don't want to use the word compromise, but I think we've got to really take off our rose-colored glasses and look at where we're at here. Because I'm afraid if we don't, then we're going to have some issues. And that's just my opinion. So again, if we think we can pull this off being at 17, I think we need to seriously look at 17. And I'm just suggesting that. So.
Council, and can I just add to that, Council? We don't think we don't recommend 17% and backfilling that with a lower property tax rate, because in this budget, when we doubled the homestead exemption, that was an impact on recurring property tax revenue. The result is we had to fully fund streets with one-time revenues. We had to redirect projects where we were going to do the City Hall parking lot to streets, and next year I don't have that to do. I don't have any more kind of reserve money anywhere. So I would suggest that today, based on what we know, we probably would have a lower street budget in 26. We wouldn't be able, unless we eliminate whole departments at that point.
So are you're saying that basically, when I say damage, what was the effect when we when we changed the homeowner's exemption and the street user. What was that again?
So the impact was $10 million, about $12 million is what the impact was.
So you're saying that the climate, basically, we're here where we're at today because as a council, we made that decision. But the other thing is that just really where the economy's at as a whole, because where property values came in.
Right, yeah,
right.
Property values were pretty flat this year. However, Ronnie Canales thinks it may be a little better next year, but you're right. The property values were less reappraisal, and the existing values from a year ago had a big impact.
And that was something that really, again, speculation or forecast, using the word you want.
Yeah.
But this is where we're at right now.
Right. One thing we don't have to speculate on is the city's credit worthiness, and having a high-grade credit rating has many factors, but one is how much savings do we have? Just like at our home, if we have good savings, people are going to be, wow, that family's doing good. They have little savings in case something happens. So credit agencies use our savings amount to give us a credit grade, and we're using a lot of fund balance, which they worried about last year, 24 last summer. So now we're even using more of it. I can't speak for them, but I would suggest that they're going to say, we got to take a closer look at the city of Corpus Christi. We're not, to give them that high grade credit score, because we have less financial monies to our discretion. Which, in the end, if we have a decrease in our bond rating, that means we pay more in interest and less in construction. Right.
Yeah. And just a point of clarification, so the $10 million was for the reduction for the homestead exemption.
Right.
The street user fee was another $12 million. So it was a total of about $22 million that we had to adjust the budget for.
Street fee was 12?
About 12 million, yes.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a motion, we have a second on the floor on item number 5, and that's that's setting the property tax rate of 0.599774. And Rebecca, this one needs 60%?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. 6 votes.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Let's go ahead and vote. That was fast. Okay, the motion fails. 5-4.
Oh, man.
Well, you have to turn around and...
Put the vote, there we go. Yeah, can you keep it up for a minute? Yeah, he needs 6 yeses.
Take a break.
Go ahead, Councilman.
So, if we'll go back to the fund balance here for just a minute. So the 20% that we're carrying overhead, Eddie, you said a while ago, was 66.2 million, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we have a buffer of between 17 and 20%, 17% to 20% for fund balance. 17% would be about 56, that's the $10 million. If we cut that, if we split the difference, it would be 1.5%. That would cut an additional $5 million off of the rate, right?
Right. But you would be moving, if you just move expenditures down to one time, then you're taking moving recurring expenses down to one time. And so next year.
Yeah.
No, and what kind of recurring expenses would you be talking about?
Salaries,
Police officer salaries, firefighter
you'd have to go
salaries.
find one-time expenditures. I don't even know if we have $5 million worth of one-time expenditures. You'd get into equipment, fire trucks and things like that, but yeah.
I mean, we're talking, I'm more worried about 26, Councilman, because if we reduce the property tax rate today, you can pay for it with this one-time money. But next year, we're going to need that money plus even more for things like police and fire collective bargaining agreements where we have a guaranteed increase in payments. There's no way, I can tell you right now, that we won't have streets at the same level of funding guaranteed. So we'll have a decrease in our street funding unless we eliminate whole departments or big portions of departments in '26.
Okay.
Yeah, so it would have a real impact. This year, we were able to be creative. As an example, just on streets alone, we took monies that we had budgeted for City Hall parking lot repaving, and we're putting that into streets. That was a one-time opportunity. I don't have another option like that for '26. Okay. So it would be a real reduction in neighborhood street paving.
Yeah.
It would mean we can't add any more police officers positions, firefighter positions. Yeah, we'd be pretty much at the level we're at today for several years to come. I'm telling you right now, I work on the budget for months with all the departments.
But if next year, if the economy's better, you can make up that difference.
But as somebody said up here on the dais, we don't want to speculate like that.
No.
We thought the same thing last summer, and guess what? The values didn't come in like we thought.
Right.
And we thank God for the one-time balances we had. Otherwise, we'd be a very different story in this budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, God.
All right.
Councilwoman Campos.
Okay, so last year we decided to eliminate the $5.38 for the residential streets. At the time, I did support it because we were going over the water rates and we were trying to figure out, how to equalize the water rates with industry. And so I'm just wondering, because is it possible that we could bring that back, bring the fee? Because whenever that did happen, speaking to the constituents, they were like, yeah, I didn't mind paying for it. But, later finding out, it was, we have to be truthful and honest with our constituents that some people did have an issue because we weren't using that money exclusively for residential streets. So I'm just saying, if we were to bring that back, the $5.38 fee, we would need to make sure that it would be just for residential streets.
I don't have any concrete evidence that it wasn't used mostly on neighborhood streets. I think it was. So, but you could do that if the council wanted to reinstitute that fee. It would take a majority vote. That's all. And you would have an effective date, whether it's October 1 or January 1. Right.
Well, because we do know that, that the streets is a big issue, and we want to make sure that we address that issue and that money will be directed for that. So I would, entertain that if we were to at least bring the fee back, we would at least bring the residential streets that necessary funding that we had voted on before, and that it was studied and the residents had agreed. There was actually a committee done, and we just dissolved it just because.
It was a 10-year.
It had a 10-year, it's sunsetted, Councilwoman.
It was sunsetted, so
it wasn't renewed.
Anyway, I think people are tired of paying a fee that belongs in, the taxes they already pay. I mean, what you just said is something that's been resonated by one person, and I've heard that before. But either way, I respect your thoughts on it, Councilwoman. Okay, because it's 4 o'clock. We're on number 5, and I've got 2 more lights on. Councilman Roy.
So going back to my question, $22 million is the difference when this council made the decision basically to do away with the street user fee and then lower the exemption, right? Under the current, if we increase ourselves by 6.03%, can you tell me, I want to compare dollar to dollar, what does that cost? What did we save? So when we did this, on average, what did we save the average resident? when we did away with the street user fee, we know right now that there's about 60% of our people have homestead exemptions. Isn't that what we said earlier?
Yes.
So those two items combined, what did we save the consumer here?
Yeah, so it would be about $60 for the street maintenance fee, and then off about a say I have got $250,000 in front of me, $250,000 home, you saved $150 a year.
So that's 210? Okay, so we saved 60% of, well, you can't really figure out because there's some people.
You've got ranges all
right
the way across.
So somewhere around, we saved $210. If we go up 6%, 6.03%, what is it costing them with our increase on average?
So that is included with the increase. If we were to reduce it down, so the $210 includes that 6% increase.
No, what I'm asking is, right now, we put this in place and we cut, we gave an additional 10% and we saved them $60 a year on the street user fee. $210 was the savings per household per year. If we keep the tax rate the same where we're at right now, what was just basically voted on and didn't pass,
yes,
how much would the average household, how much would the cost go up per household?
So 6% off of a average household, so let's just say about $100 a month, so it would go up about $6 a month, it's about $6 a month. Or
$6 a month. So how much would it, if we kept the tax rate right where it's at right now?
Yes.
And they're going to pay how much per year more? I'm trying to compare the two. Does that make sense? Does anybody understand what I'm doing?
Without the street user fee, so they're going to pay about $150 more. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's just the difference between the 59 cents versus the 56 cents.
That's right.
Yes.
Thank
What's
you.
that equal if we had to just do the
What's
right
that equal?
math? Yeah. If you did a $250,000 home.
You got a 250,
59
yes.
cents.
What does that equal? What's the cost?
Right.
If we kept it the way we're at right now, or we tried to reduce it based on where we said, what is the savings right now to the consumer?
Divided by 100
The resident.
times the 5,657.
The difference,
Right, just give us a second, Councilman, let's see.
I know.
So
I don't know why this is.
divided by 12. Oh, wait, no, sorry. So it'd be at $70? About $70 a year.
So here's where I'm headed. Is that correct, Peter? Is that?
You said 7?
70.
Yeah, I got about 60, so.
Okay, yeah, between 60 and 70,000.
Okay, so right now, we know if we kept the tax rate where it's at, that 6.03% is going to cost the average household about $70.
Yes.
We just gave the average household a break of about $210 in
That is
savings, correct?
Right,
Yes.
yeah.
So the difference is $135.
That they're still having
Okay,
savings.
because I know sometimes people forget what we've done in the past. But the bottom line is on average, we save $210 per household with the reduction that we made.
Correct.
Now what we're talking about doing in order to meet what we've done and the work that we've done right now, we're going to increase it by 70. The net of that is $135, right?
Correct.
140, about 140.
Excuse me, Peter?
Well, I took 210 is what the savings is, right, minus the 70 is 140. $140, right.
So, Rebecca, I want to make a motion. I'm going to change my vote.
Okay, so you need to reconsider.
I want to reconsider.
You want to reconsider? Okay. So that needs 2/3 vote if we're going to reconsider the vote on ordinance number 5.
Okay, but read the.
Well, he wants to vote again, right?
No, I don't want to. I want to change my vote.
You want to.
Well, we've already voted, so you to change your vote.
I can change
We have to
my-
do a motion to reconsider, and we
Okay.
vote on it anew. That's what I'm saying.
Then let's do a motion to reconsider.
Okay,
So
we're
motion
going
to reconsider, so of the same thing, which is an ordinance setting the property tax rate at 0.599.
Well, he wants to, yeah.
I understand, but I'm just saying we're
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
voting on that again, just for clarity.
Got it.
All right, everyone's please submit your vote.
Okay, I don't have that set up, so give me a moment. Unless you want to just do it verbal.
Yeah.
Tell them they need to say this again.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez, your comment?
Tax rate is.
Okay, real quick. I mean, I understand the consternation here, but, we can always ask the voters for, in a referendum format, for any kind of thing that we think we may need in the future, right? We did it for streets, and we have 4 cents dedicated to streets, and we never went back to the voter for the additional 2 cents. So if you absolutely had to have that situation, you could always ask the voter, we would like to dedicate a cent of our property tax to the police department. We'd like to dedicate a cent to our fire department, or another 2 cents to streets.
Unfortunately, that's still subject to the 3.5%. So
I
because it's
understand that,
on the M&O
but it would still be a referendum.
I know, but it would still not count. It would, on an M&O side, any type of increase is under the 3.5% cap. The only way we could do the voter referendum is actually take the whole tax rate to the voters.
Then how do we have 4 cents dedicated to streets?
That was before.
That was before the 3.5, yeah.
That was right. That last 2 cents was stranded because of that reason. We didn't want to go back to the voters.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, even if you had to do it that way, say you wanted another 3 cents, you could go to the voter for that.
Motion.
If you put it to the voter and say, hey, we want to do this for police.
But the motion on the floor is about reconsidering.
I understand that,
Item.
but
So
that was-
that's what we're.
My
do we
light was
wanna
on before that.
We
I know,
are.
I'm just saying, do we want to reconsider?
No, we already are reconsidering. There's a
Right.
motion.
We haven't
and a
voted on
second.
it.
Yeah, I understand
It
that.
takes 6 votes to reconsider it.
Say that
Okay,
again.
but,
I don't think we
I mean,
voted yet.
There's a motion and a
Right.
second.
Okay, so
I'm just saying,
Right.
but what's on the floor, what's pertinent is, do we want to reconsider? Not talking about what the new proposal is. It's like, do we want to do that, reconsider it?
Rebecca, there's a motion on the second and a second to reconsider.
Right.
So, yes. I mean, you can't undo,
Well, we're trying to, my understanding from Councilmember Roy is he wants to vote again on 5. He has a change in position, so to do
Right.
that, we do a motion to reconsider.
Right.
That's what we're doing.
Right.
Do it. That's
Okay.
That's what we're
Let's
doing.
vote.
And Gil had comments, and that's why we're talking about.
On the prevailing side. He was on the prevailing side.
Okay.
Thank you for reminding me about that. Yes, he was. He
What
voted
is
no,
that?
so he was on the prevailing
I just wanted to
side.
make sure that he was on the prevailing
No,
side,
you're right.
since we don't see it.
Right.
You're absolutely
were.
right, Ms.
He was.
Campos.
Okay.
I would have put a point of order if that wasn't the case.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a
No,
motion.
she's right. Thank you for pointing that out. So are
Okay.
you ready to vote on the motion to reconsider?
Councilman Hernandez.
Anyway, I want to finish my comments, is that, we still can go to the voter at any time. So I'm not necessarily concerned that way, because I trust the voter in the sense of what they would vote for and what they wouldn't. We would just have to explain, and then put it, and let them give us the direction.
That's fine. You could. It would be not any time, though. It would be during the uniform elections.
I understand.
Yeah, in November, I guess, next year.
But we're talking about, how do we pay for this year, right?
Right.
And if we use a fund balance for this year, we pay for it this year. And then when we come to the next year, and we have some shortfalls, or we have some needs that need to be addressed that way, then we ask the voter. Simple as
Yeah,
that.
there'd be a little bit of a time delay there,
Well,
But in budgeting, we like to do at least 2 to 3 years. We have.
I got it.
You're the
I got
you're
you.
the planner, so we like to do 2 to 3 year look ahead. This working 12 months at a time in a big operation like this is not a good. I don't.
Well, there's
advise that at all.
a uniform election in May.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Are you ready with that, or do you want to do a?
Are you ready to vote on the motion reconsider, Mayor?
Right.
Okay, so this one takes 6 votes to pass.
Yes, but I'm saying, are you ready on this online?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for buying me some time, Mr. on this. I appreciate that part.
Okay. Everyone, please submit your vote.
Yes, so we're going to vote again, if you agree.
The motion carries.
All right, so we're going
8-1.
to vote on 5 again.
What's that, Rebecca?
So we're going to vote again on item number 5, which is setting the property tax rate. What's before the council is the 0.599774 per $100 valuation.
I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.599774 per $100 valuation, which is effectively a 6.03% increase in the tax rate.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion. And do we have a second? For the rate.
Need a second. Second.
We have a second. Please submit your vote.
Oh, sorry, Mayor.
That's fine.
This just takes a little while. I apologize. I know, you need to, this time I need a little stalling. I know. We have all this set up ahead of time.
Put my mic on.
Exactly.
Okay, so I just put something very simple on there. Are you ready? Okay, here it is. Okay.
Okay, the motion carries.
Okay.
All right. Moving on to item number 6, that is an ordinance ratifying the property tax rate. So this is ratifying the property tax rate reflected in the fiscal year 24-25 operating budget that will require raising more revenue from property taxes than in fiscal year 23-24 operating budget in the amount of $531,037.
531.
I'm sorry, 531, thank you, $531,037.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Is there any public comment on item number 6? Okay, there being none, please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. And item number 7 is an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 9, Aviation, Section 9-35, parking rates. Is there a motion? Is a motion to approve, I mean.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any public comment on item number 7? Okay, there being none, please submit your votes. The motion carries 7-2. Okay, next item. Item number 8 is an ordinance amending Corpus Christi Code Section 55-50 regarding water rates and Section 55-100 regarding wastewater rates.
I'll do it again. I move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Do we have a second on item number 8?
Second, this is to do what?
This is an ordinance amending the code regarding water rates and wastewater rates. Okay, is there a second on this item number 8?
Second.
We have a
Mr.
second. Is there any public comment on item number 8? Okay, please submit your vote. Yes.
Well, I was going to ask a question.
Sure.
Can I still ask a question?
You can. We did submit the vote already, but go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, the motion fails. Item number 9 is an ordinance amending Corpus Christi Code Section 55-159.1 to increase the non-mandatory drought surcharge exemption fee.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any public comment on item number 9? Okay, please submit your vote. Oops. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 10 is an ordinance amending the Corpus Christi Code to amend the roofing and siding building permit fees, certificate of occupancy fees, and oversized load permit fees to clarify future indexing of the development services fees, reauthorizing increasing the infrastructure trust fund lot and acreage fees by 10% by fiscal year 25. And just for clarity and just to remind everyone, this is a plan that the developers as a whole agreed upon.
I move for approval. I can see the fear in Al's eyes.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any public comment on item number 10? Okay, there being no public comment, please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Item number.
I'm sorry, Mayor, if you don't mind, Miles and I were still trying to deal with the capital budget. So on number 8 for the water rates.
Yes.
So that failed, the rate, so we're gonna, Drew's gonna have to tell us the net impact, because we're gonna have to cut the budget.
Right.
So it's 10 million, what was the rate increase? What did it generate?
So
This isn't it, if we don't increase, if we don't improve, if we don't have the rates to support the expenditures, we gotta cut the spending, so.
Right, Drew Molly, Chief Operating Officer for CCW. So basically what we need is we need $600,000 of revenue on the water side. So that's what it's relatively small.
The rate increase?
Yes, for the rate increase.
So we're gonna hold all the, no, it's more than that. Is that?
On the wastewater side, on the wastewater side, it's 12 million. On the
Okay.
water side, it's 600,000.
600, so we're gonna have to reduce the appropriation back on item number 3 by 600,000. Okay,
Right.
so we're gonna have to cut something. You have to come up in a few minutes or something.
Okay, we'll huddle up and we'll come back and.
Okay.
Yeah.
you'd be spending that much less.
Okay, well, we'll get through. We're gonna
Yeah,
keep
go ahead,
going,
Mayor.
and
Just
we're
want
gonna have
to, I
come
missed
back.
that one because Miles and I, we have a recommendation on the capital budget, but based on the charter, so, but go ahead.
Okay, item number 11 is an ordinance amending Corpus Christi Code Section 18-4, Fire Prevention Permit Fee Schedule, and Section 18-20, ambulance rates to include a supplementary charge for non-emergency lift assist. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Is there any public comment on item number 11? Okay, please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 12 is an ordinance, an ordinance amending sections 19-33, 19-44, 23-20, 23-22, 23-57, and 38-9 of the Corpus Christi Code to increase fees for food, health permits, vendor permits, food handler certificates, on-site sewage facilities inspections, daycare and foster home inspections, and commercial swimming pool inspections.
I have a question.
Yeah, Councilman?
Here, so this, that's the one I said, all the revenue affects the health department, correct? All right, I move for approval. I just wanted to make sure that's known, that all the services that we provide for the health department that's what's gone into this budget, of which it's, to me, it's critical that we fund all the things that the health department does. So I just wanted to make sure before we get some more rogueness coming in. Thank you.
Councilman Presley.
Okay. So, Peter, tell us on the increases proposed for this group of inspections. What is the basis for the increases?
Three things. One, they haven't been increased in probably, I think, in excess of 5 years, or was it 10?
2006.
2006, so that would be, what is that, 18 years? So it's been almost 2 decades since they've been increased. One. Second one is we look for in these fees for service that the property tax doesn't pay for, we look for cost recovery. So we look to see the service that we're providing, like septic tank inspection, restaurant inspections, is the fee that we charge commensurate to the cost to deliver the service. And so we're trying to get closer to that cost recovery. And then third, we look at what other cities charge. So it's those three things. That's what the basis for the recommended increase.
If we phase this in over 3 years, would that be a deal killer?
It wouldn't be a deal killer, but it would mean we'd have to we'd have to reduce the health department budget for less revenue coming in at this point.
I'll just give an idea. For FY24, our expenses are $833,000 and our revenue is estimated at $690,000. So we are short on that.
You're short $100,000.
More than that.
How much?
More than that.
200?
Almost.
Okay.
And this increase will bring us estimated $167,000.
Yeah, so if you did it in 3 years, that's probably, what is that, about 50,000? We'd have to cut 50,000, hold one position vacant.
What if you did it over 2 years, 24 months?
Well, let's say you'd have to do more, then it'd be about 80,000 that we'd have to take out of the budget. On the expenditure side to balance the budget. You know, the shorter span, the greater the financial impact. If you did it 3 years, it's 50,000 or so, 50, 60,000. If you phase it in over 3 years.
Well, if you did it over 3 years, it takes you longer to get your money in total.
Yeah.
If you did it over 2 years, you get it more money quicker.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of this year's budget, I guess, is the difference in our thought process.
Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to be sensitive to we had the director of the Restaurant Association, whatever they are,
Yeah, right.
talking about how.
That's the issue with these fees. I mean, we haven't adjusted this since 2006. I mean, that's 18 years. So these type of fee for services really should be looked at annually with slight adjustments. And this is it's not a massive increase. It's about $100 a year.
And for small businesses, it's only 10% increase.
Well, it's based on the number of employees.
Yes.
In the restaurant, I guess, in all the businesses, but for.
And Councilman, our largest are the smallest business. We have 1,186 restaurants that have 1 to 9 employees. So those are small businesses, local businesses, mom and pop shops. We are only increasing that by 10%.
By $10. You're going from 205 to 225?
$20.
15?
Mm-hmm. Like our food handler certificate is $10 right now. We are only requesting an increase of $2.
Okay. All right, I'm good.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Roy.
So my question is, you haven't raised the fees since 2006, and you've operated. Why haven't you raised the fees before now?
She wasn't here.
Okay. So how long have you been here?
Almost 2 years.
Okay.
The county was making up the difference.
Maybe.
Oh, was it? Yeah.
Yeah,
They were part of the.
Yeah, this is our second budget, Councilman, so last year, the doctor was still getting caught up to, the operational business, so now she's able to get a handle of that.
Okay.
I would say the first year was more about making sure about the visibility of the health department. Now we are looking at our policies and processes and where we are.
Did you, in terms of the budget this year, are you staffed the same as you were last year? Did you have to reduce any of your staff, or did you have to eliminate a future hiring position?
Yes, we are not filling in our 1020 vacancies. the ones that are open right now, we are not filling those positions.
Okay. All right. That's the only question I had.
And Councilman, we have made all the cuts that we could. One thing that we took over Vector, and we used lots of funds for Vector. So right now, we do need an increase so that our environmental does not go in a black hole.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we had a motion. Was there a second?
Yeah, I had a second.
We had a second. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. Item number 13 is an ordinance amending the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 36, Parks, Recreation, Cultural and Leisure Time Activities, Section 36-7, Rental Rates and Recreation Fees and Charges.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on item number 13? Okay, there being no one, please submit your vote. Motion carries. Item number 14 is an ordinance amending Section 55-709, drainage utility charge of the Corpus Christi Code of Ordinances to levy an amended schedule of stormwater drainage charges.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on item number 14?
So, Peter, can you run through this real quick for me?
Yes, sir. What are we on here? Number 14?
Item number 14.
Okay, let's have Public Works come up, please. Jason. Is Ernesto here? Is Ernie here? Oh, my God. Okay, well, Neiman's here. So this is the, Jason's going to come up. This is the drainage utility. And Jason, go ahead and go over this if you can.
Council. Jason Alvarez, Assistant Director of Public Works for Stormwater.
Jason, just a high-level summary of what this is.
The fee is...
We'll have Neiman help you. This is the second week on the job, so.
Yes, sir. This, how are you going to fix childcare?
Yeah.
Be specific.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. This is the stormwater fee as presented approximately 3 years ago as a part of an approved 5-year plan for establishing the stormwater fee. Has associated improvements that come along with it that include street sweeping, channel maintenance, and this year we're actually looking at actually starting to televise our entire stormwater network. That way we can understand exactly what we do have under the ground. We can put together that plan to make those improvements to the stormwater system and address drainage and flooding across the country.
No, that's true. But so this year in the 3-year plan, 3 of the 5-year plan, this year the plan called to have the rate change be to begin to maintain bar ditches, any type of earthen ditch, side ditch. Right now we do those only on an as-needed basis. So this would put them on a schedule of every 3 years. We would maintain them. Number one. Number two, it would increase street sweeping. It would continue the cycle of increasing the sweeping in arterial collector and neighborhood streets.
Okay.
So if we don't have the rate increase, that means we don't sweep any more streets beyond what we're doing today, and we don't do the ditch maintenance, meaning clearing of vegetation, removing grass, grading, so there's proper drainage.
Okay, does any of this address our $750 million issue with the EPA?
Not necessarily. No, probably not. It's not part of the lawsuit from the federal government.
Okay, that's not.
This is not part of the lawsuit with the federal government. The
Okay.
consent decree.
Yeah, with the consent decree.
It doesn't.
So where is that carried at?
That's in the wastewater fund. The issue there was our wastewater system, the sewer system was leaking into the federal waters. Our wastewater was.
Well, it didn't have anything to do with stormwater flushing.
No, however,
cups and.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's marginal compared to sewer, raw sewer going into the federal waters. This is like styrofoam cups and sand and leaves. However, it does have an impact on water quality. So the bay, that big improvement that everybody's asking about on the Great Lawn, that's part of the effort funded by this fund to improve water quality, though, in the bay system and the creeks and the tributaries.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, I have a question.
Councilwoman Campos?
Thank you. Since this has been brought up, on the stormwater sweeping, I noticed that the storm sweepers are constantly like on Ocean Drive. Is there a difference? Why would that? Are we scheduled to do it more often in certain streets? Because I was going to ask if there was any way that we could do a GPS, because I feel like some of the other residential streets are not getting, the attention that they deserve.
They're all getting the prescribed attention. So Ocean Drive, downtown, and North Beach are swept more frequently by design because of high tourist areas. Neighborhood streets right now are twice a year, and then they'll go to three times a year. And then the arterial and collectors are done, eventually be once a month. Right now, it's 6 and 10 times. It'll go to 8 and 10. So Ocean Drive, downtown streets around City Hall, and North Beach are done more often, almost every day, each week.
When do we look at that schedule again? Only because I just see as a redundance. Like I'll see the storm sweeper on Ocean. I'm like, it's already clean. I mean, like, when do we look at it again and say, you know what, maybe we don't need to do 3, maybe we can go back to 2? When do you evaluate that again?
We can take a look at that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Neiman. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 14? I'm not sure if I did that already. Okay. Did we have a motion on this? We did? In a second? All right. Please submit your vote.
For a sheep or a goat.
The motion carries. Okay, now we will go to item K, which is our consent agenda, items 15.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, we got to
We've
get
gotta
to,
go
we
back.
have to reconcile 2 items in the
Okay,
budget.
let's go back and do that.
So number 1, on the capital budget, that failed. The city charter does say, let me see here, on Article 4, Section 1E, it says that the council has to adopt a balanced budget prior to the beginning of the year. If it fails to adopt a budget, then the current year budget will remain in effect, meaning it will be the new budget. So for the capital budget right now, the capital budget is $703 million, and that would become essentially the new budget for fiscal year 25. It would then delegate your authority to approve projects to me, and I would appropriate, or I would proportion projects based on the current year budget. And so it would take your authority away and delegate it to me as the city manager based on the charter.
So moved.
It says, it says if it fails to, all items would be prorated accordingly to the current year budget. So just to put a few things into context so it makes sense, in the current year capital budget, the monies for residential streets is $21 million. In the proposed budget, it was something like $27 million. So we'd have a $6 million reduction in street work if we don't approve the capital budget. Yes, 27.6 compared to today is the residential streets is 21. So a $6 million. We would be working with $6 million less in appropriations. Of course, we could come to council and say, okay, we're going to take this budget and you'll have to increase appropriations. We'll show you how. It'll make the business meetings a lot more complex.
So our budget would then, it would go back to, or it would stay at?
Yeah, right. Per the city charter, section 4, 1E, it says that if the budget is not appropriate, if the budget's not approved by, if council fails to adopt the budget, then the current fiscal year shall be deemed adopted for the ensuing fiscal year. with all items in it prorated accordingly. I'm just reading what's in the charter.
That is a good point.
Yeah. Councilman Klein.
I just need clarification, I guess, Peter. You mentioned that the charter specifies that the budget has to be balanced. Does the charter language you refer to, does that say specifically the capital improvement budget?
Yeah.
Or does it just refer to the operating budget?
It's the whole thing, the capital and operating. It doesn't discern, doesn't differentiate.
It just says budget.
Right.
So couldn't you assume that that refers actually to the operating budget and not the CIP budget?
No, you wouldn't want to assume that. Because just take the streets alone. The streets they're categorized in the capital budget, but it's, considered a pretty fundamental thing.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilman Hernandez, or Councilwoman Campos, I think she was.
Oh, no.
No, okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I think that was mainly for the operating budget. If it doesn't say specifically operating.
It doesn't say operating.
And we separated the operating capital improvement plan.
Right.
Again, it's a plan, not really a budget, right?
No, the 1 year, so Councilman, you're right. So a couple of years ago, there was one line item, one budgeted amount when I first started 5 years ago. Based on some council members' desire, we broke out the operating from the capital. So if you look back any year from 5 years ago, there was one budget approved by the council.
Okay.
That was the operating in the first year of the 10-year capital plan.
Right.
It was all inclusive, so.
Right.
Okay, and this particular plan, the capital improvement plan, has nothing to do with the requirement for the tax assessor collector in terms of tax rate and the associated operating budget, correct?
I would disagree. So the Take the Streets fund in there, that's funded by the tax rate. The Neighborhood Streets program, that's in the capital budget at $27 million. That's funded by council policy, a direct payment from property taxes.
I understand if you're funding it directly from your, like for example, the rapid repavement program. That is something that is considered maintenance within the operating budget. So that does not affect it in any way. So what we're talking about is it doesn't affect anything. So we have opportunities to amend it or review it prior to the beginning of the new fiscal year. So you have an opportunity to come back to us in the next council meeting with some recommendations for the capital improvement plan.
Well, the problem with that is we'd have to do a special council meeting because the next council meeting is not till after the beginning of the fiscal year. So this is, I guess we have next week.
We have next week, right? You can add.
We could do next week. We could do that if you'd like. It just says, here it says the council shall adopt a budget prior to the beginning of the fiscal year.
But the reason why we had the first meeting at the beginning of the month and this meeting was because we didn't have for the requirements for the tax assessor collector. So
right.
Okay, so that doesn't affect our schedule in terms of how we approve a budget for the capital improvement plan within this month before the beginning of the next fiscal year. So we have an opportunity, still have an opportunity before we delegate that authority to you within that. And then are you talking about the approved budget or the amended budget? Because the plan was amended when we changed the...
probably amended. Anytime we've amended the capital budget, it'll probably be that amended, but it's gone up, so the current budget...
Well, we had to amend it when,
It's gone up, if anything. It hasn't gone down, the capital budget. It was approved last summer for October 1 at $703 million. It's probably a little bit more.
Well, when you amend it, we had... I want to say there were some amendments to it.
Yeah, there's a few increases.
Okay, right, because for just normal operating stuff. So is it the approved budget or the amended budget?
It doesn't say, but I would bet that it's the amended budget because it's a budget. Anytime only council can change the budget,
right?
And the budget equals an appropriation or the authority to spend. So if you have an October 1 budget and you change it through the year, it's obviously.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to make some clarifications on the city charter with regards to this.
Well, take a charter election, yes, sir.
Yeah.
It's not something council can do.
Right. So, and I haven't had the opportunity to read it. It might be something that maybe in the interpretation of it.
It's there in the charter.
We'll take a look at it.
Yeah,
but you still have time, and we have another week.
We have a week.
So you can bring some recommendations.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, Peter, I don't understand. With all the money we have put in streets, you said we're going to have to, if we don't pass that, you're going to have to take money out of the streets.
Yeah, what I'm saying, Councilman, is that, based on the charter, it says if council fails to approve a budget, based on the charter, then the current year budget prevails or stays in its place. So if we look at just one of the line items in the CIP.
So what's the difference between the two? How much money are we talking about?
We're talking 300 million.
300 million?
Yeah. So we would have a budget at 700 million instead of 1 billion. And then it says that the budgets would be prorated accordingly, meaning the city manager, somebody would figure out how to come up with a capital budget since council didn't approve one. And so I would use a pro-ration method. In the current year budget, 21 million is in the capital budget for neighborhood streets. Right now, today, 21 million. In the one beginning October 1, it's 27 million. So we'd have to decide, is it 21, is it 27? Are we going to prorate? Who picks that? Who decides? It really, by not approving a budget, the council loses one of your biggest things that you have according to the charter, which is the authority to set the city's spending plan. You're saying, I don't want to do it, I'm just going to have the manager do it, and he's going to base it on last year's spending plan.
And we're going to delegate it to the city manager.
Yeah, but your number one authority is just that, to set the budget for the fiscal year, appropriate money, and award contracts. So you 9 members are saying, we don't feel like doing it. We'll just have the manager do it, and we're going to follow the charter. And here it says you do it based on last year's amount. So I'm going to work from a budget of 700 million instead of $1 billion, and I'm going to prorate based on the current year budget. I'm only telling you what's in the facts.
Well, I realize that.
Well, yeah, as you should.
I'm not making anything
But
up.
it goes back to what I've said all along, and I've said 3 times today, is we don't even know what that is, because we're not going to spend $1 billion this year.
That's why we're going to come back. November was probably too long, so Eddie already showed we have that baseline model. So probably by October, before the vote in November for the bond program, we do have to do a campaign to help educate the voter that we're not spending $1 billion. That is the plan to award contracts that'll take 3 to 4 years to spend. It's really that simple.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Roy.
That's okay. I'm good.
Okay. So at this point,
Okay, so that's that item. Then on the water, wastewater, those rates were in one item. So it's not 600,000, it's more like 11 million that we're going to have to cut out of the water wastewater fund.
Right, so, yes, sir. So on the water side, it's 600,000.
Right, but the rates were neither the water nor the wastewater rates were adjusted. So that totals how much?
So it's the 12 million on the wastewater side plus the 600,000 on the water side.
Okay, so about 13 million we have to cut out of the operations then.
Right.
Some of the things that we have in there that are funded include 7.4 million in trust fund stabilization payments for the backlog of monies that we owe, and 2 items that were passed since the budget, adding more deficit to the trust fund. We made a recommendation, I personally did, to fund those with the rates. So we're talking 7.4 million won't be going to the developers, and we're going to have to pay it over a decade moving forward as trust fund money comes in. That's the choice on that one.
Right.
Unless you completely got the operations of the water and wastewater staff, because all your funding is.
So on the wastewater side, we have about 250 employees. So $12 million would be equivalent to about 150 employees. So that would be more than or about 2/3 of our staff on the wastewater side.
Good luck making the consent decree.
And a lot of what drives our wastewater side is the conversation that we've had for many weeks, which is to say, the wastewater side it's a regulatory driven program. We have a consent decree, and the consent decree is something that we're required to follow. And if we can't follow it, or we won't follow it, or we don't follow it, ultimately the federal government is going to impose pretty stiff fines on our inability to meet those requirements. I would tell you at this point, we've done a great job meeting those requirements. Many other cities that have consent decrees have a lot of outside consulting support to help them. We don't. We do a lot of this in-house. And so I would tell you that we are extremely cost conscious with how we were able to deliver that consent decree program. So things are moving in the right direction. We want to keep doing that. And we certainly want to stay compliant with the feds as it relates to this program.
Yeah, with the consent decree, I think it's important to point out stipulated penalties are already built into that consent decree. So violations of the consent decree result in penalties of thousands of dollars per day. Instead of paying $100,000 to $150,000 at the end of a year for stipulated penalties, that could pretty quickly get into several $100,000 per year.
Yeah.
Councilman Hernandez.
Oh. Okay. I pulled up the charter. It's a month-to-month basis on that particular thing. So we have the opportunity to look at this every month.
You have every week to look at it.
Oh, yeah. We can. So, I mean, it just because we don't come to it doesn't mean we delegate all our authority to you to develop
until you adopt
we adopt the new budget, right? So you have plenty of time to provide information to us.
That's fine. Yeah, right. That's good.
Okay. So I just had to go back and clarify that. All right. Well, also with particular rates, right? Obviously, it affects our operating budget. There are things that you can look at. It's not something that we have. Rates don't take an effect until January 1. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you have the budget you need until the beginning of January in order to meet our requirements. So we have some time to massage this. It's not urgent today, or and I understand your position. But those rates don't take effect until January 1.
Yeah, Councilman.
January 1 is a long way away from today.
Hey, we got to hear from the city manager.
Okay. It may be, but what the charter also says, and you have it there so you can look at it with me, but the city council shall adopt a balanced budget.
Yeah.
It doesn't say for a month, so either we have a balanced budget or we don't. Right now, if we don't include these rates and the revenue, we don't have a balanced budget. A budget is a 12-month plan.
I understand what you're saying, but that imbalance doesn't occur until January, until the beginning of the next year, because our rates don't change until the beginning.
We're going to have the lawyer help us here, Councilman, because that's not my interpretation. That this is a 12-month plan of revenues and a 12-month plan of expenditures.
Like I said, your revenues don't kick in until January.
Neither do the expenditures in some cases.
That's correct. So, like I'm saying, I understand you're trying to get this done. And I fully appreciate that. But we have some leeway here. I don't want to create some false sense of urgency when there's some opportunity to massage things. Now, I understand some of the things that we're looking at are budget-wise, but there are some opportunity. Let's not have this sense of panic, because, like I said, those rates don't occur until January.
Okay, I want to hear. Yeah, I want to hear what y'all have to say on that. And Reba, I see you, wanting to speak.
Well,
but we need to hear from y'all. I mean, we're not staff. We don't know how your department works. So you let us know.
Well, I'll just start by saying, and I think Reba wants to talk, because Reba has spent a lot of time putting these rates together. We spent months working with a consultant team and city staff to come up with true cost of service rates. And this was something that took a lot of time to do. And so we have spent time putting this together. We've spent time describing how these rates are equitable and how they recover our true cost of service. And so, it's one thing to come up with $600,000 of savings. It's a totally different aspect to come up with restructured rates that equitably capture the true cost of service. I don't know if that's what Reba wants to talk about, but that's where we're at.
I wanted to just mention about how much or what the kind of time it takes to implement new rates. We have to inform the public. We have to test the billing system, and that's a lot, because there's a lot of different rates that could possibly change. We cannot do that in a very short amount of time. It would take us from October to December to adequately do all those things. Notify, there's a utility bill insert, there's testing to do on the billing system, there's new tables to set up with some of these changes in rate structure, and I think I could get some agreement from Peter Collins back there. I think he would agree on it's not something we can do very quickly.
Okay, Councilman Barrera. We'll go back to you, Drew.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so, so the other thing I want to just talk a little bit about is just kind of the breadth and depth of how these rates impact the different customer classes. I think it's an important reminder. If you look across the full spectrum of these rates, $600,000, which is what additional revenue we need, is relatively small. It's actually 0.3% of the total revenue requirements for FY25. So
that's just on the water side.
Just on the water side. Right. Thank you, Peter. And so when you look at the various customer classes, large volume industry users are getting a relatively small decrease for a typical large volume user on the industry side. Commercial users, a typical average size commercial user is seeing about a 4.5% decrease. Wholesale contract customers, they're seeing an increase in their rates. Those are folks that are outside the city that we sell water to. Our residential customers, generally speaking, are seeing a reduction in their costs. Not every individual in the residential customer class is getting a decrease, but most everybody is. So if you're using 6,000 gallons of water, a typical residential user, you're seeing a reduction in your costs. If you use more water, so if you use 4,000 gallons, you're seeing a reduction. If you use 5,000 gallons, it's a reduction all the way up to 15,000 gallons, and then at that point you start to see an increase. So I think really the point that I'm trying to make is generally across the board on the water side, most everybody is seeing a reduction in their costs. Like I said, not everybody, but most everybody is seeing that. On the wastewater side, it's a little bit of a different story. As we've just noted, $12 million. That is a number that we have to make up with some rate increases. And a big part of that, $6 million, is a function of the stormwater legacy debt. That's something that, I would tell you from an operations standpoint, I feel like the team on CCW has done a really good job trying to keep those costs down for everything else. On the labor side, on the electrical side, on the chemical costs, we are below the CPI. We're below CPI. So, I think that to cover the cost of the stormwater debt, we're looking at a rate increase on the wastewater side.
Okay, Councilman Barrera.
I guess I'm going to start a soliloquy. So if you want to put the timer on me.
Soliloquy, I like that word.
As somebody that deals with probably about 8 public agencies, I can tell you that typically sometimes the biggest challenge that we have is with the policymaking body, because there's this attempt to validate an ideology. I have the good fortune of delivering good news to several of my cities for the work that we've done, and we've been able to make some adjustments, but a lot of what we do is we communicate far enough in advance. How long have we been working on this budget? How long has staff been working on this budget, Peter?
All in probably since March, April.
March, April.
Yeah.
And then we've been working on the water rates for how many years now?
Well, we've had a paradigm shift, and so it's taken us, we've all recognized it's going to take us a couple years to get to a place where we need to be. We're real close.
We've been working on it for a year, since last summer.
Well, it's been more than a year because of the fact that I had a lot of problems, because I felt that, once again, last time I voted against the water rates at that time. I voted against making a change in the water rates every 2 years, and now we have council members who supported adjusting the rate every year, and now we don't like what we see, and now we're going to say that we don't like the rate adjustment, so now come up with a better idea, when last year we wouldn't have had this problem because we would have had predictability, So, I mean, the contradiction of I don't know what, or the inconsistency, and as I've said before, I've adopted this thing of saying Corpus Christi is open for business. And when we don't have any level of certainty, predictability, then all of a sudden now, it makes it very difficult for any individual to want to live here, to want to do business here. You know, right now, we're having to pay for several legacy issues. You know, the wastewater debt, obviously the consent decree, and, you know, $600,000, I'm sure we could probably find somewhere. You know, but, you know, once again, the level of the challenges with the wastewater, I mean, we really need to be cognizant of when, if any, you know, everybody says, you always hear this ideological deal. You do have my timer on? Okay, good. Can you put it up so I can see it? Okay, good. All right, it's going up. So, you know, from an ideological standpoint, it's easy to say that we have to cut. We need to, you know, put another notch in our belt, or whatever the case is. But, you know, the same thing goes is that, you know, I have 3 children that I probably spent, $250,000 educating them, you know? What is it? And tuition continues to go up, and and I remember my parents, and I didn't finish college, they put aside $1,000 for my education, you know? So we need to be cognizant, and we need to be, we really need to be prudent and conservatively prudent to ensure that our assets are are commiserate, so that way we can provide the necessary services to our customers. And unfortunately, we also have a responsibility to clean up from prior councils that fail. And I've said it again. I said it about the fire and police. I said this is the same situation. And the thing is that in my opinion, it's very unprofessional. It's very unprofessional. I know it's always frustrating for us, you know. We go to this thing where councils can't make up their minds, and people don't get their ID cards when we do the same thing. People don't get their ID cards. People don't have access to care, because a council can't make a decision, and they look for some loophole to say, well, you know what, controlling the public's dollar is very important, and if that's inconvenient to somebody, then I'm sorry. Well, you know what, we've had a lot of opportunity to discuss this. It's really frustrating that we're trying to kick that can down the road, and, you know, personally, I don't want to give I don't want to give Peter that say-so for a month, for 2 months. Because right now, look at this indecisiveness. If we've been doing it since March. We've been looking at the water rates for 2 years. I'm looking at my time. I may use up all 10 minutes.
Right.
You know, it's just frustrating to me that we've spent since March to look at the budget, and we've been looking at water rates for, I would say, 18 months. And then it was this council's decision to go ahead, of which I voted against, I should say, to look at it every year instead of every 2 years. So now all of a sudden, I don't know whether it's political posturing, I don't know what the purpose is that we're doing this. I just don't understand when we've had, I don't know how much community input. You know, it takes political courage to make tough decisions. And it makes tough decisions to say, you know what, I'm not blaming those individuals in the past. Like I've said, they made some good people made some critical decisions that they thought were important, that were the best thing to do at the time, and now we have to pay for it. So are we going to kick that can down the road? Then I'm not for it, but I still support the water rates. And I don't know what it's going to have to do to bring them back, to bring it back now. Because coming up with, what's the deficit on wastewater? $12 million. $12 million. You know, so I've still got another 4 minutes and 20 seconds. So with that, I'll wait to speak again if I have to.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, take the temperature down a little bit. I suggested that we separate these two. So if it's not out of order, I would like to make a motion to accept the water rates as presented. Not the wastewater, just the water.
This was item 8 originally, right?
Right. So, I mean, we can I think we can separate these, because I don't want to conflate the issue here. I didn't have an issue with the water rates. As a matter of fact, most of the water rates for residents are going down in this budget, including the raw water fees. So I want to go ahead and make that motion to accept the water rates.
The first thing we have to do is make a motion to reconsider.
Well, no, this is a separate motion. Am I incorrect in that? This is a separate motion?
It's a separate motion. Is there a posting, is there an OMA thing about that, or? I'm asking the city attorney just to make sure
I
it's
think the proper way
legal.
to say it would be an ordinance amending Corpus Christi Code Section 55-50 regarding the water rates to be effective January 1st, 2025.
Okay. So that would be his motion.
Rebecca, can you put the vote back up?
On 8? Yeah, give me just a second, I will.
I don't even remember how I voted. I've been here so long.
In this, and we would
Where are we at?
Oh, we're waiting to get the votes.
Oh, Rebecca's calling somebody?
I don't know if we can put it on the screen, but I can give it to Councilmember Pesley verbally, if that's okay.
There it is. Okay.
Oh, he did it. Okay. No, that's 14. It's not 8.
Where's Peter Collins?
Let me see if I can.
You guys working on it, Peter?
We want to put the vote back up, Peter.
Okay, let me, I think. On number 8. Okay.
Rebecca, I think Miles has something for you.
I'm sorry, Miles, what were you saying?
Since it's not done as an amendment, I'm going to give you some bad, since you want to do it as a completely new vote and not as an amendment.
That's what
essentially,
he's-
this is the first reading.
Oh. So if we do that, it's the first reading, yeah.
Well, I think that's okay, because this isn't dependent on the tax assessor collector. We still have another week that we can make it a second reading if needed.
Right.
It's not, like I said, these rates don't take effect until January 1st, right, or in January. So I want to say, let's not hyperventilate about this. Let's do this right. Okay.
Yeah. And Miles is going to give
It's okay. This is, it's not the end of the world. There's always going to be some disagreement, and, we can work through this. It's not, this is the messiness of Democrat process, right?
We'll come back next week, Councilman, with reductions.
Okay.
So
If you're
including the
okay with
development
that, like I
trust
said, I'm okay with the water rates.
Yeah.
And I said that last week. I said if we would have had them separate, I would have voted for the water rates, but I would have voted no against the wastewater rates. And we had that conversation, Drew, right?
Okay, so what's the best thing to do here, Miles? Just wait. Oh, are you still getting that?
Yeah.
You can do the water rates.
You can do the water rates. If you wish to approve the water rates on first, but it's only a first reading adoption, then we'll bring it back on second reading and you'll see.
Why would it be a first reading? We approved them once already last week, the water rates.
Because you didn't approve them, you have to reconsider this ordinance to reconsider this entire ordinance. You're not doing it as a reconsideration with the 2/3 vote. You're doing it as a new,
Right.
We'll just bring them next week.
So you're saying bring them all back next week? Bring it all back, this
You
whole
can
item?
vote on the water today. We'll bring it back for second reading next week, and we'll bring an emergency
I
two-read
see.
ordinance in the wastewater.
On just the water rates?
Yeah, it'll be 1 and 2. However, just to let us know, we're going to have reductions totaling 12 million, including the developer trust funds. That's number one. We're not going to jeopardize the wastewater system and the federal consent decree.
Oh, there it is.
On the backs of the trust fund. Sorry.
Councilmember Pesley, the vote's up there if you want to see it now.
Okay.
So those.
And also, I want to make a point this. I don't think the stormwater was within the wastewater rates. It was supposed to be within the water rates. And I don't know how that changed, because that's why we had the difference between the outside and the inside city limit water rates, because we included stormwater with water, because we didn't charge anybody outside the city limits with stormwater, with wastewater. So how did stormwater get into the wastewater budget?
we're obligated to pay the stormwater debt, whether that comes from water revenue or wastewater revenue. We did not include stormwater debt at all in the rates that we have currently. We paid for it from fund balance. And then this year, or for fiscal year 25, we propose that we raise the minimum for wastewater to capture half of the stormwater debt. And then the following year, we would probably come back and look at the water fund increase to cover the other half of the stormwater debt.
Okay, so now that was different than what we've had in the past. We'd never had stormwater in the wastewater budget, ever.
The water rate used to pay for the stormwater debt.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so that's where I was confused with how you are paying for stormwater, the pre-existing stormwater debt out of the wastewater fund. So that's something new. I don't think that was ever told to any of us here before.
We talked about it during our one-on-ones.
That was presented during the budget workshop. What are you talking about?
Was it?
Yeah, we had it at the
I don't
budget
recall.
workshop with
You know,
council.
it's one of the few things that I don't recall, so.
Okay.
A lot of information.
Let's,
Okay, so if that, I haven't heard a second yet on the motion to approve the water rates. A standalone.
okay, we've got a couple of, well, you need a second, but y'all's lights were on anyway. Yeah, go ahead, Councilman Hunter.
Thank you. So, last week this passed, 6-3? So, why did y'all change y'all's mind on it? What is yeah, you voted for it last week. You did?
I have it right here, Councilman. So last week, it passed 6-3. The council members voting no were the Hernandez, Hunter, and the mayor.
Okay.
And then all the other 6 voted yes.
So what changed this week? I don't know.
Good question. Yeah, good question.
Okay, so for my questions, so just bear with me, please. How much was the bailout for the trust fund?
How much was the bailout?
Yeah, Camille's got it.
Right around $9.5 million.
$9.5 million, thank you. And when a trust fund usually develops, we've had a lot of concerns with the C Act that the trust fund kind of goes towards the outside of the city. Correct?
Right, correct.
So they are benefiting from a lot of infrastructure going in, including water, correct?
Right, water.
Wastewater.
Right.
When a developer installs all this, they include stormwater.
Yeah, they do.
If they build it,
yeah,
and there's no drainage there, then it's zoned A flooding.
They do.
So they put in the stormwater system.
yes. Most of those developments then get put in the city limits because that's the request of the developer at the same time. Any of the outside, you may remember MPM and other ones bring.
Not all of them.
Not all of them, the recent ones, the ones that are affecting the trust.
Not all the stormwater ones.
Al Raymond's here. Where's Al at? Oh, there he is. Come on up,
Correct,
Al.
sir. It's a combination of both, inside and outside.
I don't know what you're doing.
Wastewater,
Come on.
water, wastewater, stormwater.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they have contributed to the bailout, right? In theory.
In theory, yes, sir. In theory.
So why aren't their rates going up?
For the trust fund, sir?
Not for the trust fund, for the OCL water rates.
Is the water the answer is this, Councilman. The water and wastewater rates are based on cost for service. We added additional fees across everybody, whether you're inside, outside, large volume, small volume, to help mitigate the situation that we're in.
So when we go build in London that's 10 miles away, I've already said this before, and they contribute to the bailout, in theory, why aren't their rates going up to truly contribute?
Yeah, they do, but it's proportionate to it's the cost for the service.
I understand, but even if you were to take a portion of that, just because they were given some of these stormwater drainage and other utilities, infrastructure.
Okay, I just want to make
it
clear. The trust fund money, the $9.5 million, came from the one-time fund balance expenditures.
Sure.
So any cuts that we have to make to adjust the rate on the wastewater side has to come from operating. Trust fund, we can, but it's money that falls down to the fund balance.
Depending on how many more developments we're going to have in the future.
Well, that's future money. We're talking about the currently budget for fiscal year 25 for the contracts that were approved by council.
Your statement before would suggest that we're not going to have any more future developments.
No.
So we can count on future developments, is what I'm getting to.
I can't predict that. Yeah, I can't predict that.
I would suggest that if we've been growing at 1% or less for the last 40 years consistently, that it's a pretty good chance that we're going to.
Yeah.
Councilman Presley.
Okay, Drew, one more time. The water portion of this was 600,000, you said?
Correct. Yes, sir.
600K, and then the wastewater was how much?
12 million?
12 million. Okay. Of that 12 million, 9.5 million was dedicated to the trust fund bailout, correct?
Yes. Yeah, it was, Camille. We used fund balance, but still it came from the fund.
Okay.
Yeah,
Came from
the expenditures at 9.5 million.
Wastewater trust fund.
Right.
Is where that money came from. Okay. So we now have tossed the football back to the SEAC committee to come up with some information on, and so that probably isn't going to be decided by this council.
Right.
Probably going to be after January before a decision's made on how we balance all that out.
Yeah, probably.
Whether it's going to be staying with the trust fund and changing how it's funded, or we're going to use impact fees.
Correct.
Okay. So is it premature for us to bail out the trust fund yet, not knowing exactly where it's going to go?
I think the size of the debt or the bankruptcy, whatever you want to call it, is so large that it would take years to pay the developers back, even if you did have an appropriate rate increase. Because this 9 million is going to grow by another 2 with additional things on the book. So,
all right, is that $9.5 million impacting the wastewater rates?
Yes.
Okay, so we're making.
It's impacting.
We're having the customers, the wastewater customers, pay for the bailout of the trust fund.
Right, both water and wastewater.
Actually, yeah, I want to be real, so the fund balance is what's paying for.
I know, but if we didn't use the fund balance, and you'd be using the fund balance to pay for the staff. It's one or the other. Maybe a better way of saying it, Councilman, is that the two funds, the water and wastewater fund, the revenues that we're getting, whether it's in the base or the rates, help to pay for the trust funds and the operating costs.
So are you not comfortable with kicking the can down the road on the $9.5 million?
I'm comfortable, but I can tell you the developers aren't going to be. We made a commitment to them that we would pay them on October 1.
And this year?
Yeah, that was in the budget. So the choice is that, or you wait a decade and we'll pay you slowly over a decade.
Okay.
I would have taken the choice 1, which is, the former choice.
So why don't we take that, man?
Yeah.
We've got this buffer of between 17 and 20%. Why don't we take that $9.5 million out of that?
The buffer, that's a general fund. Yeah, so that's a different fund altogether. We can't use the general fund for the water.
So it has to be out of the wastewater.
To clarify, our reserve is 25%, and we are at 25%. We have zero money beyond the 25% required reserve, both in water and wastewater, in fiscal year 25. So there is no more fund balance.
Yeah, the councilman was talking about the general fund, but Councilman, we can't use the general fund. You could, but it's not wise business practice to use property taxes to pay for the water operation.
So
it's a standalone enterprise.
How many developers are going to be impacted by?
There's probably 5 developers.
5 developers?
Yeah, 5 or 6.
Okay.
Right, Al? Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like that guy that he auctioned off his horse that time, but the horse died before he drew the winner. And friend came by and said, hey, did you have the drawing? I said, yeah, I got $1 ticket for those. He said, but the horse died. And he said, well, I just made one person mad and I gave him his money back. So we're only going to make 5 people mad as compared to how many?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it was a recommendation to try to take care of that legacy problem.
We need a little levity in here this afternoon.
You do, Councilman. Good job on that. Didn't draw many laughs, I think, people.
Yeah.
But,
It took them a little while to catch on, I think.
So, Councilman, what are you proposing?
Well,
I mean,
you know what, Mayor, another thing we can do is, in line with Councilman Hernandez, is we can bring back all items next Tuesday when the team has more time, but we can show you a menu of choices to include. We can't pay the developers, or we have to cut staff, or we have to, what have you.
I think that's a better
we
idea.
Right now, we have a budget that's out of balance, but we still have one more council meeting, and we could hold a special meeting if we need to. The deadline is October 1. Today's only the 10th, so we have 30 days, 21 days, excuse me, 20 days. But we have at least next Tuesday, so we'll develop some business proposals, work with the council, and bring this item back. And I'm not sure what to do in the capital budget, but we'll bring that back as well.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's.
I like that idea. So far today, what hasn't passed is item 8 and
item 5.
And item 5.
No, I'm sorry, item 4.
Yeah, right.
4 and 8. So
4
we're
and
going
8's
to
the
bring.
only thing we've not passed.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to bring item 4 and 8 of the budget items.
Everything else passed by council, so we'll bring back the capital budget and
Okay.
number 8 next week for city
Okay,
council.
let's do that and let's move on.
Yeah.
Drew, we'll hear from.
It'll give the team here, we don't want to make a bad decision, right? That has
Well,
impact.
would you be okay with going ahead and accepting Councilman Hernandez's suggestion? Let's pass the water. And
I would, I'm fine with that.
I'll
But if
second that.
We're trying to get the vote going over here. It's fine, we'll bring it for a second.
Okay,
I
so
think,
what-
I think I should
So
specify
what did we
what is
say we
in the-
needed to do on that?
It's a motion.
Go ahead, Mouse.
It's a motion amending Corpus Christi Code Section 55-50 regarding the water rates effective January 1st, 2025. And it would effectively read exactly as the current motion to approve the water and wastewater rates, but without the wastewater rates therein, and without the Exhibit B attached to the ordinance.
Okay, so that's your motion. Gil?
But it's a first reading ordinance, right, Miles?
Yeah, that would be on first reading.
Yeah, it's a first reading ordinance. I don't think it's an amendment. Or should it be an amendment or just a new motion?
That if you can do an amendment, but you have to do a
Yeah, I don't
motion
want
to
to reconsider it. It has to be a new motion. You said
wastewater
amendment.
rates out. That's one way to do it. I'm describing how your new amendment would be, since it's a written ordinance that you're essentially approving.
So it's not an amendment, it's a new motion.
It's a new motion.
Yes.
Okay, so, Gil, go ahead.
Easier way to-
Well, you
So
made that motion.
Just like you said, I made that motion to where we accept the water rates with, as written there, minus the wastewater rates in Exhibit B.
Well, the way he
the way he
stated
mentioned
it,
it, the way he
Councilman
stated it.
Presley has seconded that, and everyone, please submit your vote. And again, this is just for the water rates, and we'll bring just water, and we'll bring back wastewater next week.
And OCO still pays more.
First reading.
She has a motion.
What's a motion?
We reduce raw water rate, and we also reduce most homeowners' rates.
About 50%. Some of them got.
Is that ordinance?
50% got.
No.
Using more water or not.
Right.
Yeah, Rebecca, we're just saying it's an ordinance, not a motion, yeah. Yeah, that's good, it's an right, okay, good, that's right.
Yeah, it's a first reading ordinance, was my
Yeah,
understanding.
Right, okay.
Okay. I think so. Okay, the motion carries unanimously. So again, we'll bring back wastewater, we'll bring back capital.
Right, next Tuesday.
And we're going to move on.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Consent agenda items. Would anyone like to pull any particular items between items 15 and items 23? 15 to 23.
Motion to 22.
Item number 22 is pulled.
20.
Item number 20. Anything else?
18 is withdrawn, Mayor.
Oh, right, 18 is withdrawn, so we won't be voting on that.
And the executive session related to it, 27, is also withdrawn, just for the...
27 is withdrawn.
Yes, ma'am.
So I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of items 22 and 20.
So
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. I think we have the wrong caption. Who pulled 22? Gil? Gil? Did you? No. Okay.
I didn't get to vote.
No, we're still voting. We haven't voted. Yeah, not yet. I think she's. Councilman Klein, you pulled 20? Okay. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 22, Councilman Hunter.
I'm just voting against it.
Okay, this is a one-year supply agreement with Extra Play for purchase of certified playground mulch for Parks and Rec. Okay.
I have a question.
Councilman Pusley.
Okay. And I guess I have the same concerns here. Why are we going to another state to buy, what is it, mulch for the playground?
Playground mulch, yeah. Hi.
Tyler Florence, Assistant Director, Parks and Recreation. So there's no local provider that can provide these certified mulch for the playground. So we had, I believe, 2 respondents to this, and the lowest bidder was out of New Mexico.
Nobody locally responded to this?
Correct.
And is this a special kind of mulch, or?
It does have to be certified mulch, so it has to meet ASTM standards for playground mulch. Some of the characteristics would mean that it has to be biodegradable, it has to meet a certain type of engineered wood fiber, it has to last for over 1 year, and it has to be free of contaminants, so it's safe for play surfaces and areas.
Huh. Wow, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, when Robert and I went to high school, they just put granite gravel in there.
Hey, my kids eat it.
Yeah, true. Okay, I'm good.
Okay, very good. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Please submit your vote. The motion.
You've never fallen until you've fallen.
The motion carries.
Certified mulch, huh?
Yes, sir.
Item number 20, Councilman Klein, you pulled this. Oh, hold on just a sec. There you go.
Yeah, thank you. I just had a question about this, and this has kind of bugged me for a while. I'm sorry I didn't get this to you sooner. This, I think, predates Peter's arrival here at the city. We've been doing city billing out of San Antonio. I've never understood that. How is that cheaper to bill out of San Antonio for city services as opposed to working with a billing service here in the city?
Sure, Councilman. Nick Winkleman, Director of Water Systems. What I've been told is previously, under Peter's direction, we did evaluate that with our own city print shop. But I assure you that to take on that load would require more equipment, more personnel, and more space. And like I said, we've got 108,000 utility bills a month that we're sending out as well.
So, and again, I'm blindsiding you with these questions, so I don't expect an answer off the top of your head. But I'm wondering if, since the city shifted to a San Antonio billing as opposed to handling like billing services within the city here, has there been a change in the percentage of bills that are assessed for late fees? I suspect it goes up. The fee has to be sent all the way up to San Antonio and then back again. But I don't know that. I haven't seen any numbers about that. And I guess, as I said, I'm blindsiding you with that. So I don't expect an answer today. But I wonder if you could get that information to me.
Well, yeah, we can get you that information. But one thing I can say is that the service provider, USIO, has provided exceptional service for us. They're the current incumbent holder of the contract as well. And the RFP had specific metrics in regards to on-time printing and on-time services. They have an
We send an electronic file up there, right? There's no bill, it doesn't go back and forth, it's an electronic file.
Yeah, but I mean, still, I'm old, right? So I pay everything with a check because I want the pain of writing the check out, right? And put it through the mail then as well. And I assume that if I mail it to a site here in Corpus Christi, it's going to arrive sooner than if I mail it to a site in San Antonio.
Actually, the address in San Antonio that's on your utility bill is the Frost Bank lockbox. And so it is processed rather quickly when you send your utility bill and the check to San Antonio.
So you would say then that there's no difference in the arrival time of a letter, I mean, addressed to San Antonio as opposed to addressed here in Corpus Christi?
That is our bank, Frost Bank, and that is where they would have to process it. So if you send it to somewhere in Corpus Christi, we'd have to send it to them.
I see. Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay.
Move for approval.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
Yeah, so we used to have the other plan, and it was like twice as much. Really? Yeah, it was bad.
The motion carries. Okay, so that takes us to item M, public hearings, items 24 and 25. Item number 24 is a zoning case number ZN 8340, ordinance rezoning a property at or near Farm to Market Road 2444 and County Road 43. Yeah.
Second. Yeah, sorry, motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to
Screw it up.
open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 24? Okay, there being nobody, we're close public hearing. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion. The motion carries. Item number 25, zoning case number ZN 8348, ordinance rezoning a property at or near 508 South 19th Street. We have a motion and a second. I'll open public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to make comment on item number 25? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. And item N, individual consideration items, which consists of item number 26. This is a motion directing the Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District be required to read and provide in writing to prospective COVID-19 mRNA gene therapy vaccine recipients the following information and sign a COVID-19 mRNA immunization consent form before administering the COVID-19 mRNA vaccine as requested by council members Mike Pusley, Michael Hunter, and Gil Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Council. Dr. Khan is just getting her items.
No, I think we need to hear this out. Are you talking about this item?
Yeah, I was talking to Everett. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay, let's go on.
You know, I'd like to make a motion.
I'd like to hear out what we've heard quite a bit of public comment on this, and I don't think anyone should take this lightly at all. So I'd like to hear the other side, as they would say. Well, yeah.
He is within his rights to make a motion.
I didn't say he wasn't, but I'd like to hear what our staff has to say on this very important topic.
Good evening, Council. Thank you, Mayor, City Manager, Dr. Fawzia Khan, Public Health Director. I want to walk you through our wares. First of all, there has been a lot of talk about wares, so I respect your time and I'll be very direct to the point, and I'm just stating the facts. So WARES is Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. The website is there, anyone can go on there. So this system was developed in 1990. and it's an early warning system to detect possible safety problems in US licensed vaccines, where is managed by CDC and the US FDA. Anyone, you, I, my neighbor, my mom, my child, anyone can go onto VAERS and report an event that happened after a vaccine. It's not a side effect of the vaccine. If I get a vaccine and I'm going outside and I trip, I can go in there and I can write that after this vaccine, I tripped. These, again, VAERS is a self-reporting system. VAERS is not designed to determine if a vaccine caused a health problem. VAERS can provide CDC and FDA with valuable information that additional work and evaluation is necessary to assess a possible safety concern. Again, anyone can submit reports to the system. VAERS reports alone cannot be used to determine if a vaccine caused or contributed to an adverse event or illness. VAERS accepts all reports without judging whether the event was caused by the vaccine. And this is coming directly from CDC VAERS website. VAERS report may contain information that is incomplete, inaccurate, coincidental, or unverifiable. The reports to VAERS can also be biased. There are limitations on how the data can be used scientifically. Data from VAERS reports should always be interpreted with these limitations. Again, the reports that are incomplete, inaccurate, coincidental, or unverifiable. The number of reports can be 1, 10, 10,000. Alone cannot be interpreted as evidence of a causal association between a vaccine and adverse event, or as evidence about the existence, severity, frequency, or rates of problems associated with vaccines. VAERS does not obtain follow-up records on every report. VAERS data does not represent all known safety information for a vaccine and should be interpreted in the context of other scientific information. And this, again, is all of it is number of reports cannot be interpreted, and I increase the font just because I know this is very tiny. So the 29 symptoms that have been mentioned, those are events that happened after VAERS. They have not been proven, they have not been followed up by CDC, and these numbers are increasing every day. We pulled the data on 30th August, and there were 12,600 plus symptoms. For us, it's difficult to choose and pick. Do we go by the number of symptoms? Who does the follow-up? We do not have the capacity to follow up. It should come from the federal government or the state government. When we say 12,600, these are all the side effects that we have pulled. If we add all of these side effects for every patient coming in, this is everything that we pulled. Every side effect that is listed. Some of the side effects we just listed here, like thermal burn. Maybe someone got a COVID shot, went outside, they did something that they got burned. Stress at work, yawning, tobacco abuse, we have seen alcoholism. So again, these are all the side effects, and tomorrow there may be 2 new, 3 new, 4, I don't know. But this is what VAERS is for COVID. Again, we give the vaccine information statement, and I'll go back. We have talked about vaccine information statement. It's a required document for us to give. It shares information as to why get vaccinated. It shares information, what are the benefits, what are the risks of the vaccine. Talk to your local health provider. It also talks about what can you do if you get injured. It also talks about VAERS and where else can you get information. Informed consent has been brought up over and over again, that informed consent, everyone should get informed consent. We have a process of getting informed consent. And I have my immunization nurse here with me, and she can talk about that there are so many steps when anyone who walks into our doors, we have multiple steps where we share information with the client, we educate them, we give them a chance. If they don't want the vaccine, they can walk out anytime. And I'll let Belinda talk about.
Mayor Guajardo, City Councilmen and women, my name is Belinda Granados. I'm an LVN and I'm one of the immunization nurses. So I just wanted to elaborate more because this is just a snapshot of what our patient process is when someone comes to a clinic. So this looks very basic, but in between these steps that occur, we have a lot of interaction with patients. When the patient comes into our office, by that time they've already made a choice. I want a vaccine. If they have questions, we'll ask them. So we are the ones who do all the documentation. We do all the paperwork, we review the questions, and if we see something that's answered on the question that's maybe, I'm not sure if this person can receive the shot, whether it be a medical reason or maybe or something, it's mostly medical, like their health conditions. So we'll ask more questions, and if we feel at that time that they are not suitable for the vaccine, we'll refer them back to their PCP, or we'll require them to get a script saying that their doctor says that they can get this vaccine. So there's a lot of opportunity from the time they come into our clinic up until the moment that we're about to vaccinate them. Like I said, we ask a lot of questions. You know, we have a lot of interaction. When they finally we have all the answers we need, or we have the go-ahead to give them the vaccine, then we come back, you know, we do the paperwork, we come back, and as you've seen, we have that form that has what the side effects are, what the risk of the disease, you know, the vaccine information sheet. That's another opportunity. Hey, you know what, I don't want this vaccine. That's another opportunity for them to say no. So we'll get them to initial to say that they have the VIS form. We'll tell them to have a seat, and then they have another opportunity from that time to the time that we call them back if they want the vaccine. And then we ask further questions, and then at the end we'll give them their shot record, and then we'll let them know if you have any questions, this is the time to ask. So there's a lot of opportunities to ask questions, and there's a lot of opportunities for us to provide vaccine education to these patients.
Again, all of these documents, informed consent, it talks about, I have been told the risk and benefits of the vaccine. I have received this vaccine information statement. I've also shared the 2 letters. They have been emailed to you before, and also they are in your packets from both medical and public health community who do not support this ordinance. We have like Texas Pediatric Society, Texas Public Health Association, Texas Nurses Association. We've had 4 meetings with the group. One of them was with the legal team, and I'll let Miles talk a little about the legal review as well. But what I do want to say is, public health district does not work in a vacuum. My local health authority, Dr. Ram, my nurses, they are licensed by their boards. They have to follow code of ethics. They have to follow their own guidelines. And again, for us, providing reliable, credible information, scientific information that's proven is very important. Again, Miles, would you like to take the legal review?
Yeah, we saw two potential legal problems. One's a more general problem. Granting agencies won't make it clear that we will not have a potential repayment obligation if we give supplemental information. But we've been trying to get some clarity on that and haven't been able to get that clarity yet. So, I mean, we worry about our grants having to be repaid. That's a big issue for us because all of these, we don't give any of these vaccines with our own money. Everything is given with grants. The bigger issue, or one of the bigger issues is House Bill 2127. This was known colloquially. I think probably a lot of you heard about this when it was going through the legislative process. It was called the Death Star Bill. And this is really the first time we've had to deal with a subject within the realm of the Death Star Bill. And the Death Star Bill that listed a bunch of codes and said within these titles, within these codes, cities, their home rule authority simply doesn't apply at all. So, and one of these areas was the Texas Occupations Code. And the Texas Occupations Code says that if you're going to regulate in a field of regulation that's mentioned within the Occupations Code, then you essentially are back to being, you don't have any home rule authority. You can't be creative whatsoever with respect to your laws. And some of the codes that are regulated under the Occupations Code include health professions. That includes doctors, nurses, pharmacists, just about any licensed health profession. So we can decide whether or not we're going to provide a service, but we can't prescribe how we're going to provide that medical service. So we can hire a medical professional and say, you will do this, but we can't say how they're going to do it. And the medical practice, and our concern with that is that we have doctors and nurses under which they issue the vaccines. The doctors, the Corpus Christi Health Department does not have the authority to issue vaccines, just like CVS doesn't have authority to issue vaccines. All these entities give vaccines under the authority of a licensed professional. And it is within that licensing authority, which is within the Texas Occupations Code, that we lose our ability to tell them how they're going to do their job. The Texas legislature took this away in the last legislative session, and it was a hard-fought issue. And so if a doctor says, we need to give this specific manner of informed consent, and the doctor gets to decide, we can't get in the way of that. We can't tell the doctor, provide a different informed consent. And in most cases, the doctors are going to revert back to what the CDC requires them to, but doctors could add to that as long as they do that in a scientific manner, and they're subject to being disciplined if they do so in a way that's not scientific and doesn't adhere to regular good medical practice. So that's the authority we had before this, and we clearly don't have now.
Thank you, Miles. Again, the Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District does not recommend the item, informed consent requirement, because again, WIR's information could be inaccurate. Information on the paper is not proven or confirmed. Unconfirmed information is misleading. We cannot start this with COVID and then another vaccine and then another vaccine. And we provide factual information, and we are required to provide the most updated VIS to clients. Again, any vaccine information that we share needs to have the benefits, needs to have the risks, need to have the statement of availability of the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program, and such relevant information may be determined by the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Khan. Councilman Roy.
I have a couple questions for either the provider or anyone that wants to answer it. This vaccine adverse event reporting system, VAERS, I think there was a one-page, I've seen it before, I think we've had it passed out, but there's a one-page document from the CDC, right, that kind of shows the side effects and the percentage or probability that you may have that side effect, right? Do you have that document? It looks like a bar graph that it's actually from the CDC.
So the bar graph, the one that was lined, that was not from...
Can you speak in the microphone?
That's
Dr.
from
Khan,
the
I'm
CDC,
sorry.
right? That's a CDC document.
Sonny will answer it, yeah.
No, sorry, was this part of the original submission that was handed out to council? Where it said PRR and it had it compared to other vaccines?
No, this was a document from the CDC that basically started, and it had the probability of the side effect. I don't have it with me, but that document has been since we've had this conversation, and we've been going back and forth. This document has been shared with the council.
Yeah, so that document is not on the CDC. That document was actually created by the Citizens Defending Freedom.
No, sir. There's a document that's from the CDC. It's their document, and it just shows the probability in terms of if you have the actual vaccine, what are the potential other side effects?
Let me pull it up so I can show you to make sure, just to verify.
I'm pretty sure, because I think it even has a form number at the bottom. But anyway, while you look for that, one of the things that, and that's been kind of my whole basis, is that what I think at least myself and some of the other council members are asking is that we're not asking you to sit there and change the way that you practice medicine or change the way that you go through your procedures. What we're talking about, and I'm going to use this analogy. When I was in the military, right, and any type of federal government agency, in terms of getting updates, a lot of times federal organizations are very slow to get updates. So I'm going to ask this other question. Are you aware of, outside of this document here, front and back, any additional side effects that people may experience if they have the COVID shot? That's not listed here, but you may be aware of.
As a vaccine administrator, I can say no.
So you're telling me that you've never ever seen anything or heard or had any type of conversation with or seen any potential update saying, okay, there's a risk here. And doctor, you can answer this question too.
And Dr. Ram is our local health authority, please.
Srikant Ramachandrani, local health authority. So to answer your question, the CDC actually says the side effects from the COVID vaccinations, if at all, they're minor. They're self-limited, and you see side effects, but they're not that serious side effects.
Okay, so if you look at Section 4, why would they say that if in Section 4 you have the part that says with any medication, there's a very remote chance of vaccine causing a severe allergic reaction, other serious injury, or death?
Yes. So
is that just a catch-all phrase? They don't really mean that?
So what that means is any vaccine has a side effect, which is like anaphylactic reaction. Any vaccine. Some people are allergic to vaccines. Not only COVID-19 vaccine, any other vaccine. So people who have allergies, and what they found was that these anaphylactic reactions, out of the people who are developing anaphylactic reactions to the COVID-19 vaccine, 80% of them have allergic reactions. According to the CDC,
how many?
81% have allergic reactions to the previous, any other vaccines that they have been given. So those people are prone to get anaphylaxis. If you get anaphylaxis, most of them can get treated, but some of them die. So that's a very rare occurrence, is what they're saying. With the COVID vaccination.
You said 80%?
No, 81% of the people who develop anaphylactic reaction. Oh. So the cases are like you're talking about 10 in a million or something like that. The people who develop anaphylactic reactions. They're not that many, you know. So out of those cases, if I remember I quote, I think 17 to 18 is what I read. But out of those anaphylactic reactions, you're talking about 17 to 18 per million cases of COVID-19 vaccinations. Out of those, 80% have previous allergic reactions to these COVID-19 vaccinations. So the chances of that is very, very extremely rare.
And please keep time for me. So in terms of this document, have you contacted the CDC and asked them, are there any planned updates for this document at all?
CDC updates their documents, all of them, not only this one. They regularly go over for those updates.
Yeah, my question is, did you contact them and ask them, is this document basically up to date, or do they anticipate having any updates in terms of this particular document? Because this document's been around in its original format for a pretty long time, right?
10/19/23.
I can answer that question. So yeah. when a VIS is updated, Department of State Health Services.
Yeah.
Sorry. The Texas Department of State Health Services will let us know that there's an update, but we also do frequent checks if they've been updated. And as they're updated, we replace them with the most updated VIS.
So when's the last time you checked to see when this 2019 document would be updated?
I checked today.
You checked today?
Yes.
And what was their response?
We just go on their, there's a list on when the website. So we use not just CDC website, we also use immunize.org. It used to be previously Immunization Action Coalition. There's a lot of resources when it comes to vaccines, VIS. We refer to that website quite often, not just the nurses, but our front staff to get updated. It's something that we have to do.
So I'll answer your question. The last update is October of 10/19/23 is the one that we have. And again, CDC has a process that they update.
Okay.
If I email them, they wouldn't update it for Corpus.
No, I'm not asking them to do that.
Yes,
I'm just
they have a
asking if
process
there was
that
any
they update.
document on the horizon that may update the symptoms in that to make sure that we're using the most up-to-date.
Definitely, we are required to use the most updated. So as soon as it's updated, we receive information from DSHS. We also are just like, our front desk staff and our staff keeps looking at it. And we have pulled the information, if we can go back to the video, if you're mentioning this bar chart. How do I get back to the video?
Yes.
Is this the bar chart that we were talking?
Yes.
This is, okay, so this is an analysis that is done by the CDF group. They have used CDC Wales website. This is not our document, and
You're saying that that's their document?
Yes, sir. This is the document that they have produced, and they have shared with us, and they have shared with other council members. Again, this data that they are saying they have pulled it from Wales. And again, just like I said, the CDC Wales data is not proven. It's not scientific. CDC itself says not to use it.
I don't think it's meant to be proven. If I understand it right, I think that it's just it's a reporting system that shows the probability of occurrence based on the vaccine, right?
Well, so yes, so thank you. So in this document, so we've had several meetings with the group to try to come with a compromise. So this document, there was questions asked, meaning when they went to the website, you can set in certain parameters. So we don't know what parameters were set, because the data is being compared to all vaccines, all age groups from 1990. So certain age groups may not be able to take or not required to take certain vaccines. So the data is skewed. So meaning we see the outcome, but we don't know the methodology on how they came to the outcome. So we said, hey, can you provide us the parameters set in which you came with this outcome? And so they said, oh, okay, hey, we'll provide you all the data sets. We'll provide you the methodology, but we never received that. So this data was produced on their own and then given to us. Even though it references the VAERS website, the data set came from there, but you can put in different parameters. So it can be seen as cherry-picked data, meaning if I want to show a certain outcome, then I'll just pick what I want to then achieve that outcome. So it was never described of how they actually came to the outcome. And when we asked, well, what professionals put this together or what people, they said, oh, we have former MDs, former data scientists. So you're saying that document is, in terms of accuracy, if I were to go on to the VAERS website and look at their numbers, they wouldn't match, that they wouldn't be accurate in terms of how that is displayed as far as how many occurrences and what are the side effects? No, because you would have to figure out then what all vaccines were used, what all the parameters. So if we used, let's say, what's a vaccine from the 90s?
Measles, mumps.
So then you would have to select measles, and then from there the age group and everything that was reported. Now, mind you that when measles was created in there, the VAERS website didn't exist. So it's not apples to apples. And again, it's anybody can report what they feel. So if I take a vaccine shot and then I happen to go outside and say, oh, you know what, my hands are sweaty, then I can say, you know what, I got clammy hands from the COVID-19 vaccine shot, when in reality it's just very hot outside. So this is why we're very careful and mindful of using the data on VAERS, because anybody can report it. So I can get 1,000 people right now to say, hey, I want you to say COVID, go on the VAERS website and report COVID-19 causes death, and it's fine, because it's not verifiable. So that's why we want to be transparent and honest, and also not have our health professionals at liability of putting information that a different group, and we don't know who put this information together and what parameters and data sets were to achieve this outcome. So it's not proven.
Councilman, can I add something? So that issue is, the VAERS website is a CDC website.
Right.
So we have confidence in it. It may not be proven, but we have no problem giving that information to clients that come in.
The VAERS?
Yeah, the VAERS.
That's all I've been asking.
That's what we want to do. Sony and Dr. Khan have worked with the group, with Mr. Flanagan and a few other people. We said, look, if you just select a few, like on their petition, that's selected group of maybe a dozen or 2 dozen, that's out of 12,000 entries in the VAERS.
Correct.
So we're saying who selects the list? They selected a list, but maybe somebody else wants to select another list, or maybe a new list is generated because new entries are made in the VAERS. So we don't know what to put on the paper. We're hesitant to say we're going to give you, patient, a list of 30 side effects that Sean Flanagan picked or somebody in his group picked.
Correct.
So what we recommended is let's give a piece of paper that says we encourage you to go to the VAERS website, which is a website generated by the CDC, and look at the risks that people have reported. There's over 12,000 entries into that VAERS system. That's what we would agree to give out.
Correct.
You know, we have no problem doing
So you
that.
agreed to give that out?
We'd be doing it right now if they agreed to do it.
All right, I have no more questions right now.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir, Councilman.
Yeah, the issue is what do you give? The VAERS website is a CDC website, so we have confidence in it. We just don't know who picks what to put on this piece of paper. Is it us? Is it Sean Flanagan? Is it, anybody else that works in that group? Is it Dr. Ram? Is it the nurse? And does it change tomorrow?
I guess that is what creates the liability, like we heard.
Well, the liability, but then who picks it? And then what if a new thing is entered in tomorrow? We have to call up Sean Flanagan and the other folks to say, okay, we're going to change your list.
Right.
That doesn't, so, yeah.
Okay.
But we think the VAERS website is a credible tool. Not necessarily the entries are credible, but we think the tool is credible. It's managed by the CDC. It's a good platform that's been around since 1990 that allows anybody to self-disclose what they think might have happened to them from taking any vaccine. There's 12,000 entries made just in the COVID vaccine alone. And hold up that document, so the other choice was we could print out everything, but we're not going to give patients 200 pages of things, and for every patient that comes in, we're going to hand out a half a ream of paper saying read through these. So the alternative was let's create a document that says we encourage you to visit the VAERS website. It's created by the CDC. What is it? Maybe put some of the disclaimers, and that's it. Give that to the patient.
Well,
but the group said no, hell no. It's either we're going to give out our sheet and our disclosure form, or that's it.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. Doctor, thank you for your presentation. I think you kind of stole my thunder already because I was going to talk about that bar graph based on the VAERS data. And really, this is the source of the problem is the nature of that VAERS data, which you've already talked about as well, that's unreliable. This is a header from cdc.gov website. I looked at this just this morning for the VAERS website. It says, while very important in monitoring vaccine safety, VAERS reports alone cannot be used to determine if a vaccine caused or contributed to an adverse event or illness. And I will say this as well, at the bottom of the page, same page, where the potential or reported side effects are listed, it says, I have read and understand this disclaimer. So anybody who's gone to the VAERS website has seen that disclaimer as well at the bottom of the page.
Yes, you have to check that and get forward, yeah.
Right, thank you. That's all I have.
Councilman Presley.
Okay, so I want to reiterate what Peter was just saying a while ago, and Dr. Khan, you and I had this conversation at least 4 weeks ago. I said, is it possible that we could come up with an agreement here that says we're going to give everybody a document that says we either encourage you or invite you to go look at the CDC website to see what they list as other possible side effects from this vaccination or any other vaccination, and without having to have them sign anything or certify anything, or for your staff to have to do the same. And so was that ever discussed?
Yes, sir, that was. Suni?
And?
We were told that the volunteers of CDF want signatures. They want the signature from the client that is coming in, that a nurse has read those things to them, and so it didn't go anywhere. We
Yeah,
did talk about that if we can only share this information, no signature.
Are they signing a document now to get the shot?
Yes, if we give them the CDC VI, yes.
Okay, so you're giving them what you feel like the CDC is allowing you to represent as possible side effects.
Yes.
And they are signing that.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
that's a
what's the
consent form.
difference?
Coming back again, those events have yet to be proven.
What? Well, yeah, but Dr. Khan, the events that they're telling you have yet to be proven.
Yeah, these ones, yeah, there are scientific studies on that, but what I'm saying is the CDF document that they are asking us to sign, they are asking the clients to sign, and then they are asking our nurses to sign that document.
There's scientific proof or studies that have been done that say, yeah, these are possible side effects. It doesn't mean that it occurs in every case.
Councilman, there are both sides of that. Like what you're saying, again, we cannot agree to those 29 events.
Councilman, just one more point here. The difference in that document that's handed out, Councilman, from the CDC, there's a vetting process by the CDC that includes outside stakeholder groups. And I read how they go about changing that paper that Councilman Roy was holding up. So there's a process, and so it has an institutional process followed by the nation or world's lead health agency, the CDC. And so there's a process to change that form that we hand out. What we're saying is we don't know what to hand out. Is it the one page that Samuel Fryer gave us? Is it our own interpretation? That's why we said the compromise is this, they're going to sign a disclosure form and we give out the CDC one-pager. But we can give them another page that says, we encourage you, in fact, we'll show you right here on the computer, to check out this website that the CDC manages. And there's all these lists of complications that people have self-disclosed. No problem showing that. We have no problem with information.
Okay.
But the group, Samuel Fryer and group and Flanagan said, no, we want to do exactly our way or we're going to go to council. And so that's why we're here today. We tried to compromise for 4 meetings, 2 hours a meeting. Councilman Hernandez was at one of them, right, Councilman? So that's why we're here today. But to me, who's kind of seen it from the sidelines to some extent, the solution is there, which is that let's show people the side effects. Let's not maybe show them the exact side effects Flanagan wants us to show. Let's show them all. Give them a website address so they can see all 12,000 before they say, I want to do this vaccine or not. But for some reason, the group doesn't want us to do that. So that's why we're here today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And that's exactly what it says on this paper. I don't understand. It says adverse reactions should be reported to the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, VAERS. So it puts out the number, it gives the website, I mean, it's all right here, and it says, how can I learn more? You can go, but again, we've got to be practical. We can't give them 200 pages of possible, 12,500 and counting. There's all these, adverse reactions that people can add. It's sort of, I hate to compare, but kind of like Wikipedia. You can just keep adding, information and you can say it's facts or not, but we have to abide by the legal terms and the legal organization that guides our city, and we have the guideline. I don't understand. The other thing is, I'm so glad, Miles, that you did state about the Death Star, because I was wondering about that, because I thought, okay, how are we going to be able to add any additional document, especially with this kind of legislation that kind of ties our hands? So I'm glad that you raised that issue and that they are actually guided by their associations or the organizations that they belong to. So I think you answered it, and I'm grateful that you did. So.
Well, House Bill 2127, if I just read it without reading any analysis, I wouldn't have realized how broadly it's written. But TML did a very good summary. The Attorney General actually did a summary, touted the success of the Death Star bill. And all the people who passed the Death Star bill, it's called the Texas Regulatory Consistency Act. This was their intent. Their goal was to take away the power of cities, of the 9 of y'all to
Right.
regulate people in white coats.
Yes. Okay. Ready to vote?
Councilman Roy.
So I guess here's the thing that I'm not understanding. We talk about in terms of a compromise, and you were willing to make a compromise as far as giving the information, and to kind of speak to Sylvia, Councilwoman Campos's, not her question, but her statement is that the problem is that if you don't get all the information up front and you're going to go, and because what it talks about is reporting the signs and symptoms after you have the issue. I'm talking more in terms of a preventative standpoint, not that, okay, because under 5, that section is under 5. What if there's a serious problem? Well, once there's a serious problem, it's too late, right? Would you agree with me? Once you've already had an adverse reaction or you've had some type of issue, it's kind of too late. You can go to the to VAERS and report what you personally had, and if somebody wants to do that. But at that point in time, it's too late. What we're trying to do is just make sure, and I think the people that have come up and had multiple conversations about this are making sure that people are informed. But it to me, and I want to understand, Miles, is that if we were to have them look at an additional site, even if you had a TV in your lobby, I don't know, how many places do you give the actual vaccine? How many locations?
We have 3 vaccine rooms.
So you have 3 vaccine rooms in the same building?
Yes.
Okay, so let's just say you had a TV up there, and you know how sometimes you go into a place, an establishment, and it shows and it has, hey, you know what, if you have any questions, in addition, you can always look or contact VAERS or whatever the case is and provide additional information. I think what I'm saying is that people just want a little bit more information than the standard form. Would that be something even that to give them that additional information that you would be agreeable to?
So you're suggesting that where we have the TV, we can have some educational, bar running, that if you have any questions on the vaccine, you can reach out to this VAERS website and this telephone number. We can do that.
Because, you know, we've been over this, and I haven't really been that involved, but we've been over this multiple times for multiple weeks, and that's why I made a motion. And I'd like to go ahead and continue with my motion.
Second. Motion to approve? Sorry.
No, my motion is that I would like to actually have a moratorium on COVID vaccine shots until we can sit down with all parties and have an agreeable type of resolution.
I'll rescind my second. I'm not sure.
And sit down with who?
Second.
What do you mean, all parties?
We're going to stop.
We're going to stop giving the vaccine? That's...
Yeah, I think that COVID vaccines are available at Walgreens. They're available at CVS. They're available at all these different places. I would like to see, and maybe get an opinion from the Attorney General's office, but I would like to see in terms of what CVS does, what all the other organizations, what other cities within Texas are doing right now. Are they only following the protocol that you're doing, or are they doing something different?
I have reached out to Association of Immunization Managers, and they have, they work with every state. I have reached out to TECHO, that is the Texas Association of City and County Health Departments. We are the only ones who are struggling here. And again, CVS gives the same CDC VIS statement. And I'll tell you one thing, Councilman, the moratorium, I'll just tell you, I, my staff, everyone here has insurance. We can go to CVS, we can go to Walgreens and get a COVID shot or any other shot. Who's really going to hurt here is under 18, people who cannot afford vaccines.
There's other clinics. There's multiple clinics. Amistad, there's multiple clinics that give free COVID shots.
So people would be coming in and we'll refer them to Amistad or another organization.
And Councilman, we have, there may be other clinics, but we have a clientele that's used to us, and that I would submit by and large doesn't trust anybody. And so just to get them to come in to see a healthcare professional is something that this health department works hard at, building that relationship. So if somebody's coming in to us to get a vaccine, they know us, they trust us, they're not going anywhere else, they're not going to some other clinic, they don't trust them, and they don't have the money or the insurance to go to CVS. So what Dr. Khan said is probably a likely scenario, which is those clients that we serve, the poorest of the poor in this city, from the west side and from other poor zip codes, those are the ones that get impacted on the moratorium. Just so you know, it's not you and I. We're not going over there. We're going to CVS with no problem. We're giving them our insurance card, or we have choice. They don't have choice.
I just think right now we haven't done what we need to do, because you're saying, oh, you check with this place, you check with that place, but I think there's enough clinics here within our town, and I think within the neighboring cities, to get an idea in terms of what they've done, to be able to share that, come back and share that with council and see, okay, this is their best practice, this is our best practice, do they mirror? You know, where are they in terms of how they perceive the rule and what they do? And if they're matched, if they do exactly the same thing, then I think that's information that we would have that would help us out.
So, Mr. Councilman, so that would, as Peter said, would deprive poor people of getting vaccinations on time. And, you know, also we're talking about at-risk populations who are immunocompromised, who have chronic medical conditions, like you're talking about any COPD or CHF.
How many COVID shots did you do last month?
For us, we only did 10%, and there were 400.
Say that again.
10% was 400. Yeah, for the fiscal year, 10% of our total immunizations were COVID, almost 400.
Over four?
No, they did 400.
Yeah, for the fiscal year. Starting.
Last year.
Last month. Last month, how many COVID shots did your clinics, your 3 locations within your building give? How many people got COVID vaccines?
Councilman, I know the numbers from October till July 30th. That's what I'm sharing, 400 vaccines. We stopped giving vaccines, COVID vaccines, 1 week or 2 weeks ago because there's a new formulation that's coming out.
So a moratorium wouldn't be a big deal?
Yeah, Councilman, the answer is it's not many. It's not a lot. It's probably 10 a week, you know, right? It's very few a week. We looked at, can we just get out of this altogether and not even do the COVID? But the problem is that we get grant money for all vaccine types, and there's an issue that we might have to pay.
You're saying
back.
if we don't do COVID, if we don't do the COVID vaccine, that we would jeopardize all the other vaccines?
Right, that's what Miles was saying, where we may have to pay back, you know, because the state, the DSHS, the State Department of Health says we're going to.
Miles, what do you have to back that up? That's an opinion.
Yeah.
I would recommend that we get confirmation from the granting agency that it's not going to impair our grant prior to moving forward with something like that.
We also have a partner in the fact that the county is our partner. You know, we really need to be sure they're okay with this.
Yeah, exactly. That's another good point. And Dr. Xavier has been with you all for most of your conversations from the county.
Yes, and he was here with us too.
What was his position so far representing the county?
He supports CDC BIS statement.
Okay, there you go, Councilman Pusley. Do you hear that? Yeah, so Dr. Xavier, who's the lead representing Nueces County, our partner in the health district, supports using the CDC form. Doesn't support the Citizens Defending Freedom form.
So that's all I had.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilman Suckley.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, some of the things I was going to say have already been addressed, but I guess lastly, as a compromise, and Peter sort of touched on this a little bit ago, is we're already giving out this form. As Councilwoman Campos pointed out, is the VAERS stuff is right on here on Section 5. Can folks not walk in? We have a staff member take a highlighter and highlight the VAERS section, say here's something of note, and have a tablet there with the VAERS system up to give them an opportunity before they take the shot to look through the VAERS system if they want. And that seems like a reasonable compromise.
We support that.
But I don't know.
We have tablets, right?
We can do that.
They want a signature saying that they read it.
Yeah.
You know. So we have a motion and a second. We need to vote.
Yeah.
We do. Are you done?
I made a recommendation for a compromise, so.
I'll be real fast. So this document that you handed to us, instead of it being in alphabetical order next time, maybe you should put the ones with the most symptoms at the top. So an easy left click on sorting. I think that would really help your cause, because if I were in your shoes, I would be trying to convince us not to, or to focus on. So for example, you have 115,000 people after the reported shot was taken that have COVID. You have 110,000 people that have COVID, whatever the other name is, and then you have 78,000 with pneumonia or something. And I'm not sure if these are all correct. I did not write them all down, but these are. So if you would put, if I was arguing in your shoes, I would put the ones with the most at the top or at the end to say, see, this is why we don't need it. But unfortunately, I had to look through there, and there's hundreds of thousands of
Councilman,
symptoms.
we did do that as well. We looked at that and we compared it with the 29 side effects that they shared with us.
So why didn't you give it to us like that instead of the way that it's?
I thought alphabetical
It's
would look more
alphabetical.
pretty. Go ahead.
That, we probably shouldn't have handed that out. That was just for demonstration purposes. We didn't do any pre-sorting. That's the answer. That wasn't meant for your consumption. It was just to show the volume, that it's about 200 pages of cases.
But that's the whole purpose of their system, is to sort which are the worst issues.
Right, that's why we agree people should go to the VAERS website, and we should help them, just like Councilman Suckley said. We have iPads or tablets. And we
Yeah, but no one's going to read 400 pages before they take a shot and
I know, but
sign the
then who
document.
pares it down? Is it Flanagan? Is it Samu Fryer? Is it Dr. Khan? Dr.
Well, hopefully you all,
Well,
with
that's
our
not what
direction as a
That's
council.
not acceptable to the group. The Citizens Defending Freedom want their list, and that's it.
I think that they want a lot more things added to the list, not just the simplified
Maybe that
version.
too, but even so, it still goes to the question of who decides, you know? Yeah.
All right. Councilman Klein.
Yeah, that too. I mean, well,
Thank you. I'm going to be brief as well. We've been at this for a while, but, you know, I was on the VAERS website this morning, and there's a lot of evidence that there's a lot of spam in there. A lot of reports that are unverifiable, multiple reports. This morning, there was a report that a band member, a rock musician, I guess, musician, in a band called Crazy Town Shifty Shell Shock, died of, I believe it was a heart attack after getting the vaccine. And they attributed it, it's in the VAERS. Now, they don't explain the fact that he was also a heavy drug user and had been a heavy drug user for the previous 15 to 20 years. And that very well might have been a cause as well. And again, it speaks once again to the issue of causation. That's why the VAERS data is so dangerous, I think, to use alone, right? And the CDC's disclaimer says that you should not use this alone, but rather in conjunction with other information, with medical professionals as well, to determine what the consequences of all this are. So I'm not necessarily opposed to sending people to the VAERS website, but just understand that people need to understand it's not the end-all, be-all. There's a lot of, I mean, it is, as somebody said earlier, it's kind of like a worse version of Wikipedia, because Wikipedia actually can get updated now and can get policed. And so the fact that I am the king of Prussia might actually be caught in Wikipedia. It's not always in VAERS, because there's just no way, no system of verification. Thank you.
So, Mr. Councilman, if I may add, there are two studies that were in the CDC website in the adverse events section about deaths. In those, there are 4 studies listed, of course. Out of those, 2 studies were using VAERS data. In fact, they were using death reports from the VAERS data. There were like 9,000 deaths reported in the VAERS. They actually looked at it, and in the CDC website, they put those two articles. I quote CDC article. The first one is reporting rates for VAERS death reports following COVID-19 vaccination from December 14, 2020 to November 17, 2021. So for 1 year of VAERS death data, they took it out from VAERS. And what they found was the authors concluded that after COVID-19 vaccination, the rates of death after vaccinations were lower than the background rates of death from any cause in the general population. This is from the VAERS data. Everybody who can report there is a death and that's what they analyzed. So the job of VAERS data, I don't think public can understand the VAERS data complexity. The epidemiologists, they will analyze the data and they'll come up with conclusions whether these adverse events are indeed valid or not. We cannot take the VAERS at the face value. That's what I want to add.
Councilman Bennett.
Thank you.
So, is there a motion and a second to put a moratorium?
There is a motion.
Yes.
All right,
Is there a second?
I just want to, as somebody that's involved in the delivery of healthcare, we have and Dr. Khan will attest to this, there's a large shortage of doctors, There's a shortage of doctors within the coastal bend. And then if you look at the statistics, the majority of the deaths during the pandemic came from, candidly, District 3 or the West Side. And so it has a connection to do with the lack of access to care and lack of understanding the availability of care. So Amistad, for one, their chief executive officer came in and made comments that did not support this as well. Mm-hmm. So even though there may be other facilities, getting individuals for them to understand the process of having access to free care. Somebody that was involved in the delivery of care in San Patricio County, I can tell you that they are looking for partners so they could provide access to care. So providing some type of moratorium would be very difficult because, I wouldn't advise it simply because, as I said, the largest amount of positive cases happen on the west side of the area, in the western part of the county. The largest amount of deaths happen in the western part of the county. And the largest part of our demographic of those individuals that come to us are in the western part of the county. Am I correct in saying so? Well, no. In the western part of the county, I know that those whether it be in Robstown, whether in Bishop, whether it be Banquete and Agua Dulce, and then in addition to the western part of Corpus Christi, because I saw the numbers, and particularly in the 78415. So I know from looking at that data that those are the challenges that we face. So issuing a moratorium would be truly detrimental to that segment of the community.
Councilman, there are two more things with it. If a child is coming in for 2 other vaccines, so we give them 2 other vaccines, and for the third, we send them somewhere else. That's one thing, it's inconvenience, the travel time. We are adding a barrier to care. Number 2, we waive off administration fee. We do not, if a child or a family is in need, we do not charge them administration fee. Other providers would be charging office fee, doctor fee, administration fee. So we are adding a cost barrier to it.
And then in addition, also, if you've ever been to Amistad, and I encourage anybody to do so, there's a large waiting area, and it's not convenient because there's a cost. So there's an inconvenience associated with free care. So basically what we're going to do is when we've already got a shortage of physicians and we've got a shortage of access to care, then all of a sudden we're going to increase additional burden on that demographic.
Yeah.
And then mind you, Medicaid right now, for those that are taking Medicaid, it only reimburses, I think, 65% of what Medicare is. And Medicare is typically about 250% of what an insurance company pays. So once again, you're going to have doctors that they have to look at it. It's time versus money turnover. Who are the patients that I'm going to receive? And that's the demographic that the health department serves, or the health district serves.
And Councilman, you're right on the physician shortage. Nueces County Medical Society Executive Director is here. She has been with us throughout. And they conducted a survey as to how long does it take for a patient to get an appointment with the doctor.
I can tell you right now at Amistad, it's November for a new patient. That's when you'll get to see someone as a new patient. But anyhow.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion. We table this until next week. And I get to make a motion.
You're gonna get to speak.
There's a motion on the floor.
Yeah, there's a motion on the floor.
Oh, there's already a motion on the floor.
I can make a motion to table.
No, but I was next.
I know, but we're coming.
So, I want to make a motion to table this until next week. And then, Councilman Hernandez and I have agreed to talk to the other side about a compromise agreement, because I can count, and there's not.
I know. No one can hear you, sir.
Oh.
Okay, now can you hear me? Okay. I'm going to make a motion to table this, which under Robert's Rules of Order is appropriate.
Okay, hang on a second, because we've got two people who still need to speak.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Councilwoman Campos.
But I want to get a second from my motion.
Mayor, point of order. I was before him, and he ended up speaking. And so my motion was going to be called the question. So his motion is out of order.
Well, he already withdrew his motion, so you don't have to call the question.
Did you withdraw it?
I withdrew my motion.
Okay, so we withdrew the motion, Rebecca? So Everett.
So now we just.
Everett had a motion on the floor for the moratorium, and that was seconded?
He withdrew it.
Okay, so
Did you
now
withdraw it?
I did.
Okay, great.
So now we can just vote on the actual motion. What's on the,
No, I made a
on
motion to table.
26?
Rebecca, how does that work?
To do the motion to table, if that's what we have on the
No,
floor.
what Ms. Campos is saying.
Well, who did you recognize? Did you recognize
It was
her or
supposed to
Mr.
have been
You
Pesley?
can go ahead and make that motion. What I'll do is offer an amendment to table, so we'll do it either way. I don't care.
So what motion were you, the motion that's?
Was to call the question, but
on
then
what?
he withdrew.
Right.
Yeah, so then my next question was, could we just vote on the present motion, the original? But he's saying that he can just amend it.
I mean, you can, but yes, anyone can say, I amend the motion, and then that takes precedent, right?
Yeah. So
it's the same.
So you were going to make a motion to approve, well, he's already made the.
She was just calling the
table.
question.
Yeah.
But Councilman Pesley.
Yeah, but the motion was withdrawn
Right, and then she was going to call the question.
on the motion.
On the original.
On the moratorium.
On what's before us, yeah, the original.
Oh, I'm sorry. So then you would have had to make a motion to
Right.
approve
Like,
it
let's-
first before we
just
could
move
call the
to approve.
question. Yeah, because you're limiting debate on a main motion. No main motion was made.
Right.
Once his was withdrawn.
Mm-hmm. So I was just call the question, let's vote on the original motion.
That was withdrawn? There was no original motion.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying.
Yeah, there was no original motion.
I think she means the item.
The item,
Just
yeah.
vote on
But
the
nobody's
item.
made a
That's what
motion.
she wants
Yeah.
to do.
Right.
You made a motion to table till next week, and I second.
I already seconded.
Oh, okay, he seconded, sorry.
Well, if the motion to table fails, then we can go back to the original.
Okay, so now we're going to vote on the tabling.
Yes.
No, you got it.
Dan's on the.
Dan's what?
And as I said before, I so rudely interrupted,
Well, I don't know if the
Councilman
mayor-
Hernandez,
You
Councilman
didn't
Hernandez.
even, that's why, did you anyway, okay.
What's that?
I'm sorry.
Councilman Hernandez and I will go speak with the other side and see if we can convince them to agree to the compromise.
Yeah, we have to vote on the table.
Absolutely.
It's not a given.
Yep.
Yes.
I don't trust these doctors.
Okay, so what are
Rebecca
you?
will bring it up.
Yes, we have to.
What are
vote
you
on the
tabling
table.
it to? I'm not the presiding officer, so she has to bring it up. So what you're tabling till when, sir?
Next week.
Next week.
Next week, okay.
For you guys you've already spoken with them though.
Correct. Yes. Today we've had 4 meetings to date, 4 meetings.
So we're going to talk to them again.
No, they're not. I am.
Yeah, we have to confirm that what you told them is what you told us.
Okay.
Why, so you're not believing our staff?
I never believe our staff.
Well,
That is so sad that you would say that. Okay, motion to table, that's what's on the table. Okay. Everyone, please submit your vote.
It's not that I don't trust you. I don't trust you. Sorry.
understood.
5-4. One way or another. No,
The motion carries.
we did it.
Okay. Spend more staff time.
I know.
Excuse me,
More
does
staff time.
was that a motion to table to next week, it
Ridiculous.
says? To next week? We put the same thing back on the agenda?
Okay,
We've been trying, sir. Trust me, 100%.
there being no further business.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure we're clear. It's to put it back on the agenda for next week, right? It said
The
table to
motion
next week.
carried.
Asking staff to
Well,
do anybody.
yeah, and
I know,
yeah, but
yeah.
that's somewhat of a problem. We, this dais is, we're policymakers, we're not the negotiators, so I'm not sure where that's going.
We'll just
I don't agree with council members going and making the deals. It doesn't work that way. So I'm going to request that our staff be there.
Accompany them.
Yes, and this is not going to go on week after week. This is, you've met
I
with
just need to
them
know
4
to post
times.
something.
This is going to be the 5th time,
Well,
and that's it.
Mayor.
You know,
we met, when we dealt with that dirt issue on North Beach,
well,
that thing went on and on and on.
I agree.
Finally, we got a group that met and we got it resolved. I think
well, I'm not saying, I know, I'm just saying it's got to come to an end.
Okay, so we'll put an agenda back on the item the same time.
Yes, we're adjourning. Okay, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.